Hey everyone! Good afternoon, good morning, good evening, I guess, for certain time zones. How is everyone? Are we good? Is it coming home this time? I don't know. I think I'm dangerously optimistic, which I'm sure will disappear very quickly once the game starts. Once the game starts, I'm like, oh no, we're shit. There goes the optimism, in comes the doom. But I don't know, like honest prediction, it's gonna be like a goalless draw into a penalty win for England, or a 1-1 draw into an England penalty win. No, I think if it goes to penalties, I do actually fancy England. Maybe that's like a hot take for any any football heads. But I think actually I was reading a lot of tweets. I was reading about the psychology of how they're handling the penalty shootout, how all the penalty shootout takers have a buddy, how they've changed their I don't want to say formation, sounds too formal. They changed, you know how normally when a team takes penalties, a player will go up and take the penalty, the rest of the team will wait on the halfway line, maybe they'll all be huddled up or everything like this. They've changed all of that just to try and make sure all the little psychological cues are a little bit more welcoming, a little bit more opening, a bit more supportive to all the people taking a penalty. Everyone gets given a buddy as well. So now you don't have to do that long walk all the way by yourself. They get a little buddy to walk with. They walk fair, and the buddy comes and meets them after the penalty, for better or for worse. Likewise, when they are on the spot, placing the ball and stuff, Jordan Pickford will come and join them for a little bit. So there's a lot of small psychological tweaks. So I'm actually, after reading all the psychological tweaks that the England team have used to improve their penalty shootout performance, I'm actually a believer. I'm a believer in the psychology. So if they can get there, I think they can win it. Can they win in regular time? Maybe. I don't think the Netherlands have actually been that good either. So I don't know if they should be that scary. You have a work call at 2:30. Do you mind tagging in for you? Yeah, why not? It can't be that hard, right? What's for business? Is it also Overwatch? You're happy since France lost? Yeah, I think it felt deserved, right? It felt deserved that Spain went through. Just a client call, just need to show my lips. That I can do. What are we doing today? So we did our power rankings. I still have them up if anyone did miss yesterday and wants to see the power rankings. We did the player power rankings. Now, I slept on it. I slept on it. And there's some bits I still don't disagree or don't necessarily agree with. I think what I was actually thinking, I was actually Gushway up, Vessler down, Ambin up, something like this. That's what I was thinking. But I don't want to spend too long on this because this is like a bottomless pit of opinions. Slanted of Gushway 2 and Fearless 3. I think so. I was thinking about the concept of being washed, right? And there's a lot of players who I think we feel like are washed, right? So maybe someone like Kaluj is the obvious player, like Punk in the wash category, not playing actively. These people are 100% washed. Someone like Fearless, I think if you retire, then unretire, your likelihood of becoming washed is so fucking high. It's sky high if you do it. If you do a classic retire into unretire, it's so likely you become washed. Whereas all the Team China players, all the LGD players, they didn't really do a retire and come back, did they? They just got your country got deleted for a bit and then you got to come back. So I'm not convinced. I think the risk of Fearless being washed, because he sort of did the, will I, won't I, will I go, won't I go, blah, blah, blah. The Fearless risk of being washed is higher than the Gushway risk of being washed. That's what I think. Except Kellex, who retired and unretired. They have an expression for these things. The exception that proves the rule. Burner came back as the best tank in the world after retiring. Yeah, but these are 2 people. These aren't most people. Did he really gap him? I mean, this is what somebody asked what we're going to do today, and some of what we're going to do today is basically fact check a lot of this, you know, to figure out: am I full of shit? Have I got selective memory? Is there some kind of am I viewing certain events through rose-tinted glasses and certain events through whatever the opposite of rose-tinted glasses are? Like, I guess shit-tinted glasses, you know? Because there's a lot of things we talked about in terms of should I believe the Zeta hype? Should I believe the Fnatic hype? Should I believe the LGD hype? Should I believe the Toronto hate? How much of it? 100% full of shit? Oh, okay. But you've saved us a load of time there, Panda. Thank you. But yeah, so what we're going to do today is we're going to start exploring that. Should we believe the Greatest Show hate? The Greatest Show would have done all right. They're the way if you were to do tier breaks, right? There's like I would say like there's the S tier teams. Let me try and draw straight lines for you. I can do it. That'll do. All right. There's like the bottom 3. And there's a real heated battle to be like top of the bottom, you know. What's this one? Should we add it? Yeah, we can add that one. Normally you have to pay, but I'll approve this one. This one's good to get a free pass. Where's my add button? How do I do it? Or why won't it let me add it? Am I not logged in? Oh, I'm not logged in. Hold on.
I've aged so much since I first subbed.
Thank you, Arthur. Juby got it? Nice, Juby. Yeah, I wasn't logged in. You've aged so much? 5 months by any chance? 5 months by any chance? What was I going to say? I think surely somebody's really close, because at the 6th month mark, you get to go up. The emote changes at the 6th month mark, so someone's got to be close. Maybe next month. Maybe next month will be the first 6-monther, or maybe the end of this month. But yeah, so we've got a 6-month badge and we've got a 1-year badge, I think, or maybe it's like 6 month and 9 month. I can't remember. But what we want to do today is figure out if Fnatic. I want to start with Fnatic because I feel like that's the big one that people are asked, like, because it's this Group D, right? Because I think if I was to do my Group D predictions, it'd be something like this. Where SSG would actually come out on top, Fnatic would come out on 2nd, Virtus Pro in 3rd, and X Timeless in 4th. But Fnatic obviously did have a really high peak.
Almost at 6.
Almost at 6. Thanks, Kobe. Oh, what's this one? The Pet Hattie's good, actually. Can Titans be picked up by another org? Yes. Yeah, they can. They can, but for any of the club teams, I think they can't qualify for club points. So it's unlikely maybe any of the other club teams too, but if teams just want, I guess, their brand or to get their thing out, then I think it's really fine. It's so rubbish that I can't see the on-screen celebrations. Thank you, those Panda. One of our closest matches, the 24th, so we're 2 weeks out. So we are going to go deep into our prep today. Because I think the big thing, and if you were here yesterday, you would have heard me talk about this. If the big question is... Where is it? I've gone to the Asia LAN. I want to actually go to the Korea tournament. Was this real? Was this real? If you erase your memory, today's games are new. Yeah, did you... Honestly, if you didn't watch the seeding decider matches, this might be brand new information for you. Because this is where I feel like there's two pools of Fnatic hype. There's one pool of hype, which is just the passport check, where people will look at their passports and go, these guys are obviously Korean. They're quite clearly Korean, therefore they're a top 4 team. And then and then there's like the slightly more refined version of the same argument where they go, yeah, but they took maps. They even beat some of these teams. And they beat Falcons and the EMEA team and the North American teams. They didn't even take a map. So we want to just try and get a gauge for how much of this is real. So we obviously don't... Whoa. We obviously don't have replays. So we're going to have to rely on VODs, which will be suboptimal, but that's better than nothing, right? Let me change... Can I change this so you can see all of the screen? That would be so gracious of me, no? Is that OBS Sojourn for reference? Yes. Yeah, we can dig it out. Because some of the questions I want to answer as well are more player-based. So if we look at, say, the rankings... Because I imagine if I look at the Fnatic players I ranked, the controversial ones, I think... Actually, maybe all of the players. Like, Knife, Viper, I think some people wanted higher. Some people definitely wanted Knife higher. Some people thought Izzyaki should maybe even be higher. So it feels like I'm down on a lot of the Fnatic players, maybe compared to the public consensus. So what I want to do is we just want to test my memory, essentially, or how true my memory is. Because my memory of this glorious fucking 3-day run, 3 days in March, where several people were really convinced that Donghak might have been the reincarnation of Christ, you know? So, how true was that? And also, how much of this was Donghak being crazy? And how much of this was it a Donghak carry? Or was it Viper and Knife also being significant parts of why it was so good, right? Hi, Asbestos. Why is Timeless on my list? Oh, you mean on this? Just because I when I originally made the template, they still existed. I mean, I'm not going to be able. I can't be bothered to rename it to a TBA because everyone knows who I mean. Do I think Attack will get any playtime? Potentially. One thing that is one of my feelings about why I was down on Fnatic is because they had the fucking 3 days in March, right? They had the 3 days, and what a 3 days it was. What a fucking 3 days. But literally a week later, they'd lost faith in the dive, stopped playing the dive, and we were watching fucking Anna Brigg and Mauga coming out from fucking Dongers and the gang. So yeah, so I'm not convinced the 3 days in March is worth basing. It'll be a match review, your boy. So we'll watch some of the old matches and basically just see if we're barking up the right tree or barking up the wrong tree. So we'll start with this first one, which is because this is Yeti, aka soon to be Fnatic, beating the Crazy Raccoons, which, especially with all the knowledge we have now, it means I think the only 2 teams who have beaten Crazy Raccoon in their entire existence are Yeti and Falcons, right? I think that's accurate. We'll say it's accurate. I'm pretty sure that's accurate. Yeah, really bold as well, if you can believe it. How's the volume? That's okay for me. Turn it down a little. It was also a more dominant win than the Falcons. That's true as well. Fnatic are Diva. Oh, dive OTPs. I was going to say, really hard to argue Fnatic are Diva OTPs. Fraudnatic. Alright, well let's see it then, right? Because this is back in March, right? These are that beautiful weekend. Alright, so both Winston's going to bubble the opposing sides. Donghack going to reset on high ground. I'm going to try and poke Heesang out. Tracers are battling on point. Donghack has the ability to go for another dive soon. Just a bubble on the high ground. So, Shu hit the nade. It's a little bit hard to watch dive sometimes, but Shu hit the nade for a second, but they weren't able to get the follow-up on it. Heesang maybe a little bit slow. But we're going to get the kill anyway, actually. Meanwhile, Donghack's been slept and dealt with as well. Alright. Glad we're watching the Korean stream. I mean, it wasn't super intentional. It's just the way it happened, you know? Just the way it happened. Oh, thank you, Juby. Yeah, so we do have, obviously, OBS Sojourn's POVs to lean on a little bit as well. So we might watch some of Viper's, just to see if we are buying into the hype or not. But what are we looking at here? Playing through point initially. Donghack's going to bubble point. Fuck. Alright, so Nano's on both sides. So, to be fair, we're not too worried actually about the Bliss Irony backline. Because they don't exist anymore, right? I guess I should pay a little bit of attention because I was very much a big Bliss hater. And I think people are Bliss believers. So we'll see how that translates. Will I be coaching with the England game? No, I'll be watching it, but I'll be watching it downstairs, not with you lot, unfortunately. All right, so it looks like Donghack is in serious trouble. They have to Nano defensively and rally, so they'll survive here. The Yeti backline, just about. They can't flip. Donghack's respawning. I mean, so far, Viper's gonna catch. Was it a late bash? The whip shot, then, I guess. I don't really see what happens. But, alright. Alright. Maybe Viper is for real. So far, what we've seen, maybe three or four jumps already. Feels like Jumpin's has actually got the better of Donghack on most of these jumps, right? There's obviously like something to factor in as well, just in the sense that Jumpin getting the better of this backline, you'd actually probably expect him to do it more often than Donghack can get the better of this backline, you know? Alright, here's the engage. Viper's behind. Rally is forced. Jumping is off the map. The sleep's good from Knife, actually. I mean, one of the nice things about Knife is you can, he is really good in his echo rolls for his team. The problem is, that's like such an unimportant thing for him to be good at now that they have checkmate as well. Because I presume if they were to play a Tracer Echo map now, it would be Viper and checkmate and not Knife. Who do I think plays Viper or checkmate? I don't know. I feel like it should be checkmate. I don't really know. There's like obvious heroes where like I think like Mei, Echo, it's clearly checkmate. Maybe Tracer is the one. Because Checkmate's Tracer was good, to be fair. But is Viper's better? I don't know. I think Checkmate would probably start, would be my guess. Alright, where we go. So actually, Knife hit a crazy sleep. They don't kill with it, though. They did force everything. And now Donghack has free primal. Alright, feels alright. Thank you, no idea.
What's up, girlies? 3.
3. I appreciate it for 4 months. Alright. Hey, Musket. Alright, but dive in. We are all over Charong. Fuck.
If my sub was a child, we'd be getting it to eat solids by now. I know nothing about childcare.
Thank you, Space Jazz. Yeah, I also don't know anything about childcare, so I don't know what the timeline is. Yeah, rewatching OWCS Korea. We're doing like a Fnatic fraud check essentially to see. This is from those 3 days in March where we were the best team in the world. So we're seeing how good they really were. Were they just lucky? And what happened afterwards? What happened? What's the difference between this game and then the game next week? So Fnatic is this front 3 still, but the backline's been replaced, so it's now Izzyaki and Lee Jae Gong. Yeah, Fnatic is Yeti. Yeah, I mean, in many ways, there is quite a nice story, because for those who don't know, the coaches for Yeti, or now Fnatic, are actually Fate and Fletter. So actually, Fate and Fletter getting Izzyaki and Lee Jae Gong back is a proper getting the Shanghai boys back together for one last ride type deal, you know. So I think there is actually, as much as I think they're being, I'm still of the opinion they're being overhyped, there is actually something quite nice about the Shanghai boys getting together with a new iteration to have another crack. So Donghack actually gets caught here on the Nano. Because this dive actually looks pretty good now, right? In terms of, like, if I pause right now, it sort of seems like people are connecting, right? I don't know where Viper is in this situation. Yeah, Viper was also Shanghai too, yeah. Obviously, he didn't play in the Shanghai team. But he did play, obviously, he played on the Fletter tank version of Shanghai. Which is, not the version of Shanghai you want. Isn't it interesting that Shanghai started as the worst team in the league in Season 1. And then when the league ended in Season 6, they were probably the worst team in the league again. They had like this, and in Season 4 in the middle, they were the best team. Was it Season 4 they won? Which one was it? Yeah, I think it was 4, wasn't it? So there's this kind of, this big old fucking arc of like, the worst team, the best team, back to the worst team. The perfect arc through the Overwatch League for the Shanghai boys. You feel like they're better than Vegas? Maybe. I don't know. They were so bad at the end of last year.
Who's your dark horse for EWC?
Thank you, Mayrice. My dark horse would actually be Zeta Division. Maybe that's not like the craziest hot take, but I think most people see it as a 2-horse race between Falcons and Crazy Raccoon again. But I think Zeta Division are actually, they're the 3rd horse. They are very much in the same category. I think we only don't think of them as such a good team because they didn't get to go to Dallas, essentially. Someone asked as well, what do I think of LGD, the Team China team? I think both Fnatic and LGD are quite similar in the fact that they've had these super high peaks, right? If you're LGD, or for the old Hangzhou Spark team, the Season 6 peak was actually crazy, and then the peak of the World Cup, really, really high peaks from this team, both in really important tournaments as well. And similarly, Fnatic had their peak at 3 days in March that were probably in like very unimportant tournaments. So I think they have this crazy high peak, but how much do we actually think they'll get that? Zeta is Burner, yeah. So like Burner, Finn, and Violet, and all of that. Don't disrespect Gushue. They can both, yeah. I mean, because you also have to remember, as much as like everyone remembers the glory days, the Spark beating Atlanta on dive, and then Spark beat Boston on dive. But nobody talks about, what about when Spark were mid for most of season 6? Was that not? Those are the same people. So I think they're actually a team with much bigger fluctuations than maybe people think. Yeah, I mean, obviously, maybe they are big game players. I mean, it's actually a good thing to have. And also, they've not played a match in 7 months, right? I think there is something about not having a regular level of competition. It maybe doesn't make you a worse player in the sense like you can still play and maybe your mechanics don't get loads worse. You know, like, do I really think Gushue is going to be like Alpha said, right? Is Gushue really going to be worse at Doom or Winston? Probably not. But is there going to be something just about not having that shift? Like, do you remember stage 1 of OWCS where SSG were pretty shit, where they lost to X Oblivion, right? I think a big part of that was not playing a serious or like a high stakes match in quite a while. I think there's like I don't know how you describe it, but there's like a mentality you have to have for these type of things. And I mean, they might be fine, right? They might also just be absolutely fine. But it's a question that has to be answered of like, can Spark just turn up and play a major tournament off the cuff, you know? Because their group's not the easiest either, right? It's not too bad at all, actually. Like, they'll get top 2 in this group pretty much locked in, right? Really hard to see them not get that. Has Shy been murdered by the patch? Yeah, I mean, it depends how the meta shakes out, right? Because there was a patch last night. I don't think anyone truly knows exactly what the meta is going to be. Word on the street is Malga's a little bit worse. So maybe not as much of the meta. So if Malga's not in the meta, does that mean we go back to a Ram meta, potentially? You think it favors off tanks more? You mean like Sigma and stuff? Group C, Group of Death. Now, I think Group D is the Group of Death. I think Group C has like a clear first place, a clear 4th place, and then an absolute dogfight by 2 Sigma teams. These 2 guys are going to play Sigma. What if we just played Sigma for all 5 maps? We'll shake on that. Let's get a huge fucking Sig showdown. Do you think the language barrier with Rush will affect them? Yeah, 100%. I know Spark historically have actually been an English language roster, right? Because for a long time, Spark has always had Chinese players and Korean players. And from what I understand, they did do some of their like communication in English because of this. So yeah, I can link you the thing. So I think how much impact Rush can actually have on this roster, I actually don't know. And then when you think about bans and stuff as well, I think you have to be the way the bans will work. We talk about this a little bit on Coachable that's coming out later this week. But the way the bans will work is you won't have a lot of time between like receiving the other team's ban and then making your decision about your ban. And those are the sort of conversations I think can be really fucking hard if you don't all speak the same language. Because you've only got, like a minute and a half to figure out what their ban means, what they're trying to do, what you want to ban in return, all of this. I think it's like a really hard conversation. And I think those conversations, they're not... some teams might just have the coach decide, but I think most of them is going to be a player and coach. It's going to be a team discussion, like a speed discussion. And having a speedy discussion is really hard. One, when there's loads of pressure, like a big tournament. But two, if you don't speak the same language. So, yeah. Do they have Creed as well? I'm not sure, actually. We can do a fact check. Oh, yeah, Creed's on there as well. So maybe that can, like, bridge the gap a little bit. I mean, I don't know how it works internally, right? So there might be a way they can get around it. But even then, translating is hard, right? So, yeah. Anyway, we'll go back into the game, but... Oh, someone asked who... The last team in Group D, this is timeless. They don't know what to call them yet. So it's still the exact same roster. They just don't have an org yet, or don't have an announced org yet. Speedrunning Google Translate mid-map. Exactly. I don't know. We'll see, right? I think somebody, 100% at the Esports World Cup, some coach, some poor coach, is going to absolutely sabotage the fuck out of their team with the wrong ban. But it can happen, right? So, excited to see who it is. When did Infected? Yeah, he's just on loan. Alright, so... Yeah, so initially this dive looks good. My Echo, my Winston connect. But Chorong gives him the slip. They hit the nade, they deal with this. The nade is actually good from Irony. And they get the copy. They're gonna get 0 kills out of this? Yeah, it's gonna be a 0 kill exchange. You think it'll be Gator? I know. I hear M80 aren't scrimming that much, but they're scrimming a bit, right? They're scrimming a bit, so they'll get to test out figure out the ban system. Think the coaching documents have accounted for bans? Yeah, I reckon they'll be okay. I mean, this system should in theory favour Toronto, right? You got 5 players, a roster built for flexibility. Hero bans is a great fucking introduction if you are that team. You could argue, like, the teams it benefits the most are probably Crazy Raccoon, Falcons, and Toronto. I think, probably. Just because they've got the most inbuilt flexibility. Alright, Dunkak's gonna go with Primal. He's gonna get slapped. Forced all the way out. Knife kills Jumbin though. Jumbin doesn't get to Primal. Zeta. Oh yeah, you're right. Zeta as well. Fuck. Maybe Viper has just got it. Yeah, any team that just has has the ability to play most metas, compared to something like Ents or something, right, where they have a clear strength but also a clear weakness. Alright, on to point. Viper and Bliss gonna hold for point. Jumper's gonna go with Primal. Turn onto the Echo. Knife has copy if he gets in trouble though. Knife gaps, he sang. And drops for copy. And drops for copy nade. Can Donkak finish it? Another nade. Nade hits this time onto Chorong. The nano lands too. Donkak will finish that one. Alright, now be the backline and they're going to win the first map. Why am I watching it in Korean? Just because I can't understand what they're saying, it's easier than listening to the English commentary. Plus, this was also just a link on Wikipedia. It wasn't super intentional. But take or leave for commentary for me. And I know English VODs. Is that true? Why does it know English VODs? Please tell me that you're going to the boot camp to give us live footage of scrims. I'm not going to the boot camp, no. For any of the teams. But I mean, I might try and weasel my way in, but unfortunately, I can't sneak you all in with me, you know. What team is boot camping? I think basically all of them. Basically, everyone's going to fucking Korea. The only teams that aren't going are the ex-Timeless, which you'd probably imagine. Well, quite understandable. M80 aren't going, which again, pretty understandable. I don't think they're scrimming that much at all at the moment. And Ents aren't going. No, Ents aren't going. So Ents are properly going to be... All of Ents' friends have gone on holiday for the summer to their Korean boot camp. And poor old Ents is going to be stuck of a whole fucking summer holidays. No one to play with until the Esports World Cup. How come Ents aren't? I presume it's just a money thing, honestly. I mean, Ents are just going to have to play... they're just going to have to play Timeless, aren't they? Or ex-Timeless, the FMCL roster. Reminds me of your childhood. Great. Sorry to hear that, Captain Ravage. They trust him with Vesla Sigma. I mean, I imagine the case is, if you were to ask him, would you rather go to Korea and boot camp? The answer would be yes. But, you know how business works. Alright, so similar again. We get to see a bit of knife hit scan now. Jumping will jump in. Nade has to be defensive. Alright. Viper's just found Chorong on the way in. Alright, I locked out for a second. Alright, so we get the early space off that Lucio pick. Jumpin's going to dive in. Donghak just follows him. Punished. Outplayed. This is a classic Winston outplay. Just fucking counter jump. They called out one the Tama jump, actually. Do we now have a hero bans work already? Yeah, it's a little bit wordy, so I'll try and say it in the most concise way possible. Both teams get to ban a hero each map. That hero can only be banned by that team once in a series. So if you ban Lucio in the first map, you can't ban Lucio in a later map. The other team isn't held to those restrictions. So if you ban Lucio in the first map, they can actually ban Lucio in map 2. So you're locked to banning a hero. Oh, fuck it. I need to get like a fucking, what do you call it? Like a soundbite. Let me do it again. So the way the bans work is each team gets one ban per map. That ban applies to both teams. And what will happen is... Wait. Fuck's sake. There's so many rules that slightly overlap. Yeah, but it's also slightly more complicated than that, Ashton, as well. Yeah, so I think you're right, though. Each team... So, across the series, each team gets one ban per map. That ban only applies to that specific map, and it affects both teams. Thank you, Stainless. As we go through the series, you're not allowed to ban a hero that you've already banned, but the other team can ban heroes that you were previously banned. So while you can't repeat bans, the other team can repeat your ban, but obviously they would then be locked out from that hero once they ban it as well. The bans are also role-locked, so if Team A bans a support character, Team B cannot ban a support character, and vice versa. So that's the other important bit, and you do you pick the map, you do the bans, and then you submit your roster. Still bans in the grand final. No, two bans per map. Yeah, so a lot of players like even like Hambin and stuff, right? Saved by that. Do they do all the bans at the start? No. So the way the bans work is it's loser picks as well. So in the same way, you know, at Dallas, for Dallas Major, we use the career system where the loser gets to pick the map. The loser also gets to pick the ban order. So whether they ban first or they ban second. So if you lose a map, you've actually got so much advantage, right? In terms of you can actually pick what map we go to, get the first ban. You can do quite a lot. So it's actually super powerful. It's not, yeah. So a lot of influence. Yeah, still using the Korea map pick system like at Dallas. Yes, yeah. So you can pick. You don't have to pick the maps in order either. So we can go from. We'll still start on control because of how because that's just how Overwatch is. No one can ever get you away from starting control. We're gonna start control, and then you can go to hybrid, or you can go to flashpoint, or you can go to escort, then to wherever Love control. Is there any specification on how a map 7 works? So the team picks map, mode, and who they ban. Yes. For the map 7 stuff, I think it'll just work. The same as all of it. Obviously, by the time we get to map 7 in a series, what we might find is all the useful bans have been used, right? Like, if you think of each comp archetype, there's a few key heroes. Like, if you think of all the Lucio-based Brawl comps, there's a couple of key heroes you can ban. The others, it's quite easy to work around. Same with Dive, right? You start to ban Winston, you start to ban Anna, you start to, you quickly run out of, the useful heroes to ban. So I should say, for your question, Sai, so you only get one ban per map. So if a map, say it's map 1 and team 1 picks Lucio, right? But then team 2, they can't pick Lucio obviously, but they also can't pick a support. So they have to go, oh fuck. Yeah, exactly. They go, I have to ban Bastion. Exactly. And then we go to map 2. So then let's say team 2 gets to ban first this time. They're going to go, there's no way this team is going to be allowed to pick Mercy, right? So they ban Mercy, which means now Team A, who gets to ban second, can't ban a support. So they'll have to go, oh, okay, well, I guess we're going to ban Roadhog. Yeah, what's worth saying as well is after each map, the heroes that were banned become unlocked again. So, for example, this is why it's like, you can take Winston away from Fearless or Donghack, right? You can go, ha, you fucking sucker. You cannot play Winston anymore. How are you going to win it now? And then you take it away from him. And then in the remaining 4 to 6 maps, he gets to play Winston. Are both teams denied for banned hero? Yes. So it's global, right? So if you say I want to ban Lucio, you're banning it for yourself as well as the other team. But in the next map, you're not allowed to ban Lucio again because you've already used it, but the other team could ban Lucio. So we could potentially get 2 Lucio-less maps or 2 whatever hero-less maps. Donghack just goes Zoom and plays better. Yeah, you might actually. There's a real risk with some of these Korean tanks. Now, you ban Winston from Donghack and he goes Doom and he wins the game. Or you ban Winston from Jumpin and he goes Ball and the game just gets harder for you. So yeah, I think it's a little bit convoluted, but once you understand some of the rules, I think it makes sense, Ban Zarya just in case. Yeah, I think it's one of those things that when you explain all the detail, like the core concept is pretty easy, right? is you're allowed to ban one hero each per map. You can't ban heroes from the same role. You know, it's just it's role locked basically. And then each map we reset and we do the same thing again. Like some of the little details, like you can't pick this again. We can kind of just learn as they go along. Yeah, I think we did see a little bit of Smurf Doom, and it was actually atrocious at Dallas. He played one map against SSG, and it was probably like the worst Doom map you've really seen. It's not asymmetric. If you ban Lucio, you can't use it either. So the ban only applies for the map you ban it for, and then everything resets. But it applies to both teams. Zupa. Can we also ban Pad Pachamari from Predding? Impossible. Impossible. He's too powerful. There's no way to contain his power. What you should do is you should get Bad Pachamari, ask him to predict whether he's going to predict the upcoming Esports World Cup. And then he might block himself, because the only thing powerful enough to stop him is himself, you know? That's how you've got to solve it. Alright, so what was the answer here? Donghack, better than jumping. Classic counter jump situation. Should be straightforward from here then, just don't give flip. Oh, we haven't been capped yet. God damn. There we go. Big nade. Catches all the stickies. Has to get out.
상황보다가 아나브리가 안 무너지면 픽 바꿔야 돼요. 맞습니다. 네. 계속해서 뛰는데요. 킬캐치가 생각처럼 매섭게 되진 않습니다. 또
Well, sleep is good. Maybe jumping's the problem. There we go.
너무 잘 받아요.
We solved it.
너무 잘 받아요.
Oh, they're all over jumping again, actually. They came with a rally.
이거 비상 아니에요? 네, 비상이에요. 이거 그러니까 펄스는
Actually crushing them so far.
솔직히 펄스는 많은 상황이다가 이제 펄스로 있습니다만
I mean, ironically, all that I've seen so far on this, it's just jumping's getting punished every single time.
아 이거 어떡하죠? 거기다가 이제 펄스로 아이러니나 블릭스한테 붙이게 되면은 아이러니의 나노를 빼. 이거 어떤
Why are they on Anna Brig here? No, I think in theory it's actually a pretty good Lucio Kiri map, right?
많은 상황일 때도 있는데 물론 요즘 선수로 대부분 붙입니다만. 아 이거 어떡하죠? 거기다가 이제 펄스로 아이러니나 블릭스한테 붙이게 되면은 아이러니의 나노를 뺄 수도 있으니까 가능성은 아직 있습니다만. 자 나노 받고 오 나이프 잘 잘라냈습니다 준비. 이러면 순보 뺀 거 순보 뺀 거.
Oh, okay.
순보 없는 거 순보 없는 거.
Donghack on the back line. I think what's also true is, especially by the time we get to Dallas, Shu's Kiri feels like it's also leveled up as well. Classic Donghack gap.
자 펄스까지. 근데 복제 밸류를 이걸 이렇게 희상이 아이러니 포지션만 지금 망가뜨리게 되면은 이거는 좀 어려운데 아이러니가 안 흔들리는데 바이퍼 잡았는데 이걸.
Oh, Viper with the tracer gap.
계속 올립니다. 네, 접어야 돼. 오히려 이거 에코가 살아버린 것 때문에 에코를 못 바꿉니다. 이러면 에코 잡힐 것 같은데요. 이러면
That one was an easy kill. So much easier to punish Brig Anna. Yeah, but in theory it's also easier for the Brig Anna to die. Oh, fuck. Viper's just got him again. This is just over. Jumping primals. Oh, the juggle's good actually. He gets slept again. They're not touching. They flip? Hisang's killed the backline. Donghack has killed himself. They'll just reset it. They get the Kiri Rush out though. Yeah, the commentators are fucking... They're pumped up. Alright, jumping onto the backline. Honestly, the backline. I know we're from the future and we know Irony and Bliss are going to get taken out back and shot, but honestly, from these 2 rounds, they're carrying. Viper best lip again. People are really hot on Viper, but really feel like I need Viper to do it against like one of the big dogs, you know? Like I don't think Lip is the obviously Lip is a big dog, but on Tracer, I know he's just killed for backlining this literally as I'm speaking, but I'm not convinced he's a big dog. All right. Look at that. Just smiling, aren't they? Just smiling. Not phased at all, crazy raccoons. Little did they know we're about to get fucking smashed. I was always a bit of a hater of Lip Tracer. I always thought he probably had like one of the better tracers for a hit scan, but against any like real Tracer player, he wouldn't stack up. But that Ilios in the Dallas Grand Finals, I feel like that was actually like a kind of like a he hard carried that map, you know. So I think that was actually, but it's still probably the first time I've really seen it be that impressive. But certainly a big thing to do. Thank you, Naga. Appreciate the raid. Hope you had a good stream, brother. On the grind. You're expecting me to be a bit nicer than Chris after this? It's all right, Naga. We'll get to it. We're investigating Korea now, but we'll get to this. No hate against Pep. People think some of that video was like anti-Pep's hate. It's actually anti-Pep's fans hate. No problem with the players. Maybe Chris has a bit more of a rivalry with the players and the staff. Maybe that's true. But just the overhype. Just the overhype. Obviously, if they do have Esports World Cup, then I think all of us have to eat our words. Yeah, Alpha was the real archetype of this. Yeah, I mean, I think the like now the dust has settled. I think Peps are still trending up. They're still getting better, you know. They had, if you think back to when they had their first close series, like that original 3-2 versus Ents, and then now all of a sudden we fast forward a few tournaments later. They're starting to get closer more often, right? Not only do they beat SSG that one time, they actually, the series of Ents is also pretty, what was it, 3-2 in the end, was it? So yeah, trending upwards. Not quite the best in the West. Not quite the best in the West. The best in the West, I think we can still refute, but yeah. But all right, take care, Naga. This was always the case, Tread. The Flame was always just at the overhype rather than like just you guys are shit or something, you know. It was just the overinflation, you know. Had to course correct the stocks. You gotta go meeting as well? Oh, okay. When are you guys leaving? Are you going next week? Like early next week? I think that's when most people are going. Sunday to Korea. Have a safe trip, all of you. And have a good time. Well, it's actually a really fucking exciting time to be in Korea. Everyone's gonna fucking be there. The scrim bubble in Korea is gonna be outrageous. Outrageous. See you in Saudi. I'll see you there, mate.
색깔이 좀 다르게 나오고 있습니다.
Yeah, Ent's got no friends, but you know how it can be.
다르게 나오고 있습니다. 캔서리 자체가 밀고 들어가는
All right, have a good one, guys. Thanks for raid again, Naga, and we'll lock into more
고점이 훨씬 높죠. 맞습니다. 한 방 제대로 터졌을 때는
Fnatic Fraud Watch.
들어갈 수 있으니까요. 힐맨 다이브 노려봤는데 안 들어갔어요. 그렇죠. 슈 선수가 체력이 얼마 없는데요. 견뎌냈습니다. 좋은 자리 잡고 있는 아이러니. 맞습니다.
So it's just a dive mirror again, right?
안 되는 자리도 슬라이딩으로 뛰어 들어갈 수 있으니까요.
All right, this is a good test now. This is like a good knife check, right?
다이브 노려봤는데 안 들어갔어요.
Up against Lip.
슈 선수가 체력이 얼마 없는데요.
And Viper up against Hesangs. And this is really about as hard as it should fucking get, right? Dive mirror, Tracer hit scan versus Tracer hit scan. Winston mirror as well. Fucking jump into it again.
힐맨 다이브 노려봤는데 안 들어갔어요. 그렇죠. 슈 선수가 체력이 얼마 없는데요. 견뎌냈습니다. 좋은 자리 잡고 있는 아이러니. 오, 나이퍼. 이게 연계.
Did he get slept or just naded?
견뎌냈습니다. 좋은 자리 잡고 있는 아이러니.
He's just getting fucking chunked.
이게 연계를 준비한 거를 하려다가 실패해서 지금은 그게 포커싱이 됐죠. 이렇게 되면 예티가 1세트에 이어서 두 번 세트에서도 시작 분위기 좋습니다. 되게 잘 풀어가고 있어요. 예. 반대로 왁 같은 경우에는
Can you pause? I have to go to the bathroom. No.
생각할 것 같아요. 어차피 아직까지
Don't worry, it's only Esperanza. Nothing crazy will happen.
자리만큼은 지켜내면서 다시 한번 5대5 싸움을
Oh, what a good sleep. Fuck.
잡았습니다.
And he hits for nade. Chase onto Donghack here. They force him out, but Donghack survives.
자 이러면 레이가 다시 한번 모아놓은 상황. 자, 전방에서 다시 한번 조이게 들어가고 있는 동학입니다. 준비. 위기. 또 다시.
Jump in again.
다시 한번 조이게 들어가고 있는 동학입니다. 준비. 위기.
It's the same thing. I mean, it's really so many of these fights have just felt like a carbon copy of the other one, right? Where Jumbin tries to make the early move, and then they're just so quick to punish him and play through him there.
또 다시 가택은? 이게 카운터 1밴도 지금 되게 잘 들어가고 있는 상황이라서 김민 선수가 뛰어들 때 방벽 심리전 잘해야 될 것 같습니다. 두 번 연속으로
They're just gonna have to concede all the space now as well.
워낙에 좀 어려운 일이긴 해요. 들어갈 때 아나가 침착하기만 하면 받아칠 수 있거든요. 예, 반면 이렇게 안정적으로 좀 버텨주면서 동원 선수가 팀원들을 이끌어 나가고 있습니다. 네. 자, 와카테는 조금 더 시간이 필요합니다. 희상 선수가 변수를 내주는 게 아니라면 사실 지금은 홀딩하면서 그렇죠. 초롱과 슈의 궁이 올 때까지 시간을 좀 끌어야 되고요. 자, 그래서 이 칠맨, 나이필맨. 살았어요? 이걸 살아요? 와, 이걸 살아요? 엄청 잘 봐줬는데요. 잡았다 싶은 상황에서 살아나.
What are you talking about? The scrims will be Korea time because everyone will be in Korea, but the actual matches, like the Esports World Cup matches, I think they're going to do them quite late Saudi time, just to make it a bit easier for the rest of the world to watch. Maybe particularly a little bit kinder for America. Why didn't SSG just punish Jumbin? Didn't play Anna Brig. It's for 24th Narwhal. The 24th is the first games. Wait, what's happening? Viper again? He's gonna die for it. Oh, they're gonna put Nano Primal for this? They force the defensive Nano out, but Lip has been juggled so far away. He's high noon for it as well. It's actually a very expensive way just to get the cart around the corner. They might get cap out of it though. Rally versus Rally. Nade connects from Shu. Donghack gonna reset. Alright, so far, honestly, it's actually just felt like a Tracer and a Winston gap. Here's the overclock. Let's see it knife. We'll just burn for Winston. Nade is good. Oh, they're in such a predicament here. Don't know if a Rally just wasn't with him. But it doesn't feel good, right? They rally and Sojin, and they just get nothing out of it. What goes wrong? Because at this moment here, it feels like it should be over, right? Like, maybe Jumpin's gonna get Primal or something, but like... Where was the rally going? He rallies now. Does he need to rally? I think probably just don't rally. I mean, yeah. Like, I think if you rally here in this situation, What you actually want to do is we're pushing, you know what I mean? Like in this bash, we're looking to connect it onto lip, we're looking to connect it on that, and hopefully dong hack goes, knife hits a rail, everything goes well. Or, alternatively, we just stand on the high ground, and we're pretty happy that we traded Sojourn ult for Rally, and then we can just either keep the high ground with Rally or even push with Rally afterwards or something. I think there's just like a... They kind of like go, but they don't go. Like if I look at Bliss's bash... Because he bashes down there, right? Ah.
갇혔습니다 힐러들. 준빈이 마킹 잘해줬어요. 와 이번에 잘 막았지 림. 뒷라인 드리블 이후에 준빈 마킹에 림이 받아먹기 이거가 잘 됐습니다. 네 화난 경기로 나와야 됩니다 림. 네 이렇게 들리면 그렇죠. 게임 그대로 가는 거예요. 네 진짜 또 풀세트였잖아요. 네 오늘 하루 긴 하루가 될 것 같습니다. 그럴 것 같아요. 8콜이죠. 그렇습니다. 그런 만큼.
Alright, so now
매치가 기다리고 있습니다. 네. 자,
the raccoon has the high ground.
이거 아직 가야 돼요. 예티가 초반에 52점 부사를 밀어냈지만. 네.
Will there be that jet lagged? What's the time difference to Korea? Any mathers? Wait, hold on, sorry. Hold on, wait. Bear with me. What am I doing? This. Six-hour gap between. Sorry, yeah, I asked a question and then I immediately had to respond to this. Hold on. Okay. Wait, I just need to... I'm going to leak something here, but just keep it to yourselves, okay? I just need to do something to test it. There we go. You don't understand what the leak is of a secret safe? There we go. Yes. I like how some people haven't actually cracked. Some people haven't cracked the leak. It's okay. That's a good thing. Hey, Vish. You've told Obama. I don't think it was a leak you already knew. I think that was actually exclusive. You've already listened to it, Juby. That's cheating. Anyway, all right. I should have checked because all right, I'm locking back in. I'm locking back in. So what have you seen so far? So far, Viper actually looks the real deal so far in this series. Donghack gapping, jumping. And Irony and Bliss backline, actually fine. No video? Ah, super true. There we go. Yeah, I don't miss much. just full React content. Now over time, the actual screen will get smaller, but I'll just encroach more and more of the screen. Yeah, this seems good. This seems good. All right, Viper's got the gap again. Fuck, how's he doing it? The old Overwatch League watch parties where you had to have a little like cutout at the top with the stop with the thing. Yeah, I'm gonna look at the non-Miracle games as well. In fact, what I think we should do is we should look at the because this is the Miracle game, right? This is Crazy Raccoon Slade. Because Viper's going to hit the pulse bomb. I mean, because what I kind of want to establish here is how much of this is actually Yeti. Are Yeti playing really well, or is this actually a bit of a like Peps v SSG situation where this game is super low stakes for Crazy Raccoon? They kind of don't care. They're still trying, obviously, right? But Crazy Raccoon won't be, they won't have that edge, right? Like they won't be playing, they're not playing at Dallas level right now, right? Like everything super matters.
해야 될 텐데.
그렇습니다. 특히나 준민 선수 앞라인 잘 살려줄 필요 있습니다. 오늘 많이 좀 잡히고 있어요.
I don't know about Lee Jae-gong and Izzyaki. I think Lee Jae-gong maybe this year. See, I'm not sure how. I think it is an upgrade, but I don't think it's like an upgrade that puts him into like an elite tier, you know?
잘 누르주고 있기 때문에 조심해야 됩니다.
그렇습니다. 또 어딘가에서 갑자기 득점할 수 있는 바이퍼 조심해야 됩니다. 여기 바이퍼죠.
안 뚫리는데요?
Fuck!
재웠는데요.
딜라인이 안 뚫리는데요?
No way they're gonna kill Irony.
그냥 버티면 안 죽는고요.
그래서 뚫으려고 원시에
눌렀습니다.
근데
Oh, they've got jumping again, actually.
아니 자력 수류탄 맞고 이거 어떻게 되는 거예요?
네, 아 근데 아이러니 블리스가
Now we're gonna go clear the tracer behind. Nowhere for him to go.
지금
But Lip's taking the high ground.
들어가서 뚫린 거예요.
그렇죠. 자 이러면 와 위기입니다. 지금부터 확실하게 득점해야 되는 거예요.
네, 근데 립의 차력
Defensive bubble from Donghak here. They don't have Ana heals.
자리를
They're
만들어
playing slow.
그리고 결과적으로는 아이러니를 한번 잡았기 때문에 자리를
Yeah, I think he'd really be hard pressed to say it's not an upgrade to add Izzyaki and Lee Jae-gong. But I just don't know. Like, do Izzyaki and Lee Jae-gong actually move him up? Like, is Izzyaki and Lee Jae-gong better than Shu and Chirong or Fielder and Chio?
자 다시 한번 득점까지 달려주고
Or even is it better than Finn and Violet? I don't think so.
계속해서 힐맨 노려주고 있습니다.
왁이 계속해서 좋은 타이밍에 그래도 회복을 빠르게 잘하고 있기 때문에
Alright.
아직까지
Whack have the high ground again. Lip with the dinks. Lip with more of the dinks. Oh my god. You know what? Lip might be good.
가야 돼요 지금.
말이 되니까 잡았죠. 예. 말은 되는데 이렇게 맞으면 안 되잖아요, 팀 입장에서.
그쵸. 저게 근데 캐서리 직접 해보시면 아실 텐데.
Knife had a very quiet series so far, right? Like,
황해법자로 킬.
couple of decent Echo plays, but obviously the Echo's not what he's going to be playing for this
자,
team.
여기서 황해법자로 킬 밀어내고 있습니다. 비켜. 헐스. 와, 희상. 이거 어떻게 이거 집결 큰일 났는데요?
근데 이게 나이프가 희상을 잡았지만
예.
블릭스가 가버려.
비켜.
Sorry, I was locked out.
헐스. 와, 희상.
High Noon's alright. Heesang hits it.
이거 집결 큰일 났는데요?
근데 이게 나이프가 희상을
Knife trades it.
예, 블릭스가 가버려서 아이러니가 전선을 못 당기고.
You can't really go around this corner if you're Crazy Raccoon here. They catch Viper.
이거 흐름이 넘어갔는데.
Now they have to concede all the space. Crazy Raccoon can just push for cart a little bit if they want. They don't have to commit to a drop.
나그 팀의 중심을 책임지는 형님들이 회복을 시켜줘야.
What they need here, they kind of just need. They need Donghak to perform a small miracle with this nano.
아직은 앞서고 있는 팀.
뒷라인 힘을 잘 들어가긴 했는데.
Sleep is good. Now the High Noon. Oh! He's gonna prime as well. Jumpin has. Where's his HB gone? He needs that. They need that primal buff. They need that primal buff coming in stat for fucking Jumpin right now. Viper's sneaking. Nano dive coming in soon for Donghak if he can find a way around the whip. Oh. Six good. This live? No. No. This is an old VOD from Korea EWCS earlier. This is from the fateful 3 days in March where Yeti were the best team in the world. Alright, Tron's gonna go. Alright. I thought, is he actually going to Lucio? Has to be a hot take, but he's not actually doing it. So it's okay.
서로 트레가 변수내죠. 힐맨도 터지죠. 이러다 보니까 되게 팽팽합니다.
맞습니다. 자, 그래서 이렇게 자, 3m 차이 정도 나고 있는데요. 자, 이번 한타만 이기면 역전할 수 있는 예팀입니다.
진짜 무각 힐맨 하나의 게임이 그냥 한 번에 가버렸어요.
Wish I knew Korean. Ah, Heesang. Maybe Heesang's a fraud. I knew it. That's what we've learned.
리드 역전해도 이상하지 않겠는데. 역전이에요.
Patient from Donghak.
이러면 계속 가요.
힐맨도 잘 들어갔어요.
Yeah, I think to be fair, like, Viper's obviously playing well, Donghak's obviously playing well. I think there's a big part of this that just feels like a decision-making gap in terms of Yeti's. Whenever there's this Winston trade, I think when you look at like when there were like long or when there were dive matters for a long period of time, it always becomes so focused through the Winston here, and it feels like that was a great stick actually, and it feels like right now Yeti are just so much more aggressive on jumping than Waka. I mean, Viper's hit every pulse bomb as well. Like right this map right here, a real star one. Like Heesang gets caught again.
과연
Story of Jumbin's series so far.
그리고 신은 강호를 넘어서 우리가 앞으로의 미래다.
야 이거 이스페란자 2점 열라고 얘기하고 있어요 지금.
아니 한 번도 지금까지 2세트 2번 진 적이 없습니다.
심지어 끝까지 밀리게 생겼어요.
2점.
Alright, they can touch.
터치는 됩니다.
예, 터치는 되죠.
No ults for Yeti.
예.
이게 뒤집을 만한 상황이 일단 되긴 돼요.
그렇죠. 만약에 이 싸움 이기더라도 왁은 위기입니다.
네.
Alright, they'll just play a normal fight. Rally primal advantage for whack.
그렇죠. 와 근데 영월 139.23까지 밀었어요 지금.
사실상 거의 준 2점이죠.
네.
이거 한타 지면 끝입니다. 마지막 기회.
아 이거 준비랑 초록공 태워야 될 것 같은데요 지금.
예. 자, 궁을 그만큼 최소화하면서 잘 이겨야 됩니다.
네.
Sleep onto Donghack here, pushing forward for Nade catches Bliss as well.
잘 잡았어요.
아 슈가 너무 큰 거 해줬습니다. 시간은 10초밖에 안 남았지만.
네.
Alright, we're gonna get pause. Why did they go crazy for the pause?
알아요?
These drongos.
시청자분들에게 보고 있거든요. 네, 그래서 하고
So how good at Yeti? Well, they look good right now, right? They look good right now, but what we're gonna do afterwards is we're gonna watch the other side of this, right? And we have to try and figure out a little bit. Because I think also Yeti are playing the matchup better right now. So some of that is individual ability, but some of that is just like ability or like matchup knowledge.
그러니까 왁이 지금 값이 되게 푹푹한 상황이라서 리스폰을 말리게 하면 세 번 중에 기회 한 번은 살릴 수 있어요.
맞습니다.
Jump in, force, pretty aggressive jump in, forces for recall. Now Heesang's gonna go for the stick, misses for stick though. Donghack with the counter jump onto the backline, defensive rally comes out from Chorong.
그렇죠. 이러면서 나노가 아껴놨습니다.
They're gonna regroup on point.
되게 왁이 잘 넘어가고 있거든요.
네, 아직까지 모른다라고 얘기해주고 있습니다.
Lip needs help, Donghack's going for it. High noon, pulse bomb lands. Oh, wait, what's happened to Jumbin again? Why is he always asleep?
아직까지 모른다라고 얘기해주고 있습니다. 여기서 물렸고 방해 먹자. 탱이 없어요. 탱이 없어 어떡해요?
잠깐만 여기 넘어야 되는데.
예, 거쳐 무조건 발등을 끝.
밀어내요.
예. 자, 동학 때려주고 있는 립입니다.
이제 트레가 스킬이 슬슬 없어서.
그렇죠.
All right, Nade misses from Shu.
자, 서로가
We have to try and keep this alive. Magnetic grenade onto Heesang.
춤을 추고 있습니다. 이상 전멸 하나. 근접 뺏고 좀
Oh, Lip needs to hit something. Jump in primal, maybe good. Knife gets one. Chorong takes over the touch. Jumpin's gonna get slept. And naded. He lives though. Oh.
이게 트레라 금방 오거든요. 얘 접어야 돼.
SSG needs to import irony immediately.
맞아요.
It's so weird watching this, right? Knowing irony is literally his days are numbered.
네네.
홈샷 계속 게임 끝납니다.
그게
헤드.
슈가 힐벨을 날려서 블리츠 체력을 깎아야 돼요.
자, 그런데 누가 봐도 집결했어. 집결 있는 팀이 이기거든요.
Right, jump in forced out, early bubble advantage now for Donghack. Here he comes, all over Chorong, catches him.
아 이러면 확률이 많이 올라가는데요. 얘
그렇습니다. 자,
Jumpin's lost. I like 90% of these bubble trades.
이거 와기기 최초로 두 번의 세트를 따르는 팀. 경기 잡아내는.
Alright.
네, 약간 승리의 깃발 올라가는 것처럼.
맞죠.
When was this match? This was from the 3 days in March when Yeti were the best team in the world.
이거 가겠는데요? 이거 할것 같아요.
네.
And then we got the max map.
그렇죠.
I think this is the one they lose, right?
각이 나오면은
I remember this one actually. Does everyone remember the fucking stairs play?
타이밍에 안으로 파고드는 게 충분히 가능합니다.
그렇죠. 예측이 되어 있는 상황입니다.
네,
자, 이거
껴들어가서 브리바티 터트리는 거.
그렇습니다. 이거. 서로
Aggressive CP. They managed to get away.
이제는 밀려난 자리를 회복하는 게
Repush.
포탄 깔고 지금
They're all just kind of on point now.
그래 슈가
They've caught Viper.
이러면 숫자 차이를
Needs to double down, get some kills maybe.
정리해라. 메론들을 때리고 있는데
이거 살렸어요.
살리고 있어요.
이러면 완벽한 결과론적으로 수비가 됐습니다.
와, 근데 진짜 립이 정말
They lost to FGG on the 3rd day. Didn't they only win one of these games?
네.
Of their magic run, didn't they only win one game?
정말 희상 선수가 뭐 지나가는 선수들마다 쉼없이 때려주면서
Yeah.
포인트가 잘 채워놨습니다.
100% these guys are overrated. SSG can surely beat these guys.
요즘에 어떻게 보면 좀 가장 믿음직하지 않은 탱커 중에 한 명이죠.
Free the magic. For 3 days in magical March, we went 1 and 3. If I remember as well, someone tell me this lines up with their memory, but in the games versus FCG and Falcons, did it not feel like Yeti kind of choked it at the end? Like they did that classic underdog thing, where they get really close to the big result, then the closer they get to that big result, the more shit starts to appear in their bed.
번 더 심리전 걸었다가 다시 한번 가겠다는 생각.
그래서 타이밍 재고 있고요. 서로 간에 황해의 무법자 들고 있습니다. 황해의 무법자.
To be fair, aren't you just comparing these teams to the 3 teams? Oh wait, this is the play. Fuck. Aren't you comparing it to the 3 teams you have to win it all? Yeah. I think the important thing though is the changes. The changes that happen. Because if we look at all the success they've had here, right? Like, so they've won these first 2 maps, right? Both dive mirrors. And then, I mean, obviously it's going great. I'm pretty sure if I remember this stops going great right about now. But they win on dive, and then the very next week, they can't play dive anymore. Or like, they really don't want to play dive. They're trying loads of other alternative comps. You get a rare knife gap though. But yeah, you do have a point, Cuba. Now I'm not trying to say Fnatic are going to finish last. I'm just, the argument I think I'm trying to make is all the people who are just like, yeah, all 4 Korea teams are clearly the top 4 teams in the world. I think the argument's much more reasonable for the other 3, but especially for Fnatic. I think there's a real argument against it.
그리고 이런 말씀 드릴 때 역으로 라인은 왜 이렇게 좀 답답한 거예요? 뭐가 느립니까? 저게 돌진에 저게 그 직선으로
Still did better against Falcons and SSG? Yeah, I mean, it is true. It is true, but it's only one result. It's the nature of these big international lands, there's only one result. They got one crack at it and they fucked it up, you know? Why is Donghack on Ryan and why is it working? They were on a Sim TP strat. Now they're just on, you know, your classic Ryan Annabrig attack on Holly. Alright. Gotta get, we're sticking for shatter value here, Dongers, so let's see it. He still connects. It connects. I should have pinned him, no? Oh, the high noon was going. I see. Alright, now he's going to go Winston. Surely, there we go. Alright, we're back on dive. This should actually be a really nice matchup for him. How do you feel about the Donghack Rhine? I mean, if there's one thing that is true, Haddy surely gaps Donghack on Rhine.
믿음의 나노 플러스 알파가 있기 때문에 근데 잡긴 좀 어려워 보이긴 하죠. 그렇죠. 자, 잘했어. 편으로 데미지도 넣어주고 있습니다. 나이프 오, 아이러니 여기서.
How much do you think the backline will change them? I think they'll be better, but I don't know if it like I don't think it's a colossal shift in their power level at all.
그렇죠. 그래도 슈가 파이프를 잡아내면서 계속해서 경고하게 준비하고 있습니다. 오, 아나가 가려고 네. 자, 여기 아이러니
They're just getting bullied now.
잘 지켜주긴 했는데 어쨌든 이거는 예티가 더 끌고 갈 힘이 없어서
그렇죠.
네, 와기 한번 던집니다.
이렇게 되면 이미 와가 준비할 수 있을 만한 중격 분계도 있고요.
네.
I'm a big doubter of Izzyaki. That's how I feel right now. Lee Jae Gong, I feel like I've got a softer spot for, but Izzyaki, I think I'm a big Izzy doubter.
그렇습니다. 각을 안 나오게 와기 앞으로 당기면 이게 좀 불편한 구도가 될 수도 있어가지고요.
네, 자 그래서 그래도 위도우의 한 방을 믿고 있는 제 예티고요. 오!
You checked for once again Twitter. Yeah, they've got the pink jerseys, right? They've got like the pink and I don't know what the name is for that shade of blue, but like light blue, baby blue or something. I mean, yeah, I think if it was peak Izzyaki Lee Jae Gong, then yeah. But they've not been peak Izzyaki Lee Jae Gong, I think, for years. Right, like I thought Izzyaki had a pretty bad season 6 as well. I thought Lee Jae-gong had a pretty fine one, to be fair. You also got to remember as well now, especially on a lot of the Anna Brignat Boston did. It was also Twilight playing a lot of those maps. It was a Twilight Lee Jae-gong backline, rather than Izzyaki.
그리고 이 한 방 한 방이 정말 중요합니다. 나이프.
이왕이면 나이프 샷한 방으로 보내는 게 제일
그렇죠. 그리고 용검도 있습니다. 자, 힐맨.
잘 들어갔는데
힐맨 둘.
조합이 아닙니다.
자, 그리고 나이프 선수.
All right, overtime push. Here comes for Flux. Hit the sleep.
자, 맞춰줬습니다.
Fuck.
자, 둘. 포커싱. 한번 하지만 살았습니다.
용검
용검.
맥스 설기 맥스 설기.
맥스.
Donghack's getting shredded. They do kill it though.
잡고 바이퍼가 썰어줍니다.
야 오늘 뒷라인 뭐예요? 얘 뒷라인.
Oh!
와, 헌적 계속해서
Knife gap.
이거 밀었어요.
Thank God he went Widow.
와
들어갑니다.
아 이게 용검을 쓰는 판단도 좋았는데
Thanks, Chris, mate.
의미가 그렇게
Score pred for later. I think it's going to be a draw, either
교체하셔도 됩니다.
goalless or 1-1, and then England will win on penalties. That's my prediction.
예, 정말 할 일 다 하셨거든요.
그럼요. 위도우가 한방 덕분에 여기까지 온 거예요.
맞습니다. 자 이게 오리사까지 아예 그냥 확실하게 이거는 카운터에 당하다 보니까
예.
Hunter's telling the truth.
그랬더니 시그마가 나오는 거고요.
그렇죠. 계속해서
Hunter's telling the truth. Need to get up to. I can get. I get tier 1. I get tier 1, but I can't. I've never reached tier 2. Fucking tier 2 is really hard to reach.
체력이 예매한데요.
1-1, but the goals will be in extra time.
아, 집결이 뭐
It's pens. England will lose no TVNT. I've been reading about the psychology. Fuck. You can tell I've been reading it and not saying it. England have improved the psychology around their penalty taking. They now have a buddy system. They have a fucking buddy system, which means everyone's now more supported. So I actually believe all the psychological tweaks that England have made, I think they've got the penalty gap now. The penalty gap. England's way to win this tournament is just to take it to pens. Yeah, I think so. Unironically, yeah. I think that's now actually become our greatest strength. Actual cycle. Yeah, they just got a buddy system. They get a little. They have a friend to walk them to the spot, to meet them halfway on the way home from taking the penalty, for better or worse. They get Pickford to join them on the penalty spot for a little bit. It's all good. Who takes pens for Netherlands? I guess. I mean, Gakpo will take one, right? I don't know who else will take one for him. I'm sure it'll just be like Xavi Simmons and Depay if he's on, or Wout Weghorst. No, not that Depay. Memphis Depay. I saw a fucking tweet from Depay today. I'd forgotten he existed, and then he popped up on my timeline just saying his account had been hacked 8 months ago, but they did nothing with his account. Didn't even message any of his friends saying they've got a game to help him with or something. Who would have guessed it? Not enough clout to be. Do not click that link from Alpha. It's 100% a virus. Alright, Donga's on Ram. A classic Lucio and a Ram. It's looking good. Looking good. Alright. Can we do channel point preds for semi-finals? Who's gonna rum him? Rum him? Run him. Batbrig Queen. New comp. Fuck. Viper immediately dead. Give you mod and you'll do it? This seems like a scam to get mod.
을 치릅니다.
맞습니다.
칸 올라갔고요.
나이프 이한 토끼칼 너무나도 아프죠?
Knife is under duress. He's going in.
네.
He's getting harassed. They're on him. They're on his case. Gotta get big trades on this now.
맞죠?
They've not really got enough trades. I don't know how they got lip now. Oh, they survive for pulse. Oh fuck, man.
자, 방벽이 견뎌내면서 잘 버텨냈고.
Honestly, bliss and irony are the goats.
그렇죠.
And these guys should never get cut.
맞습니다. 네, 이게 아이론.
Oh, it can't go through the window.
오, 백업을 왔고요. 예. 이러면 뚫는 분위기인가요?
He's attack. The crazy raccoons are indeed attacking. And they are on point now. They've dealt with all the threats.
이렇게 1점까지 편안하게 좀 들어오면서요. 본인들의 노림수가 적절하게 잘 먹혀들었습니다.
약간 그 상대팀 할만의 상황을 되게 잘 꺾어버리고.
The whole time Irony had source and we've been giving him death threats. Yeah, honestly, all those death threats now, after watching this map back, or this series back. And I've not done the patch note reaction. I never know how to interpret when they say the armor has been changed. It's too complicated. It's too complicated. Just have to wait and see, you know. I mean, you can have a peep, but I don't think. Obviously, you guys will have. Well, maybe not you, Hunter, but Chrissy would have dropped a scrim or two. Does any of it really change that much? Like, the Malga's the big one, right? Because this should make Malga worse in theory. I know some people were complaining. I saw fucking Hydron. Saw Hydron posting some classic fucking clips on Twitter, the training rage clips. But I feel like this should make him worse, right? Because this isn't a lot. 3 seconds is no time at all. Do you not just think that Malga dies now if he charges in? He charges in, you matrix him. And then he just dies. More annoying in ladder. That's what some people have said, yeah. You can get a lot done in 3 seconds, ask my wife. Unfortunately, Chris, this argument and my main source of information for not being able to do a lot in 3 seconds actually comes from your wife. So when it says life steal increased from 60 to 100%, that just means basically every damage you do goes back into your health bar, right? So I guess it does mean certain things, like the fucking barrage combo is going to be obscene now, right? Like barrage cardiac overdrive will be obscene. Probably Genji Blade as well, pretty fucking obscene. A lot of these ults. Like the combo's still really obscene. But in theory, his neutral should be easier to deal with. You just got to get past those 3 seconds. I don't know. I reckon it'll be worse. You think the combos are worse? What, just because it's shorter? Oh, allies only get half? Oh, okay. I literally hadn't read the last line. Yeah, well, then is he not kind of fucked then? He's fucked on both sides. If he's neutral, slightly worse, because it's easy, there's a shorter amount of time to play around. And then the combos with like the barrage and the blade aren't as scary. Because if it's also less and it lasts for a couple of seconds longer, that also makes the combos worse. Whereas all the other tanks are probably going to benefit more, right? Just from a lot of these neutral changes to like the armor and stuff. Thank you, Wilder. Ram's the clear winner. Well, what's also true is part of the reason Ram fell out of meta was because Mauga was good, right? So if Mauga's worse and Mauga is the natural predator to Ram, then he might be might just be back to like a must pick in all these brawl mirrors. Didn't they fix that Ram bug? It was something like all these cooldowns were the same or something. But it's sorted now. Did you see Orisa Spear can headshot now? Is that true? Where's the Orisa? Did I scroll past it already? Is that true, or he just spreading misinformation? Oh, they don't mention it. They just added it. I mean, why not, mate? Why not? What's the other? Because they changed Orisa's cooldowns. Like they nerfed all of them, right? They nerfed both Fortify and the spin. Do you think it's that much better? Well, surely Ramattra gains loads, right? From the armor changes in general. I guess maybe Rhine as well. The Sigma change is kind of nothing, right? Maybe like quality of life. Diva has a lot of armor too, yeah. Does Monkey still ignore armor? Yeah, I don't think they took it out, right? I remember that patch note being added as well. This is just a straight buff for Ball as well, right? It's like a really like niche buff. It's basically just made jumping slightly better. Zarya big buffs as well. Surely, I don't know. I always feel with like Zarya and Diva, I feel like even when they're good, they're not good. Like they're really hard just to make work. What were the Doom changes? Oh, he's up the top. Overhealth gain per target from 35 to 40 HP. Delay before overhealth begins to drain increase from 1 to 3 seconds. So, oh, he's actually going to be really obnoxious now to deal with, right? Rhyme buffs too. Was it just his shield? Obviously, he gains a decent amount from the armor change as well, right? Oh, and his pin is better. Fuck, had his back. So what's the? So who went up? Who went down? So Reinhardt went up. Put E here. Reinhardt. Ram went up. Orisa. I guess Orisa trends up, right? It is a buff. I don't know if it's enough to make her relevant. Diva. Doom. Ryan mentioned Spitfire Sweep. It kind of just all tanks, really. I guess, yeah. Maybe Malgrid's the only one who went down. The shield management, yeah. Claudia said that his SR Peak Check will be back. I guess Ball is up slightly, but it's whatever. This is actually really nice. This is actually such a nice quality of life for Ash, right? All those like maps like Sanctum and fucking Sanctum, Lighthouse. where you just get your thing booped away from point or off of point. Maybe not so possible now. Still feels really niche. Cass is just less damage now, or more damage fall off, I should say. Oh wait, no. It's just changed. So you get hit with, oh no, yeah, so you get hit with a damage fall off sooner, essentially. Pharah Boop has so much range now. So it does no damage. So you can't do the combo anymore, right? You can't do the combo. But you can really fucking boot people. But they've not touched anything else, right? So like all her raw damage and stuff is actually like still really annoying. It's maybe a little bit nicer for like the Tracer matchup at least, but I don't think we'll see her out the meta. I don't know if there's like a, if you're playing, if it stops being Mauga in the Brawl Mirror and it starts being Ram in the Brawl Mirror, does that also inadvertently make Pharah a little bit less value? Because a lot of the Pharah stuff actually ended up lining up quite nicely with a lot of Mauga's abilities. Isn't the Cass nerf also a Pharah buff? I mean, probably to a degree, right? But I think the way a lot of these comps play, they're probably within that like max damage range anyway. Oh wait, so it's the concussive thing still does the same damage. There's just no explosive damage now. So if you just hit somebody, you have to direct them. Wasn't that the case anyway? Someone explain how it worked before. For the previous combo, was it just any connection? Like if you hit the explosive damage, you would get the kill. But now you have to hit the rocket and the direct. You have to direct both the rocket and the concussive nade to get the kill. Oh, the direct only does like 5 damage. Oh, okay. Oh, wait, so 30 on hit, 30 on explosion. It doesn't one-shot. Oh, okay, so because it would do 60 damage, basically, if you direct it, it would be 60 damage, but now instead of 60 damage, it's 30 damage. Okay, I'm with you. I'm with you now. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I think some of why Pharah's good wasn't just for combo though. Like I think it's I think because people just didn't play it for ages because it was always seen as like a super fucking niche character or a character you play to counter very specific comps in very specific places. But then since they changed all the movement stuff, I think maybe it is actually still pretty viable in a lot of these brawlier matchups, especially if you've got someone who's just kind of good at Pharah, right? Maybe especially on like certain maps as well, where you've just got really nice chokes to hold. So I don't think Pharah's necessarily dead. It's maybe just it won't be like a everywhere type thing like we saw maybe a bit towards the end of some of the Face It playoffs. Sleep duration on tank heroes decreased from 3.5 to 3 seconds. Gotta help those fucking tanks, bro. It's still 5 seconds on everyone else, right? Is it not just mean... Is Winston going to be one of the biggest benefiters from this? In terms of like if I think about like what's commonly played, does Winston not just get really strong? He'll be really good in the dive mirror. Doom's quite good as well. Using sleep on tank actually useless. All these other changes are a little bit like nothing, right? Like this ult cost is surely not enough to put Zen into the meta. And the Alari one, I guess, is just a more of like a UI change. Less boop resistant hurts Winston more than others. Yeah, true. But I think the thing is with the boop resistance on Winston, you were still fucked, right? Most of the time. Like if you're trying to dive onto a high ground, you get fucking booped by the Lucio, booped by the fucking Brig. You kind of still fucked anyway, right? So I think most tanks are always just fucking playing around that. Is there an argument? Yeah. It's part of a problem that maybe if we look with like a esports World Cup lens at this, that if Winston and Doom are now better, and these are not the best heroes then to play, like if teams want to play Sigma, if your name is Vestala, and you're on a Finnish organization called ENTS, and suddenly Winston's now really hard to deal with, does this make your life hell? And then if you want to play like a lot of RAM comps or something, does Doom become an absolute fucking nightmare? Maybe D.Va's good enough now. Right? It's a reasonable swap for some of the play, like from a ENT's perspective. Because we've seen them do it before, right? You know, like Vess on D.Va, and it's always looked a bit shit. But I don't know. Is Orisa good now? Don't know. Don't know if it really shifts Orisa's power level that much. I feel like with Orisa, Ram still does a lot of the things now Orisa does. Landon gonna have nightmares about the new D.Va. Yeah, does anyone who even has a D.Va player anymore? Is it just like Vess, Hambin, and Max? Hawk comes back for the Esports World Cup. Fuck. Burner, of course. Oh yeah, Burner. Clear stocks are up. Fuck. You're right. Clears. Bleeder back on top. The bleed hype. Bleed hype. Send him to the moon again. Fuck. Kaluge. I feel like I've not seen Kaluge play D.Va in like forever. Like honestly, since Contenders. Is that true, or am I just making stuff up? The Hadiva? What if it's a Zarya meta? What if it's a Zarya meta, but there's only, what, one good Zarya left in the world? Is it just Hambin? Fuck, what if Hambin just plays Zarya everywhere? Is it enough? Oh yeah, Bernard Zarya as well. We did, I mean, that was, if when was it? Was it stage 1? When it was fucking, do you remember that brief period where Twisted Minds went to Korea and then they came back and everyone was convinced it was Doom meta for a few weeks, and then everyone was like, Zarya counters for Doom. Then everyone played Zarya for a bit. And then it just disappeared, and both of those heroes just vanished from the meta. Yeah, no, I think if I had to do like, I guess all tanks sort of gained, right? Fuck, why is my pen so big? Chill out, pen. But I think it's probably like Winston, Rhine, Ram, the biggest. Maybe Orisa. I feel like probably no one will test Orisa that much, right? Ironically, I don't know if he's still here, but for people who should try it, probably fucking Twisted Minds, right? Get TVNT back on fucking Orisa. Then shit'll happen. D.Va and Sigma. Yeah, I guess D.Va's up here as well. I don't know. I feel like we've only ever seen D.Va picked. I feel like we've only ever seen D.Va picked in like these situations where teams really want to play Winston, but they just don't have a Winston player. You know? Rather than anyone actually picking D.Va because it's like relevant. Yeah, I mean, I've not seen any of it play right, so I don't know, like, I feel like armor changes are always hard to interpret until you actually see them. Sigma's one-shot is back? Really? You need the melee as well? Yeah, honestly, like, what's the... Where is it? No cookies, thank you. Because what used to make Orisa so good, right, is you could do, like, spin into fortify into spin again. But is it enough time? So you spin, and the cooldown is... What are we at now? Where am I looking? 8 seconds. And then you can fortify, and it lasts for 4 seconds. So when you have fortify, then as long as you can, like, find 4 seconds, you will have spin again. So maybe she can just do the, Maybe she is actually kind of back, right? Yeah, I mean, who benefits from most of that? Probably, like, Twisted Minds. I feel like Burner was insane at it, actually, so maybe, like, yeah. Ents, yeah, it's decent for Vestler, actually. Maybe low-key, a lot of Vestler's heroes, maybe with the exception of Sigma, are actually going up. Citrus Nation? Yeah, Citrus... Citrus Nation are actually skyrocketing to the moon right now. The only thing stopping them winning the Esports World Cup is that they're not invited. But other than that one small thing, they're fine. I think certain heroes here, like, can we test Window Bastion on a fortified Orisa? Yeah, we can. Can I get my game going? Where's my Overwatch? Oh, I need to, hold on, I need to update my Overwatch. I've got it downloaded, I just didn't install. Can Citrus go instead of Timeless? I don't think that's possible, no. Get a quick play going, need a real world data afterwards. Oh, I actually lied when I said I downloaded it. I thought I had, but clearly I haven't. I'm actually downloading it as we speak. Give it like... Fuck, it's not going fast. It's probably because I'm streaming as well. Real world Silver 4 data. I think the problem with like some of these... Like, because Zarya is obviously a clear buff. But I think actually what will happen is because lots of these other heroes are good, like Winston and Ram being good is bad for Zarya. Alright, it says it's patching now. We're at 30%. And stuff like Winston and Ram being really good is also really bad for Sigma. And Ryan being really good. Also really bad for Sigma. So I think, yeah, maybe Sig and Zarya are going to suffer the most. And Mauga. Sig, Zarya, and Mauga. Maybe that's for prediction. Sig, Mauga, Zarya. I guess also just stuff like Anna Brigg get fucked by this too. Because if Winston's now so much fucking harder to deal with, he doesn't get slept for as long. His primal is fucking scarier. Anna Briggs just has a harder time, right? Does Lucio Kiri just become the optimal pick? I don't know if anyone's actually ever played or anyone ever played Anna Brigg, but I don't know if anyone's actually like scrimmed it or anything since the patch, but it feels like backline should be really hard. Yeah, Brigg does benefit from the armor change as well, and that's true. Yeah, I guess in reality, right, even if asleep, the difference... It's still still good against Winston, right? It still gives your backline enough time to like survive. Maybe it will still remain kind of how it has been for a while, where Anna Brig is still better on certain maps, but Kiriliso is better the tighter the map gets. What do they do to armor? I'll look it up because I'll butcher it if I just try and say it. So damage reduction increased from 5 to 10 per projectile. And the enemy health bars now display when they are at their low health threshold. What does that mean? But it just means certain ones like anyone who has like, I don't equal like a high pellet count gets kind of fucked, right? So like Tracer, Reaper, these kind of things get handicapped more than say something like a Hanzo or something would be. It's still capped at 50% though. Oh, okay, so it doesn't affect Tracer. Alright, my game is updated. Let's get this going. Hold on. There we go. Transformers. Where is he? I swear I just saw him online. There he is. Do we need a third person? Or just Bastion? Do you want the window or just straight Bastion? Get a viewer? Any viewers in chat? Everyone write your battle tag. No viewers. Wait, let me copy it. Why won't it fucking copy? I'll type it. Is it 2571? You gotta work. All right.
Now arriving at Lijiang.
We're gonna test. We're gonna test for changes. Where am I going? Bastion. So the idea is fortify. How strong is for fortify? So we're gonna do a classic. They call this one the Hydron experiment, where you window your Bastion form, and then you try and kill something. Fucking smoked him. Wait, where's my chat? Oh. Get a ram block going. We can get a ram block going. Yeah, but this really proves that Orisa can't be meta, because all you need to do is just get Window and Bastion, and then you can't play Orisa anymore. Fuck! I just about had it. Just about had it. The infinite bullets really came in clutch there.
What's up?
Fucking got him. Game's done. Yeah, you're gonna have to play Bastion everywhere now.
What's up?
Nope. It's proven. Thank you, IQ. Appreciate the assist. Hunter needs to shoot. No, doesn't matter. Tank's not broken. We've proven it. Get a 1v1 with. I feel like Unter would actually smoke me in a 1v1 because I feel like Unter still plays games that require some kind of aiming. What do you get for this? The experience. What a nice story you can tell your grandchildren of that one time you went to China with a bold man and an Australian. Yeah, Alpho's right. Alpho's right. What if we do the same test again? We Bastion, we window, we Bastion form through the window, but then D.Va presses Matrix. Think about that. Hi, Valerie. All right. Where were we? Did we get very far through this game? We're still on the wacky part of it. All right. Let me grab a drink. I need another Pepsi hookup. Now we've proven that the armor changes have ruined the game forever. I'll go get a drink, and then we'll watch some more of the the magical march. Oh, I'm back. Yeah. Didn't even know we were watching the game because we've not watched any of it. We're watching it, mate. Yeah, I just got a Pepsi for now. I did actually get some beers in. I got some, what do you call them? You ever had Hazy Jane? The, what's it called? Punk IPA? No, what's it called? Brewdog. Brewdog one. A Pepsi hater? Fuck. Poke Superior? I'm more of a modern kind of guy. I don't really see different cola brands, you know? Just look past that and just drink whichever. Are you trying to sell whiskey in chat, Mapino? What's happening? Stop trying to sell whiskey in chat. I don't have an explicit rule for don't try and sell secondhand whiskey in chat, but we can add the rule. If Phil Foden is in the start 11, then Southgate is officially a member of the KKK. I think we played better, right? We played better. Maybe we can play better again. it's probably going to be a shit show though, right? But I think it's going to be a shit show from both teams. I think we're in for an incredibly long 120 minutes of football. Oh, fuck's sake. I'm now just a whiskey recommendation channel. Does anyone have those friends? Like, I don't really drink whiskey, mainly because I don't enjoy the taste. But does anyone have those friends who are like slightly too into whiskey? Like, I have a friend who subscribes to... I can't remember the exact name of it, but it is honest. It's called something like fucking Whiskey Monthly or Whiskey Lovers Monthly or something. It just gets a fucking... It just gets a fucking... a magazine every week or every month recommending whiskies. Wants to go to one of those whiskey bars. Every time I go to one of those whiskey bars, I'll have like one whiskey. And then I'll just pay like £10 for a pint. And I'll be happy about it too.
그렇죠. 근데 이게 지금 상대가 불사가 있는 조합이라서 아마 나노를 태울 것 같네요. 자, 여기 초록.
I can't believe we've actually exposed Hunter as a eunuch shamer. You drink straight vodka, but I have a pint. What do you finish? Russian? Bit of both.
2층을 잘 잡고는 있지만 결국에는 내려가야 되는 타이밍에 따당에 갔는데요. 오히려 들어오다가 따당에 그냥
British way.
네, 하지만 슈퍼에 반격을 하면서 아직 모릅니다.
Fuck. This dive is not going well.
저걸 살아요? 근데 아나가 없어가지고 실력 문제예요. 그러면 2점이죠. 네, 남다가 가지고 전진 수비가 안 돼요.
Hunter's been hit with a timeout? Fuck. Money well spent. Surely one of the mods will kill him. Literally, a hit has been put out. Just need some of the mods. There we go. GB has completed the execution. Alright. That was a wacky map. Where do we go now? Suravasa? That's what they always picked, right? Fuck me. Oh yeah, this is back when Orisa was a relevant hero. And yes, they are still going to dive, even on Flashpoint. Ash is the favourite one to watch? Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Luckily, Bliss and Irony have unbelievably gapped the backline again. These guys are actually fundamental to this roster's success. Is Shu a fraud? Yeah, that's what we were looking to try and prove if Fnatic were frauds or not, and it actually turns out it was Shu who was a fraud all along. Alright, so what I think we've seen so far is, honestly, Irony and Bliss have had a fucking worldie in these first two maps. Donghak has looked better on Winston, at least, in the mirror. What's also true, and I never know how to reconcile these concepts in my mind, but knowing that, yes, he win this series, what Max has actually done is Max has just come in and won his map, which is also what he mostly did at Dallas as well, is just come in and win the Max maps. And as a result, all I think is, yeah, this Max guy's shit. He should be a tier 3 tank. Hanman did the same thing. Yeah. Max always gets his one. He does. But I literally won't give him credit for it. He'll keep winning his maps, and I'll just refuse to give him credit for it. Maybe Max will be the real winner of this, this extracurricular research. Fuck! He's hang exposed again. When did Hunter start playing for WAC? Well, as soon as they saw how frequently and how dedicated Hunter was to whacking it, they couldn't help but they couldn't help but sign him to the roster to be a resident whacker.
아 근데 이거는 진짜 왁이 운영을 너무 잘하네요. 예티가 버티려고 소리방금 썼는데 그냥 스타틱스랑 수경으로 밀어버려서.
Alright, Doghat going nowhere.
네, 이러면 결국 따낼 것으로 보이고요.
네.
원래 한 명 한 명 들어가면서 계속해서 잘릴 분위기입니다.
다음 거점 맞습니다. 맞춰진. 네.
Alright, so it doesn't start great.
자, 그래서 결국 물로 들어가다가 뭐 윈스턴이 녹아내리는 이런 현상이 좀 벌어졌었거든요.
네.
자, 계속 이런 상황이 되면
Trying to cast my mind back to exactly how good Orisa was back then, but it was like pretty hard meta, right? Ooh. Alright, we've not seen a lot from Knife so far, honestly.
자, 여기서 비트 때문에
They get the beat out, it's not the greatest beat from Chirong. Gets Heesang.
머리 맞추면 됩니다.
Honestly, ironically, the players who have looked like they've struggled the most so far in this series have been Jumbin and Heesang.
우와. 그러면
복속 트레를 잡아요?
오늘 서로
So do with that information what you will.
네. 희상 선수 두 번이나 여기서 마우가요. 나왔습니다.
윈스턴 하지 마.
오늘 윈스턴이야.
네.
갈아버릴 준비하고 있습니다.
마우가 여전히 쓸만합니다.
Alright, Mauga time.
자, 가지고 왔습니다.
Fuck.
버티면서 윈스턴 밀어내겠다.
그렇죠. 화력은 뭐 두번 안 걸리니까요.
We're gonna watch the Fnatic game afterwards from the week after this.
불사 카운터 잘 됐고 체력 구가 다 되어버려서
네.
예티가 버티는 힘이 좀 약합니다.
그 동학이 슈 잡고. 일단 죽고 안 걸리니까요.
Time to see you.
자, 이러면
Continuing rush through the window. Then Donghack's just gonna go
상대방을 잡아냅니다.
and fucking zap him.
체력 구가 다 되어버려서
네.
예티가 버티는 힘이 좀 약합니다.
그 동학이 슈 잡고. 네, 이런 둘 잡아내면서.
근데 이거 마우를 잡을 수 있나요?
What version of Mauga was this?
나이프가 없어가지고
Was this the Giga broken version of Mauga?
든든하게 똑같은 플레이를 보여주니까.
You know when he was patched and then he was like patched like a few days later. Is this that version of Mauga or is this like post-snap patch?
네, 도망도 멋있게 가죠.
Okay.
라인과는 달라요.
맞습니다.
네, 이렇게 되면 그래도 64% 가지고 있는 예티니까요. 아직 기회 있습니다.
거기다가 앞라인이 버틸 만한 스킬들이 상당히 많아서요. 이번에 들어가서 다시 한번 슈와 립을 정리하는 구도를 잴 거예요.
네.
이게
Now I thought proper. See, I'm actually a proper on hitscan believer. I don't know why proper gets so much hate on hitscan. I think he's real cracked.
네, 그러니까 뚫렸습니다. 4대5. 하지만 비트로 카운터가 됩니까?
자, 이거 공학이 뒤져주면서
예.
잘 갈가 먹었습니다.
야, 나이프 갈 때 가더라도 머리 한 방 레이건 뽑고 갔습니다.
Alright.
네. 그러니까 결국에는 이런 식으로
This is probably the most impact at least Knife's had so far in this series, his last few fights.
그래서 이렇게 예티가 이렇게까지.
People can't accept proper's good at every hero. Yeah, well, it seems unfair, right?
네, 그렇습니다.
It just seems unreasonable that he can be best. He can be the best at all the heroes.
이게 버티는 힘 자체가 조금 무뎌질 수 있습니다. 립한테 힘을 실어주기가 되게 좀 어려운 구도가 될 수 있거든요.
그렇죠. 그래 궁극기가 지금 없는 상황의 wak이고요. 여우길 승리 여우길이 될 수 있는 지금 예티가 되겠습니다.
한번 비워줬다가 말씀주신 여우길로
이번 달에 견제됩니다. 와.
오버클럭 되게 세게 들어가요.
그렇죠. 견제됩니다. 와.
오버클럭
Fucking trying to run back onto the edge like a real fucking like what's it called, like Wile E. Coyote run. Just fucking trying to get that extra airtime like the Scooby-Doo run. His legs are going, but he's not going anywhere.
네.
가는 거죠.
자, 그냥 이번은 1대1로 맞추자.
You think Proper can just play? I mean, what is true in like the Crazy Raccoon? Why is my pen so small now? Like in the Crazy Raccoon versus Falcons. What letter is that meant to be? X. Fuck. Is hey banter. Is if we look at like Heesang. So let's say you have Heesang and then you have Stalker, right? Flex DPS, both fucking top tier flex DPS, right? And then let's say you have Lip and Proper. And let's say you think like I do, it's just for the sake of argument, that they're actually both S tier hit scans, right? So you've just got both teams have a top flex DPS, both teams have a top hit scan. But what you do if you do what Falcons did at Dallas and you put Proper on flex DPS, and you can say, actually, double flex DPS looks really good, is suddenly Falcons have two absolute fucking S tier flex DPS players. And all of a sudden, obviously, Heesang is still very good, but Lip's going to really struggle, right? Lip's going to really struggle to match that same kind of performance on like a Genji or a Pharah or a Tracer type hero that Proper can. So I think, even though I think there's no reason for Proper not to be able to play hit scan, I think there's also a clear way to get an advantage over Crazy Raccoons if you lean into the double flex.
이게 캐서디가
A lot of pen cope going on here. Alright. Still into the Mauga. And then Lip doesn't... Yeah, to be fair, Lip did go fucking off on Tracer. On that Ilios. He had a hell of an Ilios. Slam in. Everyone avoids it. Bliss beats in aggressively. Support op's not quite there. Wholesom's gonna get Suzu'd. They cage Dongers though. Kitsune rush in now. So some of what I want to answer here is like, how much of Yeti winning this is like what you would call like replicable good play, and how much of it is just like crazy shit happened, you know? Pre-Pharah situation. True. I mean, to be fair, the one person who does like Donghack and Viper have looked for a real fucking deal from this series, right? From this series in particular, the hype seems genuine. Alright, defensive beat now out from Chirong. Donghack's going to try and prime and live. They have Kitsune Rush to go in again. They'll top up Donghack and go. So just need someone to connect with Dongers on this. There it is. They give a jump behind. Knife with the pick again. Definitely been the best map from Knife so far. Alright. Alright. Yeah, I think for what it's worth, Lip is better than Proper, but I don't think he's tier break better than Proper, you know? I think they're around about the same level, and it's just whoever has the better day, right? But it's certainly true that in recent history, Lip's had a lot of those good days, you know? Is Knife back again? Not too shabby. A war indeed. Fucking every time. Lip does have a lot of good days, yeah. I mean, what you also have to bear in mind as well is Lip getting so much value on Sojourn was on, like, or on Dallas was actually not playing a hit scan matchup against Falcons. If you look back at those series, and we'll probably do that at some point over the next couple of weeks as well, I actually felt like Lip was forced to swap off hit scan a bunch of times in that Malga mirror. Oh, the dive is good. Kitsune Rush does absolutely nothing, actually. Viper hits the pulse again. Probably one of the easier ones, I think. They're in the cage, though. Can't quite cage 9'em. Are you allowed to question at high noon? Nope. Alright. Jump in his press. Oh, he only goes ball for a second. Trong is in. Fuck. It's always so funny when hit scans do this, right? Because you have to bear in mind, when we were watching this was before Cass would become, like, basically perma-meta. And Lip is on Cass the entire time and swaps off to play Sojourn instead, because Knife is playing Sojourn and it's working. I feel like this is, you know, people talk about, like, Tracer player pulses. This is, if you watch the number of hit scans who will just mirror the other team's hit scan pick if they're losing. It's cross-regional, it's cross-generational. It does not stop. Just mirror the other person's pick. It's working, though. I mean, it is also working. So, hard to argue with the results. The logic is a little bit harder to wrap your head around, but if it works, right? How old is this VOD? This was the end of March. End of March.
들어갑니다. 와 진짜 정확해서 앞으로 들어갑니다. 아니
Did they ever play checkmate, do you think?
웬만하면 다 해봤잖아요.
저거는 두 가지 테스트가 좋죠. 나 리비아 플러스 나 내 동생들 믿어.
그렇죠.
I don't know. I think there's a chance to checkmate. Like, obviously, I think how it'll work is Knife will play the hit scan role. Obviously, they have 2 flex DPS when they have double flex DPS. Real question is, when there's a classic hit scan plus 1 flex DPS, who do they lean into? Because some heroes are obvious, right? Like, I think Mei and Echo checkmate is better. But what about Tracer? Tracer's the big one, I think. Like, Tracer, maybe Genji as well. Maybe Viper is better. I don't know, though. How much has my food bill gone down since you didn't have any games to co-stream for like a month? My food bill's not really changed. I think, if anything, there's probably an argument I eat less when I'm on stream. Maybe it's actually good for my diet. I did weigh myself this morning though, and I've lost 1 kilogram since last week, which I'm happy with. Oh, the Diet Coke cost? I mean, I drink quite a lot anyway. I drink more when I'm on stream. Did I show you my lunch from yesterday? I actually had the same lunch again today. I think I sent... Let me get a lunch picture going. I've just been having nice sandwiches. Where is it? There it is. So what we've got here is we've got a classic, like a small white loaf baguette. And we've got, let me get it right. We got pastrami, beef, some German ham there, some brie, just butter on the bread, no additional sauces. And then a couple of slices of pork pie and some Coleman's mustard. Looks like raw bacon. It's pastrami, mate. Well, nice talking to you, Hunter. See you in 10 minutes. Fuck. Well, comes and it goes, doesn't it? But yeah, I actually had that for lunch today as well, because I had more bread, I had more pastrami, I had more pork pie. You know how it is. Had a good time. Had a good time. Only one. They clear behind. I'll catch Heesang again. Fuck me, Heesang's actually having a struggle of a series, isn't he? Yeah, Hunter's been timed out. He's gone. He's literally dead. Hold on, I've got a DM from him. Yeah, it feels like Hunter's taking it well. Hunter's taking it well. Where is it? Open. Siri set a time for 10 minutes. Fuck. The only way to counteract this level of harassment is for someone has to play Protector for Hunter, or Hunter has to get the immediate timeout on Wilder back in. That's the only way to save himself from this this situation. Wait, I feel like I locked out for a second, and now Donghack's on Doom as well. Oh wait, show it? Yeah, I can show it. There we go. A personalized message. If you see Hunter at the Esports World Cup, I'm sure he'll sign whatever you want in that personalized as well. I'm sure you can sell it on for millions as well. The heart means he cares. Yeah, it's a nice message. It's affectionate. Alright, so does Donghack have to come back on Doom here? Because this just feels like a full vibe swap, right? There's no reason for Donghack to do this, to press this series of buttons right now. So it's for final fight on map 4, and Donghack has just gone, I'ma clutch it on Doom, guys, don't you worry. Because they just have overclock, right? So what would be lovely is to just take the fucking bubble trade with an overclock advantage. Because they go in, they get round the bubble pretty quickly. Bubble doesn't do all that much from jump in. And they catch the collateral onto Chongers. Then they'll just deal with Heesang. I mean, yeah, I don't think the Doom didn't really do anything. They didn't like do anything negative, but I also didn't do anything positive. But they didn't have beat. They have pulse, they have beat. Lip has overclock, She nearly has Kitsune rush. Looks like they're itching to go here. Oh my god! The punch into Viper killing everyone. The beat push. Fuck.
자, 왁도 초롱의 비트까지 갈 수 있느냐를 봐야 되거든요. 그리고 전에 화력도 세긴 한데 안전하려면 초롱의 비트가 와야 돼요. 그렇습니다. 물론 싸우다 보면 우승이에요. 승리라는 소원을 불러오는 건데 상대도 화력이 세요. 여우길이 있다 보니까
I think Bliss is good for Twisted Minds. Not really. I think he's like an okay player, but I don't think he's made him particularly better or particularly worse. I think it feels very side gradey to me. Fuck, they've just gone again. See, rewatching this, I think has actually re-convinced me not to believe a Fnatic hype. Because this is just... They just fucking clutch this one out at the end, right? The Viper... Yeah, the Viper hype, I think... The Viper hype, I think, he's definitely played really well here. He's had, like, a very good series. And I guess we should watch this one, right? Because this is now from playoffs a week afterwards. What convinced me to believe in the SSG hype? I mean, I have like a I have a very big inherent bias towards SSG because I've worked with so many of the guys for so long, and obviously I've worked with Chris for a long time. So inherently, I think a lot of ideas of how we think about the game lines up. So I can probably just see and resonate with their playstyle way more than I do with others. Also, because I played with them, I know, like, I played with them because I've worked with them. I feel like I see their peak maybe more clearly. And I'm probably just fucking biased, right? I like all the guys. I want them to do well. I believe in them. Inherently believe in them. Surely clutching is good. Yeah, clutching is a good... So yeah, so maybe I should clarify this. Being clutch is good, but I also think it's temporary. Like, sometimes you just always clutch, and then other times you don't clutch, right? I think it's... You just go through phases, or you go through streaks, or whatever sort of terminology you want to use for it. So when I look at that series, I think... If we replay that series another 10 times, does it always go that way? Like, what was the big gaps, right? What was the big gaps there? It probably felt like in the Winston Mirror, we had like a D over J situation, right? D over J, 100%. Jumpin was having a real rough time of it. I also actually felt we had like a classic a V over H situation as well. I actually thought the backline did loads, but also if you look at how, like, why was Donghack doing better than Jumpin? Well, because Jumpin was getting punished all the time, right? Jumping was getting punished all the time. So how much of this is credit we want to give to Yeti, and how much of this is Jumping was just playing badly? I mean, Yeti still played well. I don't think any of that can be taken away from. But it doesn't necessarily convince me they're an elite level team. I mean, we'll get to see. So this is from a week later, and they're playing against Falcons. So this is a series that they don't win. So we want to see, one, do we get the same level of performance? From memory, I feel like Donghack did have the same level of performance. But I don't think Viper and Knife did. I mean, to be fair, even that series we just watched, right? I think Siravasa and Knife had a pretty good game, but Knife wasn't really didn't really look like he was having that large an impact throughout a lot of that. All right. Do you think it would be better if they signed Irony? Now, I really don't rate Irony that highly. Like, he 100%, we did just watch him have a very good series. But I don't rate Irony that highly, despite that. Alright, let's see it then. Alright, Smurf with a gap. With a catch. Donghack's going to bubble later now. Stalker's going to turn on him. Full sticks. Donghack's going to run. The nade connects onto Fielder and Chio, actually, but the nade's just massively out of time with Donghack's aggression. They can clear Smurf and go again soon. Gonna swing out here. Gets the nade onto Smurf. Nade lands from Fielder though. Knife's just hunting Smurf down though. Right, points actually flipped twice when this has happened as well. Sorry, I was checking a message. Is it just a nano echo trade? Yeah. Let's see. They hit the nade onto Knife as well, but Stalker's just got the gap. Donghack gets primal, so he's still going off in the backline. Bliss is going to rally as well. They're really committing to this. They hold on to point. They pocket Stalker through all of that. Smurf's now priming. Oh, pulse block me! I mean, it's a good pulse. Smurf has killed the backline. Alright, so coming back now. It was clean, wasn't it? It was clean. Alright, trying to rotate in again. Donghack's just trying to clear Smurf. They catch Smurf this time. Punish is good. Right, Donghack's going to bubble the back line. Nade's going to connect. They catch Stalker while the bubble goes. A little bit tidy in this time from Yeti in terms of their timing. Chase them all out as well. In control of the point. 61 versus 61%. Nano's coming back. They're going so early here, actually. Knife's gone super deep as well, and this dive has not worked. They turn with Nano. Oh, they trade, actually. So it's not the end of the world.
에티가 길게 끌고 갈 수 있어요.
You would actually overhead? Yeah, I agree. No idea. I agree.
자, 안쪽 살짝 좀 몰아놨거든요. 트레이서끼리 서로
그렇죠.
불리고 불리는 그런
Oh,
상황입니다.
fuck.
이거 순간적으로
Oh, he separated them. Oh, Shio gets out.
일단 쓰면서 거리를 좁히고 있는 팔콘이고요.
뛰어들고 다시 한번 2층 잡고 있는 동화.
근데 이게 블리스가 늦침결이 있어서 이거 스머프 원시분도 없기 때문에 모든
How old is this match? End of March. Oh wait, no, this one's even later, right? Yes, this will be like a week or two after, so like first, second week of April.
영선. 자, 일단 거점은 넘어간 상황이고요.
그렇죠. 근데 이거 스머프 원시분도 있어서 팀 팔콘은 여기서 물에서 더 들어갈 필요 없어요.
네.
그냥 전선 유지만 하고 리그룹만 기다리면 되거든요.
자, 이 정도까지만. 여기까지입니다. 자, 헬벤 던지면서 일단은 스토커.
Alright, primal advantage now for Smurf.
이거 유지력인
Proper with the
유지력
pulse.
측면으로 봐서는 팔콘이 원시 분노가 있다 보니까 유리한데
Points
뭐 변수
Point started here.
봐야 되겠는데요.
Smurf's gonna match on point.
그러니까
I kind of just need to bait this primal out and peel.
그쵸.
원시의 분노 있고 펄스 있고 나노도 옵니다.
Gives him a juke. Sleep. The sleep's good, but not before he dies. Dive is good. They're gonna win the map off it as well.
여기서 갈리네요.
아 이러면은 게임 끝났죠. 동학도 원시 분노 없기 때문에.
네.
Yeah.
첫 번째 라운드 팀 팔콘이 가져갑니다.
Can we do a Winston's Peach volleyball tier list?
카운터를 서로 먹히고 있어요.
맞습니다. 아, 특히나 마지막
I don't know. Felt like
에 나-
a bit hit and miss from Yeti in terms of their timing with a lot of these dives.
힐벤을 넣느냐.
I think it's fine if the brig drops. I think at a certain point of a fight, like if it's a point fight, you do want your brig to drop and support point with your tracer. But not until then. Not until then. You want it like if the fight goes to point, like I can draw it. Hold on. I can get an angle. Maybe I can't draw it if I don't get an angle. Surely one of these echoes will give me a nice look at point. Okay, there we go. Thank you. So the idea is you start here, right? And then the enemy Winston has two options. The Winston's either going to do this jump that we saw Smurf doing a lot where he lands on here, or the other Winston might just go to point, drop a bubble here, and try and help his tracer win that battle on point and get the flip. So it depends which one happens, right? If the Winston commits to point, if the enemy Winston commits to point, I should say, here or here drops bubble, then yeah, I think you want your brig to drop. But if a Winston's just going to keep like playing up here or playing underneath you on these kind of aggressive ones, I think it's really reasonable to stay. So it just depends. It just depends what the other Winston does, really. I think it's more of a fact that you default to play with your Ana, and then if the enemy Winston is doing something that doesn't affect your Ana at all, then fuck, go get involved and help the tracer more often. Get involved, you know. Get involved.
아, 특히나 마지막 순간에 아이러니의 나노가
Did OBS Sojin do VODs from this series? Yes, I think my Discord's crashed actually. Hold on. Why is my Discord crashed? Okay, I'm back. This guy can't catch a fucking break. Can't catch a break. Poor guy. Guys, now I'm never gonna know what grassroots organizers be like. He was about to tell us what grassroots organizers be like. Fuck. Well, now we'll never know. I guess we'll find out in 10 minutes, right? Maybe they'd be like, kill yourself. You could be right. You could be right. Alright. More of the same.
특히나 우물에서는 사이드 싸움 정말 중요합니다. 역행 빠졌고요.
저 동학 선수 한번 찔러봤는데 일단 흘려낸 팔뿐이고요.
자, 사이드에서 일단 예티가 좀 밀어내는 모습이 있었어요. 스머프 체력 반.
They actually win, but I don't know.
아니면은 윈스턴 에코의 다이브에서 수면이나 이런 변수를 만들어내서 끊어내느냐. 이게 너무 중요한 턴이고요.
특히나
Where's Fielder? Is he here?
에서는 사이드 싸움
Yeah, he is.
정말 중요합니다. 역행 빠졌고요.
Is the other position just better?
저 동학 선수 한번 찔러봤는데 일단 흘려낸 팔뿐이고요. 자, 사이드에서 일단 예티가 좀 밀어내는 모습이 있었어요. 스머프 체력 반. 다시 한 번 더 거리 조절을 해주면서
Alright, bubble advantage now for Donghack.
쪽에서의 대결. 결국 이 균형을 깨는 건 에코의 한 방 또는 힐벤 한 방인데
You're too invested in the Hunter storyline. We'll find out. We'll find out soon enough.
힐벤이 안 들어갔죠? 근데 그 사이에 프로포가 라이프 풍차 쪽에서의 대결. 결국 이 균형을 깨는 건 에코의 한 방 또는 힐벤 한 방인데 아우!
Was the nade not hit? Fuck.
균형을 깨는 건 에코의 한 방 또는 힐벤 한 방인데 아우! 힐벤이 안 들어갔죠? 근데 그 사이에
Really thought it was gonna hit.
하지만
Fuck me. Irene's actually just got all these Winston's numbers.
좀 밟은 다음에 중앙 체력 채우고 다시 한번 공간 먹는 점프 이런 식으로 뛰겠죠. 다시 갔죠. 힐벤 오, 잘 막았어요. 지금. 막긴 막았지만 이거 테크 차이가 좀 있는 상황이라서 그 상황 봐야 됩니다. 이러면은 근데 넘어갔어요. 되게 잘 버텼는데 스머프 왔고요. 네, 약간의 핑퐁이 좀 안 됐던 걸로 보입니다. 네. 근데 여기서 앞에 있다가 부착, 파이프 부착. 그래서 체력도 계속 깎아놓고 있는데 사이드에 발견.
Oh, he missed one.
없었고요.
He's fucking washed.
앞자리를 먹은 만큼 빠르게 나눠. 사요.
Sleep is good. Donkey will be awake soon. Chio's dead anyway to Viper.
스머프 체력 관리가 안 됐어요.
They hit a big nade as well.
나노 앞자리를 먹은 만큼 빠르게 나눠.
Well, solo.
이러면은 근데 문제는 뒤에서 이런 식으로
Nah, just killed him.
되는 건 예티예요. 자리 자체가 워낙에 예티가 앞자리를 많이 기니까 그래서 자리를 빼앗을 수가 없었죠. 팔콘. 자, 그래서 예티가 이번 싸움에서 좀 승리를 거뒀습니다. 그러다 보니까 주도권을 가지고 있는 상태고요. 자, 필더, 치오, 뒷라인의 궁극기 그리고 복제까지 준비가 되어 있는 팔콘이에요. 이러면은 팔콘 입장에서는 외쳐야겠죠. 이번 우리 나노턴에 맞아야겠지. 맞아야겠지. 아직
일단 공간
언제 맞아야겠지? 한 번에 뛰어 들어가기는 무리가 있는 거리라서.
Fuck, Smurf doesn't make it out again.
요거 사고.
Yes, both times, right? Just better punishes. Nice from Knife there.
그거였어요.
Dive is going to be successful again.
그 힐각의 소통이 약간 안 됐어요. 그러면서 그걸 좀
Still does miss 2 shots from the enemy mecha. Yeah, it's over for him.
게
Unfortunately, he'll never recover from this.
것 같아요. 예. 분명 팔콘
Alright, they actually got that retake for free as well. Yeti now in pole position.
그 타이밍을 보고 있었는데 그 사이에 스머프가 일단 터지면서 연장되고 있습니다. 예티가 이번 나노 다이도만 집결컷은 견뎌내면 네.
2 in a row he's missed?
근데 뒤에서 동학
Fucking over for him.
근데 이거 원시의 분노 있어서 생존할 수 있는데
Then proper pulses him as well.
여기도 부착. 원시의 분노. 근데 숫자 차이가 나긴 나거든요. 이러면은 예티 입장에서는 굳이 여기서 많이 쓰지 말고 그냥 거점 게이지만 많이 올려놓자. 이렇게 가야겠죠. 이미 거점 퍼센트.
Alright, Nano and copy available. Only Nano for Yeti.
저 동학도 워낙에 포지션 자체가 예티가 많이 망가져 버렸기 때문에 저기서 굳이 궁극기를 눌러서 시도할 만한.
Whoa! Stalker just deletes Viper. Donghack slept again. Oh, it's all falling apart. Fuck.
야, 놓치지 않네요 진짜. 이러면은 팔콘이 교수만 타워.
Actually, a fucking stalker gap at the end. Hey, fuck Team Peps.
되게 위험할 수 있는 상황이었는데 그걸 스무스하게 잘 넘기고 있습니다. 이러면은 팔콘이 어쨌거나 나노로 이번 한타는 좀 유리하게 이끌어갈 수 있는 상황이 되고요. 전진 수비.
Alright, retake now. No ults for Yeti.
56%
Builder has Nano.
준비가 되어 있는 상태. 전진 수비 하기에는 좀 많이 깊긴 하거든요 거리가.
Dive comes in. Bubble separates for Brig. Bliss. Gonna take all the resources, but will live. But they've survived this Nano. Donghack is still full health as well. Alright, just live that Nano for free. Real argument that Falcons didn't go, like, with where that Anna Brig were, like, they literally dived them in spawn. Didn't feel like they had to go.
프로포의 펄스도 봐야 되겠는데 이러면은 동학이 원시의 분노로 뒷라인 진영 붕괴시키고 어그로 많이 끌어줄 수 있는 턴 왔거든요. 예. 거점? 거점? 이러면 팔콘 상황이 너무
Yeah, they come and deal with him.
강제로 뚫고 들어가서 변수를 만들어내야 돼요. 이제 무조건
Donghack cleared.
부차 이러면서
Proper is gonna land the pulse, but there's no nano either. One more echo gap just to be sure. Back from London and Berlin on escapades. Oh yeah. I'm glad you're back alright. Good trip overall. Right, fucking Yeti dive conquered. Yeah, competitive map one. Competitive map one. Well, I mean, there was a few competitive maps as well between the West and the East at Dallas too. I mean, obviously they do win. I think they win one map this series, right? What if your ops got banned for hacking? Were you hacking on it by any chance? Because that'll do it. That'll cause it. No? That's what's confusing. Oh no. Fuck. Were you playing particularly well on it? Maybe you just popped off one too many times. This wasn't the 5 mapper, no. Korea map pick here. Your aim is atrocious. Maybe they thought you were bugging out. You're a main support player. I bet you were full fucking locking on Lucio. God damn. But guys, just got perfect fucking what are the pellets even called? Sound blobs? That can't be the canon name. We'll look up the canon name out of respect. Donuts, sound waves, Cheerios. What does he shoot? It's a sonic amplifier. Yeah, but what's he shooting? Sonic projectile launcher. I was hoping it would have like a catchier name, like sound blobs or something. Oh well. Well. This is why Overwatch is dying. No, the devil is in the details, you know. You got accused of hacking on Lucio once too. You were playing really shit. Are you sure they weren't just being sarcastic, Stone? Are you sure it wasn't actually a toxic experience you had? Fuck, do they just swap wits at a certain point here? Or do they keep... Oh, you think you are sure? But that has also happened to you. You've experienced both the toxic and the non-toxic versions. What a shit spot. What, fuck, I can't speak. What a shit pulse. Fuck you, Viper. How much damage does the Orisa Spear do if you headshot someone? What if you headshot someone and you get the wall bang? Fucking knife is back. Look at this. Proper washed up.
자, 이러면 예티가 승리했죠. 야, 이거 유일한 노림수였는데 어우, 그걸 해내버렸어요. 네. 거점 뺏어왔습니다. 그리고 방금은 오버클럭이 자리 다 뺏기고 딜각 이제 상대적으로 좀 밀리고 그랬을 텐데 이걸 나이프가. 그러니까 단 하나의 변수가 그 오버클럭이었는데 그것도
Alright.
트럼프를 보냈던 거.
So Falcons have actually hit the dive button first. 160 if it hits the wall, 120 if you don't hit the wall. That's not crazy actually, is it? I guess it is because you still get the cancel, right? Or like the whatever you call it, like the stun. Who's next to step up to the plate? Fuck. Hunter entered the stream. Just like a nice normal chatter. Just like a regular day Joe. Just like anybody else. And now he has been met with abuse and hate and timeouts. And now he just walks in looking for a fucking scrap. He's been tainted by his experiences. And he's ready to fight. Fuck. You want these guys to commentate your life? I mean, honestly, from what I understand, the rates they get in Korea, you can probably afford it.
먼저 자리 잡아서 들어와 이렇게 유도하는 게 중요한 조합이니까요. 네. 다시 한 번 더 대치. 나이프도
You lost all your points on the last challenge.
됐습니다.
Fuck.
오다가 먼저 찔러요. 대지창. 일단 빠진 거 보고 이격된 거. 근데 중간에 펄스 폭탄으로 허리 잘 끌어줬고요.
Oh, maybe knife is back.
자, 이런 것들이 사실 예티한테는
Overclock as well.
그래도 뭐 잡을 건 잡고 갔으니까. 그렇죠. 뭐 구도 자체가 워낙에 예티하게 유리하긴 한데요. 약간 아쉽네요.
Bunch of brokies now, so Hunter will be safe for now.
가지고 있는 상태고 결국에 팔콘도 돌아오는 궁극기들로 승부를 봐야 되거든요. 이렇게 되면은 이번 턴에 프로포의 오버클럭을 누가 막아줄 것이냐. 물론 예티, 뭐 여우길, 소리방벽 있긴 하지만 팔콘도 그게 있어요. 네. 화력적으로
Oh,
유리하단 말이에요.
fuck.
상태 교환이 된다고 하면은
Actually, no mercy. No mercy for Hunter at any point.
오버클럭 이러면 앞에 치고 나갈 때 부착을
I mean, just because he's been killed, Sion, doesn't mean you can stop. You don't have to stop kissing him. It's your call. It obviously does. It does shift your life into a different direction. But there's no rules against stopping. Is there? There probably is rules against stopping. There probably is rules against stopping.
괜찮다라고 생각을 할 만한 턴이 됐고요. 양팀 트레이서의 펄스 폭탄이 준비가 됩니다. 스토커도 펄스 폭탄 준비가 됐고요.
Actually, they probably aren't, right?
방울을 빼고 나서 그걸 적중시켜야 되는 양팀 트레이서.
Because if you were kissing before someone got murdered, you're presumably allowed to kiss after they got murdered.
작업 자체는 팔콘이 좀 더 유리하긴 할 거란 말이에요. 투창을 맞는 게 아닌 이상. 동학 대지의 창 완성. 그냥 좀 밟아서.
No, you 100% would. It's not like a necrophilic version of Finders Keepers. No, I just mean in the context of like, if you were in a happy marriage, loving wife, you loved your wife, you'd been together for years, you'd be kissing her during all of that. And then if she passed away, you'd give her a kiss goodbye, would you not? It wouldn't be like a romantic kiss, it would be like a kiss goodbye, you know? Like a rest in peace kiss. That would be allowed, surely. There's no laws against that. Also, if your counter-argument, Wilder, is I'm not experienced with necrophilia litigation, that's actually a compliment. It's actually more of a red flag if you are experienced with that stuff. Fuck. Apparently there are no laws of UK preventing you kissing corpses. Well, when I'm right, I'm right. Carry on kissing away, Sion. Is Irony teamless right now, actually? I think he's still on, I think he's on Fnatic, but he's just like a bench player. I don't know what that means in terms of whether he's salaried or not. Or like if he's on reduced salary or something. I have no idea what the actual But he's not playing. It's the long and the short of it.
밀고 들어가는데요.
I hope that's a real Twitch account.
사이드 펄스. 해제창 충분히 누를 수도 있고요. 동합 밀고 들어가는데요. 해제창 스머프 잡히고요. 이거 점프 팩 쓰는 거 보자마자 바로 눌러서 카운터 쳐버렸죠. 사이드 펄스.
Fuck, he sticks it again.
이러면은 예티가 이번 거점도 가져갈 확률이 높죠. 96, 97. 두 번째 거점도 예티입니다. 오, 예티 2대 0. 좋은데요? 예. 지금 지금 스머프 선수를 차근차근 밀어내고 프로파일.
Does anyone remember what was the relative power levels of each comp?
크게 위기가 없습니다.
Like, was this when Orisa was hard better?
세 번째 거점으로 넘어갑니다. 어쨌든
So the question I really want to answer is like, have Falcons in essence actually swapped to like a really unfavored version of this matchup?
이거는 결국 딜러가 어느 쪽이 좀 더 정교하게 쏘느냐. 맞아요. 그 차이로 갈릴 가능성이 있고 그리고 부착의 변수도 봐야 됩니다. 지금까지 그런 것들이 좀 중간에 섞이다 보니까 근데
Alright, Kitsune Rush is traded. Donghack's they just deleted him. Yeah, it doesn't feel like Smurf's really playing a tremendous amount of the game.
그러니까 보통은 팔콘이 지금 윈스턴을 기용하는 시점에서 먼저 공간을 열로 들어가는 그림이 나오는 게 좀 많아야 되는데 동학수 위치가 너무 불리했어요.
Alright. So yes, he just on the verge of sweeping him here.
그러니까 초반 그 싸움을 이겨낸 예티고 어느새 거점 퍼센트 반을 바라보고 있습니다.
It's a couple weeks after Mag started locking horse for no reason. Alright, Beat's gonna be traded. Terror Surge in as well. Pulse Bomb's good from Stalker. Chance for a retake now, but he's gonna disengage. Oh no, Donghack's going again. Slide past him. I just lost HD. Surely I get to keep HD, YouTube. Come on.
예티가 체력 관리가 안 되는 상황이다 보니까 뚫릴 이유가 없죠. 네. 자, 이번 싸움은 지금 스코 궁극기만 로 시간을 좀 벌었습니다. 어쨌든
Brokey internet. Fuck.
3개를 들고 있어요.
Alright, retake it. No real ults as of yet, so probably just gonna have to walk up, take a disengage or something like this. Let's see.
시간이 좀 필요한 상황이라서.
Dive comes in, overclock over the top. They're gonna try and disengage it. Disengage seems okay actually. Alright, reasonable disengage.
이거야 뭐 잘 흘려낼 수 있고요. 아이러니의 여우길도 준비가 됐습니다. 그리고 바이퍼의 펄스도 곧 오는 상황이라서 이거 변수 봐야 돼요. 여우길. 그렇죠. 팔콘이 변수. 여기.
A catch knife.
변수를 내야 되다 보니까 먼저 잘 들어갔어요. 심지어 여우길과 원시.
That's a great trade for Falcons as well actually. So they'll win this point.
이겨버리면 되거든요. 일단 나이프 한 명만 잡았습니다. 그 이후에 더 추가 킬은 나오지 않았고.
Will I co-stream Pokemon TCG Worlds? What's TCG? Is it just the current version? Trading card game. Oh, okay. I only played it once or twice when I was a kid. I did collect Pokemon cards, but I didn't really ever play the game. I don't know if anyone... Did anyone else do that, where they don't actually, they would just collect the cards, but you'd never actually play the game versus everyone. Wait, hold on. I'm getting an important message. Good afternoon, Commander X. As per our conversation yesterday, I have a few updates regarding your situation. A detailed digital forensic investigation has uncovered new revelations surrounding Clients Unlimited. It appears all financial funding links trace back to a C. Graham. We can conclude that the bankroller of Clients Unlimited is a C. Graham. Do with this what you must. I don't know what I must.
차이기 때문에 스머프만 생존해 낸다면 예티가 피해는 약간 잠깐만요 바이퍼가 넘어갔어요. 됐네요. 예.
Burn his house down? He's just got a new place actually. Should I burn his new house down?
이상한 그림이 나올 수도 있는 거였잖아요. 이게 윈스턴
Probably.
제가 맞으면서 견디는 영웅이 아니다 보니까 동학 나왔어요. 둠피스트 모스트 나왔어요. 모스트. 네.
Alright, Donghack's now gone Doomfist. Which I feel like can't be optimal. This just feels like a vibe swap, right? just feels like a vibe swap. And last time we watched Donga's press the vibe swap button.
먼저 뛰어드는데요. 밀체가
And alright.
이번에도 주먹 한 방. 펀치네 이거. 방울 빠지고 봤으면은
Fuck. Guess it's always a Doomfist meta if you've got Donghack.
탱커 전투. 탱커 대전. 야 이거 윈스턴 이거 완전 그거잖아요.
I mean, I do remember my memory of these ones is even when Yeti stopped having like the crazy performances, Donghack still looked like
자, 근데 나머지 싸움도 봐야 됩니다.
God's
나머지
gift to
싸움 봐야 돼요.
esports, you know.
근데 지금 동학이 워낙에 뭘 많이 잡고 갔다 보니까 전선 자체는 예지가 좋아요. 거점 주인.
And if Tank's just busted, fuck. What if it's just a really good time to have like a crazy tank player? What if your tank can just hard carry now?
이득 볼 수 있나요? 이득 볼 수 있나요? 그래서 사이드로 들어왔는데 못 피했어요? 문제는 팔콘의 조합도 기동성이 좋은 조합이다 보니까 숨는 속도가 빠르죠. 네. 디트. 그래서 소리방벽까지 쓰면서 들어가는 파워슬라이딩 빠졌거든요. 프로파. 지금 나와요. 뛰어 잡힙니다. 파워슬라이딩.
We catch this Geo again. Fuck me.
동학. 그쵸. 동학 이게 마지막 이제 예티 입장에서
Alright.
이번 거점을 가져가면 마지막 라운드다 보니까 그냥 궁극기 써서 우리 먼저 90.
Remember when people were calling Donghack shit? Well, it's because he was shit versus us at the end of season 6, but he'd been good all year. Pulse was even wasted. Has he got him? The crowd, unironically, goes fucking crazy. High fives all round.
뽑아 들어야 되는 그런 전쟁을 선택을 하자면 팔콘도 미드타운 선택을 했어. 절대 그거는
Alright, Arissa. Oh, it's a fucking Hanbin map. Is this going to be a classic case where Hanbin comes in, wins his map, and then I'm like, he just never gets a chance to play that well anymore. Just never gets to really show his stuff. Have I played the new map? The push map, you mean? No. Wait, is it in the map pool? Does anyone know? Any map pool checkers?
팔콘이 거리를 좀 조절하고 있습니다. 아무래도 프로퍼에 애쉬가 있다 보니까 최대한 이용하려는 모습을 보여주고 있어요. 물론
It is? Alright, thank you, Jimmy.
애쉬가 좀더
Yeah, I should have a look around it. I should have an explore. It's kind of butt, to be honest.
바이퍼가 위쪽 자리 잡고 있는데요. 뒷라인 쪽을 한번 노려보나요? 이런 식으로 머리
Yeah, I've not even looked around it, really. Because it's not been, like, in any upcoming tournaments or anything. I've just let it exist. Alright.
안 채워졌습니다. 이렇게 오히려 갇혀버리면은
The new map is epic? You sure? Because I just heard it was butt.
계속된 대치가 이어지고 있습니다. 아 맞았는데 이거 부사장 지켜고 불사 깼고 여기
Oh, they're all forced out of the choke. Pulse. Fuck.
여기에 지금 여우길이 오기는 왔지만 균형이 무너졌기 때문에 그렇죠 이건 누를 수가 없었죠. 자 하나씩 정리가 되고 있습니다. 팀 팔콘이 첫 번째 수비를 해냅니다.
Do you trust a first-time chatter or endorsement level 3 subscriber?
자리를 다 밀어내는 것까지
Well, you know, good information can come from anywhere.
머리 위에 자리 잡고 팀원들 기다렸다가 한 번에 들어가는 그런 구도를 그렸었는데 펄스 폭탄이 그 구도를 터트려 버렸죠. 자, 근데 이번에 속도가 좀 다를 거예요. 아이언의 여우길이 있기 때문에 빨리 들어올 가능성 높습니다. 그렇죠. 결국 퀘이더의 증폭 매트릭스를 여우길로 그냥 무시하고 뚫고 들어가야 돼요. 네.
Subscribers are part of the echo chamber.
그러다 보니까 한번 흘려내는 그림을 만들어낼 수도 있고요. 자, 방까지 일단은 전진. 방 안에서 쭉 펼쳐질 수도 있는데 나이프가 잡혀요. 나이프가 잡혀요. 이러면은 시간 너무 많이 끌리는데요, 예지? 예. 이거 와야 됐죠. 와야 됐어요. 그렇죠. 여기서 그냥 압박만 쭉 넣다가 체력 관리 스킬 빠진 거 보면 그렇죠. 여우길 이런 식으로 여우길 밀어내고 그냥 궁극기 빼라. 이거 하는 거죠. 네. 여우길은 버티는 용으로 쓴 거지. 이거를 뭐 어떻게 나가기 약간 부담이 있어요. 우리 박벽도 빠져요. 거기에 지금 동황 잡았는데 역으로 대제창? 자 그래도 프로포 잡혔고요.
I don't know. It's one of the emotes that benefits so much from getting gigantified.
문제는 지금
Unfortunately, there was no Ajax in sight. Can you buy silence? What do you mean? Let's see it happen. Yeah, I don't know. I remember when they were doing this and they had the same situation, right? Where Smurf would mostly play Orisa, then Hanbin would come in and play it for a bit, and they did the same thing with Mauga. And I wonder if it's actually just an argument that, like, Hanbin feels like he might just be better on a lot of these heroes. Like stuff that isn't for Winston, essentially. We're ready back. Bliss can beat in now. I guess proper Bob when they beat. Yeah, there's the Bob. They have to lamp as well. Hanbin's killed Viper. They are all over this back line. Hanbin's killed too, though. What if Hanbin just killed everyone? You think Hanbin is definitely... Smurf is via Risiko? I think maybe only against Reinhardt. I feel like Smurf has fallen off. I think he's still good. Like, he's still clearly a good player. But I think he did used to be, like, on another level. Kind of disengage this overclock for free. It's a chill stream. We're just trying to watch and take it in. As we've established, I have a handful of real viewers and about 200 Samoans, all VPNing from other places, just to watch this. Somehow arise. Fuck me. Yes, you're washed, right? I modded one of the view bots to avoid suspicion. Oh. It's true, I'm a Samoan. Shout out to all the Samoans in the chat. Alright, Batbrig again. What was the power level here? Orisa... Was this when Orisa beat Mauga? And this is why Orisa was like hard meta? Is in fact what Donghack has chosen to do here what is colloquially known as fucking inting. Doesn't matter in his first fight because Stalker just gets picked anyway. That's half of Donghack's personality. What, to somehow carry on Doomfist and Winston and then occasionally just go Mauga. Oh fuck. Oh yeah, I remember now. It was Sim Mauga, right? Because then you can burn through the spin. That was the idea. I remember now. It's all coming back to me. They've disengaged. They've survived his first window trade. Where's Donghack going? What's happened? They've all just fucking ditched Irony. Yeah, because if they're just holding normally, normal hold seems good. Yeah, and then just at this moment here, I realize. I guess he's running to try and like catch Chio right now, and Irony has just been ditched. I mean, I guess even with the addition of attack, right? I think the assumption is that Yeti are never going to be Yeti are never going to be that team on any kind of brawl matchup, right? And that'll just be that.
소정과 캐서디 정도의 차이가 아닐까 싶긴 한데요. 그러네요.
Because what's interesting here is
하나만 차이가 있습니다. 이러면은 캐서디 쪽이
what's interesting here is
조금 더
Yeti have clearly given up a bit on dive, right? Like they still played it on Ilios, but they didn't play it on Saravasa.
한 번 노리는 변수.
And obviously we saw that actually Falcons lost playing dive on Saravasa as well. So maybe dive is kind of just in the bin here if it's not like one of the overpowered dive maps.
많이 도와.
And that's maybe that's just completely cucked Yeti.
아, 위험했어요. 그런데
And that's part of the massive shift in underperformance.
이러면은 팔콘이 좀
Would you rate Bernard over Hanbin? Right now, yeah. Right now, yeah. I think Bernard's actually been, like, unbelievable.
첫싸움 팔콘 안 놓쳐요.
Some of it as well, I think it applies to Max and it applies to,
또 그렇고 이게
this applies to Hanbin as well. I think part of the reason I am lower on Hanbin, because I think Hanbin is unbelievable on the heroes he's good at.
그 저지력을 주려고.
But I just don't, they've just not been relevant for so long. It's hard to just, it doesn't feel right to rank someone as S tier when they barely play. You know? Like, it doesn't feel like they've genuinely proven they are at that level all that recently, you know? Can we play Connect 4 on my forehead? No. I don't think there's actually enough space.
석양 받아칠 것도 너무 많고요. 중간 체크 포인트까지 이제 열릴 수 있으니까 첫 싸움이 되게 중요한 거예요. 그래서 그렇죠. 이거 만약에 여기서 터치하면은 투창만 피해내면은 석양을 풀어낼 게 없죠. 네. 그래서 여기 선여기 이러면 아이러니다. 이러면은 여기 안
You think if Outlaws signed Bernard earlier, they win the league?
여기까지 밀어내요? 네, 심지어
No.
지금
I think Houston were at what happened at the season 6 playoffs, from my perspective, is Florida were the only team with a good meta read, except for obviously us on London, because Reinhardt was the only meta read. What happened is Florida had the best meta read, so everyone else struggled into that sort of comp. Part of the reason we were able to beat Atlanta and stuff as well. And all that happened was Houston was the quickest team to adapt. So I think you have to give Houston a lot of credit for picking up that comp and that style, adapting it, and getting to the grand finals on it all in the space. Like they didn't start playing that comp until they were at the fucking event. But I think the reason Houston finished so high was because they were the team to adapt the quickest, rather than Bernard took him to like an unbelievable level or anything like that. Do you have any Fnatic streams you can watch? Not that I can stream, no. I might be able to get some next week, maybe from a boot camp or something. We'll see. I missed what happened. Was it just a classic combo? Terra Surge, Overclock. Hit some collateral damage. Bang. Pelican until he disappeared in finals. Are any Europeans boot camping at the moment? Not at the moment, no. But I think everyone is going to boot camp except for Ents. I think Twisted Minds might just be doing it remote, right? But they're scrimming Korean teams. Yeah, most are going this weekend or like early next week. Fuck, they're doubling down, they catch Fielder. The point has been taken though.
이건 이겨도 이긴 게 아니에요. 이건 전진이 거의 안 된 거거든요. 사실 이거 로보도도가 아니었으면 이미 30%.
Weren't Boston better than Houston? Not at that meta, no. Boston were just really good at beating the London Spitfire. Boston unironically got like 4th in the Overwatch League because they just kept beating the London Spitfire. Because we would not swap. We would not. We were just an eternal Ryan via Orisa battle.
하지만 이 싸움은 팔콘이 잡았어요. 초반에 동합을 노리면서 탱커 차이를 만들어냈습니다.
이러면은 그래도 예티가 소리 방벽을 안 쓰고 졌기
Yeah, I
때문에
think the team that actually came closest to beating Florida was Boston, right? And that playoffs, if I remember right. That was actually the closest game they had for finals. Wasn't that close?
바이퍼의 펄스 있습니다. 하지만 키리코가 있기 때문에 방울 빼는 거 보고 써야 되거든요.
그렇죠. 그래서 오버클럭으로 먼저
밀어내요.
근데
밀어내요.
뒤 뒤로 돌아.
Chris said he wasn't worried about Boston. We had a plan. We did have a plan. We had so many plans.
캔슬했던 것 같은데요?
Unfortunately, none of them worked.
아니 이 싸움을
근데 문제는 이런 식의 교환이 그렇게 기분이 좋은 게 아니에요. 그러니까 피해 규모를 줄인 거지.
예.
피해는 여전히 피해예요.
그러니까 손익 계산서를 좀 뭐 따져봤을 때 피해가 더 많다.
그러니까 100대 맞은 거 50대 맞은 거예요. 예. 이거
What's the expression? You know, everyone always has a plan until they get punched in the mouth.
아예 들어가자.
네.
Everyone on London had a plan until Smurf once again shifted into our fucking backline. Fuck.
빠져나왔고 대제창 일단 킬은 나오지 않았습니다.
정말 방금 빠진 거 봤고요. 아이러니요. 이거 순보 방금 다 빠졌거든요.
근데 필드가 잡혔고요. 펄스 수위창을 뜨는 동화도 보냈는데 이 다음 상황.
네, 교환이 나긴 하는데 문제는 이게 탱크가 있고 꼬체가 있다 보니까 함부로 들어갈 수가 없어요. 예티도 더 이상은.
그렇죠. 자 이러면 여기서 교착 상태가 계속 이어집니다.
그러니까 여기서 이렇게 대치한다는 것 자체가 예티 입장에서는 이게 시간이 타 들어가는 게 좀 마음이
He's back on Mauga.
거든요. 그리고 이렇게 고지도 잡고.
Mauga Genji.
야, 팔콘
They've kind of just been rolled, right?
하네요.
예, 지금 예티
So how much of this role do we want to attribute to meta, a meta shift away from dive? And how much of this role do we want to attribute to
아니다. 너네가 급하지 않느냐 지금.
그렇죠.
maybe Yeti at the time weren't as good as they were cracked up to be, you know?
예티가 어떻게든 밀고 들어온다고 하더라도 이번에 여기 소리 방벽 덮어버려서
Is this a scrim?
싸울 수도 있어요.
No, this is an old match.
자 여기
그래서 예티가
Everyone has a plan until Smurf shoves a spear in your mouth. Yeah, thank you, Plum. That's the version. That's a better version.
그리고 B2도 남겨져 있는 상태고요.
그리고 역진영 잡혔죠. 이러면은 로봇을 더 밀면서
Yeah, but I think, because you are right, Wilder, they did just stop the comp they were had success on. But there also must be a reason for that, right? Because these, as much as these matches are like one after the other, in terms of they played this match and they played the next match, there was a week of scrims in between, right? So,
근데 이거 일단 잡고 마피트.
yeah, Ilias was close and Saravasave won, yeah. But what that does mean is Yeti essentially are in a bit of an LGD situation then, right?
야 진짜
Where they need dive to be viable.
아이 뭡니까? 심지어 이겼죠. 진짜 스포트 이거 이거는 죽더라도 죽은 게 아니에요.
야심차게 검을 꺼내봤었는데 그걸 투창으로
LGD doesn't need dive to be viable.
그렇죠. 예.
True.
게다가 초퍼 오버클럭도 준비가 됐고요.
심지어 이거 예티가 궁극기 많이 투자했던 턴인데
But
팀팔군
are these two teams who are just only successful in the dive mirror? You know?
지금 뭐 여기 대제창 오버클럭 그냥
I do have a memory of Donghak playing Doom against like Arisivo and just going super hard.
세워서
Does anyone else have that memory? Was it from the Magical March period?
먼저 가요. 먼저 가요. 이거 순보 방울도 다 빠졌어요.
튕겨내기도 빠진 상태에서 프로퍼가 킬을 만들어냅니다.
KC12가 자기 찾지만 아무도 없어요. 팀원이 이러면은 끝났죠.
밀고 갑니다. 전원 처치와 동시에
Now they have attack, so yeah, I mean, on paper, attack makes them better. I feel like I've actually never seen attack play Overwatch.
스코어 3대1.
All I have is that he's an off-tank player, right, by trade. Where do I want to go now? Was it one of these where Donghak just went like? When was it? I feel like I have a memory from an Esperanza. Can I get an Esperanza, please? Maybe it was this one. Yeah, hold on. I'm just going to go to the toilet. But yeah, I think that's the thing to weigh up, right? Because right now, it feels like everything we've seen is they just have success in the dive matchup. Because one, Viper and Donghak get to play their best heroes. And particularly Donghak seems to be gapping all these All these so-called Winston pros. I'm back. All you've seen of Attack is a meme with his and Knife's names next to each other. Okay, we can try and factor that in. It's to be timed again. Slack, lazy, repulsive, pathetic. What's this word? Putrescent? Vile mods. Fuck. He's gone. He was genuinely good back in the day, but it's 0-2, so it's rather to be expected. Yeah, there's always like a... Especially in these teams that just kind of like... Because it was this when, presumably, one of 0-2's like golden spells, right? Where they kind of just won most things. So it's always possible players sort of get a bit of an inflated reputation being on a team like that. He got benched for Marv 1. Oh. Yeah. Also, some of these things as well are very much like a... If you're not a good brawl team, adding a guy who can play more suitable tanks doesn't necessarily solve that problem. Right? You know, like if you have to, it's like a knowledge thing. So I don't know. %of his career was being benched for Donghack. So wait, so he spent a lot. So Attack spent loads of his contenders' career playing second fiddle to Donghack, and then he thought he'd do. There was another shot to play second fiddle to Donghack on a slightly bigger stage. And now he's gone to do it again. I mean, to be fair, what I think should be the narrative, right? Let me find them. This has been updated. What's it been updated to? Don't know. What I think should be true about this Fnatic roster is people should be excited about this roster because I think they're like an underdog team that have a super high peak if they can play Dive. If Dive is strong, this team does actually have a really big upset potential for loads of these teams. Suddenly, the Korean teams will hate playing against them. They've got clear comp advantages against some of the teams like ENCE and SSG and all the Western teams, really. But I think it's been tainted by a load of people just saying like, oh, they're fucking Korean, they're the best team ever. When actually, I feel like they've pretty consistently proven, they've proven more often than not as good as any of the other Korean teams going. Now they have proven they are competitive with them, or even able to beat them. But what I think this should be, the story for this team, is fucking... It's like a reunion story, right? It's Fate, it's Fletter, it's fucking Izzyaki, Lee Jae-gong. They've got the boys back together. I really think it just should actually be like they are like just another version of LGD. We got a super high peak. They could upset some teams. They're potentially a bit exploitable because in the same way a lot of the Western teams are limited to brawl comps, and these guys are limited to dive comps. So I think they should be a team that people should be excited about. It's just when when there's like this sort of narrative that they're just 100% better or something than like the Western teams, I don't think it adds up. I don't think it adds up based on what we've seen. I don't think they're in the same tier at all as the other 3 Korean teams. And I think also, especially for a team like SSG, playing against Dive has generally been one of their strengths, you know? Whoa. What is this? Smash comes from the Korean Overwatch scene, widely renowned as one of the strongest in the world. Fuck. He's an experienced professional who has found success across various regions, including a 2-year tenure with a North American franchise league powerhouse in Overwatch. This experience will be valuable to our team in the upcoming EWC. Yeah, well, I don't know. I've never worked. I've met Smash a few times. Nice guy. He seems a little bit insane from some of the stories I hear, but also I do hear lots of good things about like some of the comps, like particularly as a dive coach. That's for one. I think that's always referenced both by Unter and Face. Is that he's actually very good at that side of things. Obviously, that doesn't super line up necessarily with Ataraxia's map pool, but I think it's a decent signing. We'll see, won't we? The proof will be in the pudding, as people say. You think Korea is going to get more slots next OWCS? Probably not. I think I think the idea is, because if you look how the Esports World Cup has treated Korea as like a region, they've obviously given it plenty of spots. They've also given it pretty preferential seeding. So clearly the Esports World Cup, a lot of respect towards Korea. Meanwhile, OWCS has only offered 2 spots to Korea. But I think this is actually mostly financial. If OWCS had the budget, not only would they probably have more Korean teams, they'd probably just have 4 from each region at least. But it's super budget. Everything I think we've seen does imply that there's like heavy budget limitations for OWCS, which obviously don't apply to Esports World Cup in the same way. Hence why they're able to do like a 16-team tournament from teams around the world. So I don't think we'll see an increase in spots for Korea because of that. I can't see the budget necessarily going up. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, he's a dive-build coach. It doesn't mean he's incapable of the other ones. Wait, hold on. I'm getting an update, actually. Apparently, he's also really good at the poke comps. Do you want me to I'll just read it out verbatim. I'll read it out verbatim from a man who actually will be way more informed than all of us on this situation. So Smash is not just a dive coke. He's insane at poke, insane at Sigma comps, and he won mid-season madness on 2 flex poke. Fuck you, chat. Wilder is a client. I mean, it's... yeah, I mean, that is obviously, if you haven't filled in the blanks, that is from Unter, who will be way more informed on actually working with Smash and what he is good and bad at than any of us. So... I reckon we take his word for it. I certainly will be. But yeah, I think there's probably like a significant overlap, I think, as well, in terms of dive and poke, in terms of like the core fundamentals that are important for both comps, right? It's very much about how you control space and where and when you can put pressure on. And and yeah, if you understand that stuff, I mean, he has been successful, right? Like, as much as Gladiator's had a bad season, which coach hasn't had a fucking bad season, right? He's also had plenty of success. Is it enough to get him through? I think one of the problems, I think, for Virtus Pro is what we've seen in the Face It playoffs is they were really weak against dive. And that's like the key problem for them to solve. The bans might even help them in some ways, right? Because they can ban around it a little bit. But how do they deal with dive? Because they really don't have it in their pool, I don't think. I don't really know about Rajaro's Diva. If maybe if Diva's buffed, now it becomes like a reasonable enough dive option. But I don't know. Can you get it typed out? Yeah, copy and paste it. Oh, there we go. Oh, it's not formatted it very well. But that'll do, huh? Perma-tagging you? Well, it's important information that you should be aware of, you know?
서디는 변수되기 너무 연약한 딜러긴 해요.
맞습니다. 상대 거리도 확실하게 벌려주고.
But yeah, I don't know. I mean,
복귀하면서 나이프.
that's the problem for him to solve.
일단 슬라이딩 그치 못했고요.
이게 한 대 맞고 그냥 빠지면 되니까.
네.
아. 자예요.
It's the dive problem, I think, is the big one for him to solve. And if they can get value out of, what do you call it? If they can get value out of their picks. Because a lot of people talk about Vert's probably being limited by their picks. Because you could you could ban Alari or something. But again, you can only ban Alari for one map. And actually, if I'm... Does the ban system help the poke comps more? If you know what I mean. For example, like if I lose the Koth map and then I'm Virtus Pro, I get to pick map, so I pick Hollywood. I don't know if it's in the pool, but I pick something like Hollywood. And then I also ban first, and then I ban Anna. I don't ban Winston, I allow Winston, I ban Anna, because then I protect Alari. So I protected Alari, and then they can go like Kiri, Lucio, Winston, right? They can do that. But is that easier to deal with than dive? Probably. Probably for their type of comp. And then it's just, obviously they still struggled against Winston, Kiri, Lucio. Like, don't get it twisted. But maybe that's actually a way they can use it in their favor. How many gifted to force Unter to take estrogen? 100 more billion. All right, well, the number's been set. The number's been set. You think Unter would make a cute girl? Next per. What's meta now? Nobody knows, I think. Oh, wait, is it Ryan Sim? Okay. Never mind, sorry, I sang correct. It's Ryan Sim, actually. Sorry, I just received an update. It's actually Ryan Sim. I just got a 6k on Soldier 76. Are you proud of me? No, and nobody is proud of. How did you get a 6k? Rez? They shot the Helix rocket at their feet. Mercy Res respawns. There. Fuck. I feel like have you just tricked us into letting you self-promote? I feel like we've been scammed here, but what can you do, eh? Let's see it. There's 1, 2, 3. Other res. Fuck. You're in Australia too? Wait, do you know any of these people, Hunter? What about Lady Lion? Vanilla 909. Tassir. Surely you gotta live near one of these people. Get this guy on Showman. Wait, can you still make signings? I might know a soldier player for you. Hunter knows every Overwatch player in Australia. That's my presumption. He's posting these clips in our Overwatch. You've got to be taking the piss. I never go on our Overwatch. Is it exclusively Diamond and below? Dank is coaching it. There you go, see? This guy's probably better at Soldier than you, Hunter. Have I turned the sound off? I sure have.
동화 어깨 무겁습니다. 살아야 돼요.
Is it Chris Platt? Yeah, I think so. I mean, you're probably the most talented of us in-game, Hunter. Because Chris is Platt. I beat Chris in a 1v1. And I'm probably Platt at best. You are actually, probably the most talented currently as well. You're far more accomplished as a pro. I mean, you did keep getting to international LAN events. Has Chris not had higher World Cup placements than you, though? I'm a domestic champion. You mean at, like, cleaning and looking after your house? King of 5th, 6th. Were you ever at a World Cup at the same time? Did you have an overlap? (2019) Fuck, Australia didn't make playoffs. Did you ever run into each other? You got shit on? Did you ever actually get a chance to, Oh yeah, this is where they did all the individual groups, right? Yeah, so like, all like GSL brackets. Fuck, you got Denmarked. Oh good, they still have the logs. Why is CKM on 10 deaths? Fuck. It's not looking great, is it? Not making for great reading. Terry was ranked 1 to 3 on Korean ladder. CKM was a nice kid. Shame he wasn't better at Overwatch, but nice guy. I should run a tournament. Won't that cost loads of money? And probably also make 0 money? I don't know if streaming for a few months has really given me the financial security to invest in a tournament. Just do no money for it. You have an insane idea? Sponsor ETF2L. Like J3 if he wasn't bold. Like a draft type of league. What, as in you draft the team? You've run a tourney for free and you're so tired? Fuck. It'd be good like a show match type thing, right? It'd have to be like a weekend one and something. It's a good idea, actually. I feel like it's an off-season idea, though, no? Isn't this is the off-season? No, it's the biggest tournament of the year in 2 weeks. Didn't you retire as well, Cal? Aren't you on a sort of a permanent off-season? You getting a cat soon? Nice. Cal and his cat. Seeing if Cal get a duo going. Get past. Oh, fuck. Everyone's coming gunning for Hunter today. Poor guy just wanted to rock up.
악착과 과부하와 다력술탄을 뚫고 살고 나이프는 변수를 내줘야 돼요.
네. 일단 방금 과마 뚫고 살았어요, 동학.
바이퍼 툴에도 많이 힘들 거예요. 지금 이거 조합이 캐서디 토르비온이라
잘못 뚫면 바로
Thoughts on
가거든요.
Aspartame?
톱을 깰 만한 인원도 마땅히 없고
Hoping it's really fine. Really hoping it's really fine. And the
포커싱이 너무
enormous
넓거든요.
quantities I've consumed over the years have actually given me
할수 있는 예측인데요.
너무 많이 깊게 들어왔죠. 스티커?
superpowers rather
아하,
than
속도가
an
잡힙니다.
early grave.
딜러가 없고 한민까지 갑니다.
저 그나마 이 맵이 넓은 맵이거나 2층 맵이면
But there's only one way to find out, hey? Only one way to find out.
힐벤이라도 던질 수 있어서 전 사실 세 번째 맵 선택이 이게 아닐까
Microdosing
싶었는데
estrogen for
수라바사가
performance too.
나와가지고
어쨌든
Thoughts on Overwatch? It's okay.
그러니까 가져갔던
It's okay.
수도 있을 텐데 예티는 그게 무위로 돌아간 만큼 이 스크란사는 확실하게 가져와야 되겠습니다.
스토커 선수도 맵이 넓으니까 토르비온으로 뭐 받아치기 너무 까다롭다.
네,
트레이서 넣었거든요.
맞습니다.
그러면 나이프가 좀 더 해볼 만하죠. 조합 선수가 훨씬 더 그나마 좀 안정감 있게 홀딩해주고
전투가 나온다면
네, 팔이 짧아요 지금 팔.
맞습니다.
No way. No way. The fucking auto mod wouldn't allow Russian shill. It was Russian shill. It wouldn't. Unironically, Twitch will not let you say the word Russian shill. Come on. Yeah, it's done it again. It's had to be allowed. Why? Why is Twitch protecting Russian shills? This isn't a joke as well. Like, I know people keep writing it in chat, but they're all having to be approved manually by the mods. American shill didn't require auto mod. So Cuban shill also didn't require auto mod. Chinese spy also fine. Well, I think it's clear. Where where Twitch are getting a lot of their money from, right? Yeah, so it's only Russian it's only Russian shields that are protected. What? Wait, what's the 14% one? Someone's gonna have to explain this one to me. Is it the amount of votes that Reform got? I know they only got like a few seats or something, yeah, but they actually got like a load of fucking second places and didn't get the seats. You didn't vote? Fuck. Maybe Reform could have got one more seat if you had. God damn it. Yeah, it's that classic situation that a lot of countries experience where the voting system makes a lot of sense when it was invented fucking ages ago. And now there's a lot more modern systems and a lot less logistical problems to worry about. They've not changed or updated it at all. So it just remains. And the problem is, what you would need is a majority in Parliament to vote for the changes. But obviously, the current majority in Parliament are probably quite happy with the system because they fucking won it. It's actually the same problem you have asking Overwatch teams what the rule change or the seeding changes should be for tournaments while the tournament is going on. Because they're all just going to vote in their own interests. So you never actually get anyone's real opinion. You just get people campaigning for stuff that supports themselves directly.
공격 위에서 나눠 주면서 도각을 밀어 넣었는데 서로 비트 맞았고요.
펄스는 안 들어갔는데 비트도 안 들어가서.
예.
You want the seeding system? Wait, I think I've seen this guy as well. Someone was complaining about him the other day. He's retired? Oh, so have a great Sunday. Retiring. Oh, you're right. Fuck me. How do you follow 4K people? It's surely impossible, right? Oh wait, I've heard of Horrocks before. Got collared by the self-proclaimed supervillain of UK esports. Who calls themselves who tries to claim that they are indeed the supervillain? It's scraggly, isn't it? I mean, it's just a load of reform stuff. Belter. Well, another retirement, eh? Fuck. How does it feel that I can't wake up safely in the UK anymore? Why can't I wake up safely in the UK anymore? I feel like this is another political joke that has maybe gone over my head.
와 근데 이걸 살아요. 와. 잡았어. 그나마 좀 안정감 있게 홀딩해주고.
변수가 나온다면.
네. 팔이 짧아요 지금. 팔.
맞습니다. 공격 위에서 나눠 주면서 도각을 밀어 넣었는데.
Crazy that I repeat it. I just don't get it. It's over my head. I'm not really
맞았고요.
not really a fucking
팔이 짧아요 지금. 팔.
political head.
공격 위에서 나눠 주면서 도각을 밀어 넣었는데.
I really won't die. He's got this one.
펄스는 안 들어갔는데 비트도 안 들어가서.
예.
와 근데 이걸 살아요. 와.
잡았어요.
Yeah, there we go. All right. All right.
먼저 시작을 했는데
누가 나노를 받아도 좀 유리한 바텀이구나. 게다가 화면에 나오진 않지만 아이러니가 스토커한테 잡혔거든요.
맞습니다.
그 루시우가 아나를 끌고 아나랑 같이 들어갈 수는 없다 보니까 아나가 뒤에서 버려지는 구도가 나오는데
네,
아나가 살아야 돼요.
맞습니다. 미니 아이러니가 사는 게 예티의 한타 승리를 이어주고 있습니다. 나이스야. 터자마자 한
Alright.
번 잡아내네요.
Nice punching back,
오, 그리고 핀더까지.
sort of.
지호가
He's done
멈추긴
enough.
했는데 이미 인원수가 크게 발생한 팔콘이죠. 그래서
그냥 버티는 식으로 운영하면서 하지 않을 것 같거든요.
맞습니다.
When I'm missing nade, missing sleep, and dying first competition.
맞습니다.
This is irony.
트레이서 정도만 로봇을 밀게 만들면서
Oh, the nade's good.
어,
오, 종아 밀어내면서 쇼 빠지게 만들었고요.
있나요?
반면에 이격까지.
아못 살았어요. 네.
아하, 힐러 다 잡혔습니다. 스토커도
What if Dong
갑니다.
Hack just did everything?
이번 한타까지 가져.
그때 먹었을 때 아이러니
확실하게 힐맨 남겨두고 가면은.
Yeah, this is what I remember where I was like,
자리 먹으려고
we're actually doing really well against like a more brawly.
케어라도 해보자라는 선택이 좀
com.
디바인데
쭉 붙어서 다시 한번 나아가는
근데
팔콘입니다.
이런 나이프가 더 살아요.
Yeah, this was the one where he went like
좀 상대적으로 억제가
insane.
될 건데
네,
디바면
I think
거의 사실 소전에게 디바
my my memory of it
그렇죠.
was, especially this second week, it was like
조금만 때리면 에너지 쭉쭉 찹니다.
맞습니다.
Dong Hack still played amazing, but it wasn't like the same like team performance.
함께 케어하는 한빈이었고 이러니까 나노 킵하면서 한 번 더.
와, 피하는 것만 주면 돼요.
Having a tank for punch. Irony's killed Stalker.
오히려 아이러니가 지금까지 잡혔어요.
Hostbomb connects.
아하, 프로퍼까지 잡히게 되면은 이런 또 힘의 균형이 무너지죠.
너무 힘 빠지겠는데요. 예.
아, 이스페란자.
They just leave it on Dong Hack POV as well.
본인 번 더.
그러니까 이게 결국 디바 캐서디 바티를 쓰겠다는 게 기본적으로 성벽 이용해서 기동성 살려서 그냥 치고 빠지기만 하면
예,
팔콘 입장에서는
Wait, this is old? Yeah, it is old. Yeah, we're watching old ones.
맞습니다. 그래서 디펜트 펼쳐주면서 동학적으로
Fuck, they finally stopped him.
그래서 디펜트 펼쳐주면서 동학적으로 거세게 앞발 가있고 결국엔
지금 비트 믿고 좀 과감하게
Yeah, this is a live scrim hunter.
마피트를 먹었어요.
맞습니다. 이어서 블리스까지 제압을 해내면서 아이런이 또 늦게 잡고 있네요.
아나의 서름이죠.
그렇죠. 이렇게 최대한 늦게 아이러니를 잡아내면서 이 밀.
시그마의 토르비온 조합에서 트레이서가 생기고 디바가 나왔다 보니까
네,
지금까지 잘 풀려 사실 바꿀 타임 못 잡은 거고
네,
브리기티가 나왔습니다.
맞습니다. 브리기테 아나로 확실하게 안에 대한 생존력을 높여준 선택을 한 예팀이라.
근데 이거 사실 나이프 선수가 지금 너무 활약하기 좋은 구도라서
네.
Alright, overclock from the window.
그리고 오늘 나이프의 컨디션이 너무 좋거든요.
네, 다시 디바 찾으러 가죠.
맞습니다.
나의 소중한
Not
친구,
pops it though.
마음의 고향.
Nade's landed. Dong Hack is at it again. Hambin's peeled, they've all survived.
파멸의 격으로 어글권 동안
They get a bit of space, but his cross is still a nightmare for the backline from Yeti.
성벽 아래까지 붙여놨고
네.
자, 이제 진입할 때
What
뒷라인만
next? Just wait for
안전하게
Nano and go again.
그 딜라인들이 이제 버티림도 생겼거든요. 나이프 오버클럭 하면서
어?
하지만 붙었죠.
근데
근데
바이퍼도
프로퍼도 이렇게
Both pulse bombs good.
상황에서 나노로
Oh, the sleep's good. The nade's good. Fuck. Oh, the boop.
잠깐만 아이론이 잡혔어요. 하지만 한빌 리필은 안
Dong Hack
됐습니다.
now needs to do it all again.
예. 이렇게 지켜보긴 해야 돼요.
네, 아나가 오는 동안 또못 밀어요.
맞습니다. 결국은 이 동학이 버티는 힘에는 아나의 힘이 있는 건데 그 힐러가 없거든요.
오늘 아이런 선수 자폭에
Not able to get him off this high ground, really.
이게 참 한빈 선수 자폭 각이 좋은 건지.
No real ults coming back, just for rally.
근데 결국
She'll have beat Fildora's window. They should be able to force the point here at the very minimum.
확실한 승리 한 번으로 리드 가져가는 게 필요합니다.
예티가 굳이 불리한 각에서 좀 싸워줘서 그런 거지.
Dong Hack's underneath, but no one else can really cross from Yeti.
힘 흡수하니까. 근데 결국 팔콘도 캐서디다 보니까 저 선병을 먹고도 변수를 이렇다 하게 내지 못하고 있거든요.
맞습니다. 비트 누르면서 앞으로 더 밀고 들어갑니다.
Saw some game last night. I was happy they won. Happy they won. Why did they beat there?
예티가 너무 잘 흘렸어.
들어갑니다.
이렇다 하게.
Happy Spain won. I thought they'd probably been like the best looking team in terms of the quality of football they played. So happy that they actually won. Even though in reality, once they had taken the lead that second half, they were kind of play it safe. And France really should have. I think France should have equalised, right? When you look at the two headers they had, Tukamani and Upamenko. Both should have done better with their headers. I think Mbappe had that chance, what, in like the 86th minute? He should have scored it, right? Best looking team. Just a sucker for football, Hunter, you know? You've interacted with me and Chris before. Literally, we'll ditch Overwatch for football. Have the earliest opportunity. And every opportunity.
근데 지금 예티가 너무 잘 흘렸어요.
맞습니다.
점도 안 줬어요.
켜면서 앞으로 다.
Alright, they're gonna go through. Oh, Donghack is dead.
동학 잡힙니다. 하지만 뒤쪽으로 바이퍼 빠르게 붙었거든요.
자, 여기서 교환이라도 봐줘야 되는데.
교환 안 났어. 빠진 바이퍼. 아이런이 잡혔고요.
교환 보려고 했는데 힘들.
맞습니다.
네.
다시 한번 루시오 안하로 가게
자,
됩니다.
이안타.
네. 결국엔 돌고 돌아 다시 한번 루시오 안하로 가게
자,
됩니다.
이안타 사실상 이번 세트를 결정짓는
오.
한타 안 돼요.
무리 안 하고 잘 빠졌죠.
Desperately trying to hang on to this lead. Pulse bomb is good. Irony's dead. Is he required though? Oh, someone kill the lamp.
교환비 자체는
Irony is not required.
왜 이렇게 좋아해, 도와?
그러니까요. 야,
Fuck.
저를 만들어줍니다.
여기서 리드 못 가져온 거 뼈 푸져 팔고.
맞습니다. 야, 이거 승부를 결정 지을 수 있는 한타라고 하셨는데
You gonna hit the road?
예티가 가져갑니다.
자, 이러면 예티 옵션이 많아요. 나노가 가지고 좀 들고 오버클럭도 있겠다. 반대로 팔콘 이거.
Oh, there we go. Semi-Fredo sending him on his way.
변수덱이 너무 연약한
God
팀이네요.
bless.
맞습니다.
God bless.
시간이 벌려주고 있거든요. 먹으면서
Alright, knife overclock.
자유수비탄.
They kind of just done it around the corner, so it was an easy enough disengage for Falcons.
이게
Pulse bomb forces a lamp. Haining comes back, but Donghack is just killing the backline. And the sleep is good.
이렇게 필드 앞으로
Fuck.
한빈도 일단 아이런이 잡아냈어요. 동학 아하 한빈 못 탔어요.
메카탑승 아주 그냥 철저하게 막는데요.
그렇죠. 이렇게 되면은 또 리드 붙일 수 있죠 예티. 로봇이 더 밀기까지 하나요? 더 밀 것 같죠?
네, 밀다가 성벽에서 맞겠죠.
맞습니다.
힐벤을 맞을 수밖에 없어요. 팔콘이.
야, 이러면은 진짜 아까 한타 크게 굴러가는데요. 빠르게 한빈이 붙여주면서 성벽 쪽으로 빠진 예티.
이제 싸움이 길어지면 길어질수록 이제 팔콘이 로봇에 무조건 인원 분배를 해야 되다 보니까.
네.
So, should be really hard.
그나마 스토커의 펄스가
Got the nano Donghack in. Got media strike to keep going. Stalker misses the downtown pulse bomb.
자,
그럼
이렇게
일단 변수
빠지죠.
없는
네.
상황에서 한타 이어나가야죠.
자, 로봇에 붙어라. 그럼 힐벤 던지고 나도 두피 다이브 할 수 있게 이거거든요.
네. 예티 이 한타만 이긴다면 세트 스코어 맞춰 나갈 수 있을 텐데 비트 빠졌고 블리스의 밑은 남아있고 예티가
Oh, fuck.
스토커 잡혔어요. 프로퍼더 가네요.
오늘 도박 두피스 너무 좋은데요.
풀세트 가자 외칩니다.
Has he done enough?
남은 건 한빈. 하지만 리필도 없거든요.
Now do it.
혼자 남은 송하나 너무
Why is everyone getting timed out? What happened? Ban over chatters so now then kind of exposed for viewing. To answer you, Musket, what has been the conclusion? Are Fnatic frauds or not? I think the conclusion is the idea that they're a top, like an S tier team alongside the likes of Falcons or Crazy Raccoons, that is fraudulent. I think looking back at these games now, I think they do hit this crazy high peak on dive. Donghack is definitely the real fucking deal. I think that's like undeniable. Because even when they were performing worse in some of the later games, Donghack was still playing pretty damn well. But I think for me, it means they're probably around about the same level as SSG. I think when I look at, I can bring up the teams. When I look at like these three teams, so like a Falcons, Crazy Raccoon, Zeta, I think they're actually pretty meta-proof in terms of they will be a top tier team, like contesting for the title regardless of meta. I think Fnatic find themselves much closer to LGD in terms of, hey, if we get the right meta, if dive's really viable, we can go really far. So I think the narrative that Fnatic are going to just blow any non-Korean team out of the water isn't true at all. I think they do just have a really high peak on dive. I think what I think the narrative should be is actually I think Fnatic should be a good dark horse team. And this is kind of what annoyed me about the Peps narrative as well. I think when you overrate these teams, and I think that's what happened to Peps at the OWCS Stage 2, and you're like, oh, they're just the fucking best. They actually looks like they're just a top team in this meta or something. Or you say, like, oh yeah, Fnatic are just like, they're going to beat all the Western teams, no problem. Is what you actually do is you devalue their actual success. So what has happened with the Pep situation, for example, is they've then sort of been blown back down to earth. But now everyone just thinks about them getting blown back down to earth rather than what we've actually seen from Peps, which probably is like a steady improvement, right? And I think similarly with Fnatic, like what I think we should see Fnatic are is, fuck me, it's just the Shanghai Dragons boys are getting the band back together again. Like it's literally the roster, right? Like it's Fate, Fletter, Izzyaki, and Lee Jae Gong. Like who are they missing? Who didn't make the fucking call up? What was it? Season 4? 21? Does it not just tell me who's on the roster? This was surely not. Oh, that's a former, sorry. Lip, Void, and Moon. Oh wait, it's actually easier if I go to Overwatch League Season 4 and then to Shanghai Dragons, right? This is like a better way to do it. But it's loads of the same, you know what I mean? And I think about like who was on like this was the starting roster, I think, when they won, right? These were the people who played 90% of the games, if not more. But yeah, like it's literally Fate and Fletter have called up their old friends Izzyaki and Lee Jae Gong. They've got the band back together, and they're going to give it a go with some sort of like new generation talent, right? In the sense that we've got like people like Viper, people like Donghack, who are really very much at the forefront in terms of talent. So I think this roster and this team should be really exciting, but they are an underdog team against most of these things. Like I think I'd say all these Korean teams they're underdogs against. I think they're probably around the same level of like SSG Toronto. You know, like I'd say these three teams are probably all quite similar power level. Maybe you could put LGD in that group as well, actually. But I think that's how they should be seen, right? Is that they're in like the 4th to 8th group or whatever it would be. 4th to 7th group. And I think this is how we should view Fnatic. Because I don't like it when teams are like overrated and gassed up, because I think it just it ruins any success they do have, right? Which I think is what happened to Peps. Is Peps didn't get to actually enjoy any of the success they did have. Because there was like a course correction to how highly they were rated. What changes did Falcons get? None. There's still the same Falcons roster. They've not made any changes since qualifying for the Esports World Cup. The exact same roster that finished second. But I think they got a pretty reasonable chance. So I prefer Shanghai 2.0 or Shanghai 2.5. Obviously Crazy Raccoon. I think what's interesting with Crazy Raccoon is normally when a team is the best team, like when obviously when San Francisco Shock had their dominance, or when Atlanta Reign in Season 6 had their dominant spell at the start, what happens is you become the enemy. Because you're the favourite and you're the dominant team, everybody wants to see you lose. Everyone wants to see you be upset. But I feel like that's not true with Crazy Raccoon, right? Like when I find myself watching Crazy Raccoon versus Falcon, I actually want Falcons to lose. You know, I want Crazy Raccoon to do well. I'm not quite sure what that is. I guess maybe it's because Falcons have, in theory, more resources, right? They had, like, the most money the earliest, got, in theory, the dream roster. It's because they were the original. Yeah, I mean, it's true, right? Falcons were believed to be the dominant team for ages. It's because Falcons have Smurf and he's my nemesis. I just need Smurf to suffer. Yeah, just a Smurf hater. Maybe it's. Yeah, you're right. Maybe it is actually just completely petty from me, and nothing to do with nothing to do with logical reason. And they were mean to Donghack. True. Is Streaming Scrims dead? I don't think it's dead. It's dead for the Esports World Cup. But it might be back for stage 3. But it will be like a try and find out. Obviously, like Toronto are still keen for me to do it. And I think SSG will still say yes as well. And I think Crimzo is relatively open to it as well. So we can maybe get like if we get a Toronto and SSG trifecta, if you can convince the big dogs, the small dogs will follow, you know? So that's what you gotta try and do. Where's Massa? Massa's not going to the Esports World Cup. He's chosen not to go. He doesn't want to go to an event in Saudi Arabia. So they're getting a ringer in instead. Fishing with Cloudy. Yeah, I don't know what he's literally doing right now. I only know the big picture. I don't have his daily diary. Who they get in? Wait, they get in Rack Wimone. If you're trying to bait it, I already leaked it. It's already out, Wimone. It's already out. Also, you know what someone said yesterday on air, so it's already out there in the public, Wimone. I'm going to put you on the spot now. Wimone thought you thought you were putting me on the spot, Will, but I'm actually putting you on the spot. Are you going to Saudi with a team? No. You're watching from home? I swear someone said yesterday you would be going. Also, you wrote no with 2 O's, which makes it sound more like no. Rather than just no, it was like a no. So I think you're telling fibs. That's my read. People believe Wimone? We'll see. We'll see. I'm being psychoanalyzed. You actually. The guy writes 2 O's instead of 1 O, and now we're getting real fucking the Freudian analysis. Everything. We're going deep. We're trying to unravel his entire life from that second O. LGD Wimone? Loaded Wimone? I mean, he could improve these rosters, I reckon. Might have to learn Chinese real quick. You think he's on The Greatest Showman? If Rush can do it, Will can. How much Chinese do you think Rush has learned? Or do you think it's just like is Creed the middleman, or is there some kind of translator? I mean, they have a translator, right? 100% they have a translator. He speaks a lot of Chinese. Fuck, Wimone is joining LGD. Fuck. He's there getting fucking Chinese VOD reviews from Rush. Wimone frantically on his phone trying to type it, fucking get Google Translate on the go so he can understand where he's meant to fucking hold. He said he coached a Chinese team before. Did he? I mean, I don't know why if he says it, it's probably true. I don't know why he would lie about such a thing. I mean, to be fair though, when I look at this history, oh, my head's in the way. But when I look at list history, none of these teams are Chinese. So maybe he was lying. He's saying to use Sim because you can utilize for TP. I mean, you literally can utilize it. He's not wrong. I mean, it could just be like a not very high profile one, right? Who knows? Who knows? I mean, they probably just got a translator, right? Nah, that's the expectation. Either their manager is serving as some kind of translator or Creed. I don't know if Creed speaks English and he's working, or speaks Korean rather, would be more relevant. And he's working as some kind of middleman for it. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure there's like a workaround for it. It's just not as good, you know? I think it's particularly hard to head coach in a language that's not native. That's not the same. That's not native to the players you are coaching as well. You know, because unless you have like really good English, like people like Krusty and 9K are probably good examples. Or people who actually just have like conversational English, or even in Krusty's case, even better. You know, same with Junkbuck and all that. Is this how I announce what I'm going to do in Saudi? I'm actually translating Chinese to Korean for Team LGD. Unbelievably, they didn't check a single one of the qualifications on the CV I sent them. So I just told them I was fluent in both languages, and they said, great, we'll see you in Saudi Arabia. So I've now got 2 weeks to learn both Korean and Chinese. Do they know I'm bold? Also lied about that. They actually didn't check a single thing. They just took me at my word. Very trusting. Which is going to backfire on them horribly when they realise I can't translate either. Let alone one to the other. Alright. So now we've done a little bit. We've dipped our toes in research. The question is, do we need to move anyone up? Obviously, we didn't actually see Lee Jae-gong. Lee Jae-gong or Iziaki play, right? So that's kind of they don't get affected. Hi, Andra. Move Dong. I don't think Donghak moves up though, right? Because he's still locked in. He's still like, I don't know. He's got like God mode on dive, but he's not got the variety. He's just got like anything that like he's got the Bull, Doom, Winston trio, right? Move Hanbin up. I still don't think we've seen enough. Like I think on his heroes, Hanbin is S tier, right? But his heroes are just shit. And it's possible his heroes might even stay shit as well with this new patch. Did you not see his Rhine? No. Dong Rhine goes hard. Diva's good though. Maybe. There's certain heroes like, I think Diva and Zarya, even when they're good, they're not good. You know? Even like with Junker Queen. Viper kind of a go. I don't know. It was still only Tracer though, right? And there's maybe an element of which hero is going to become more relevant. You like it because if I look at the current, I say the current meta, but pre the patch, yesterday's patch, there was loads of Genji, loads of Pharah, loads of Echo. Heroes we've not really seen Viper excel on. Because he played a bit, to be fair, he played 90% Tracer, right? He played a little bit of Genji on Midtown. Not fucking full held. Like if this was a Tracer tier list, I think Viper moves up. But I don't think he's got the flexibility to justify going up. Yeah, sorry, not ordered in tiers. So it's just the order we talked about them, rather than specific. See, I don't know, like the Viper one, I'm more convinced by Knife. To see him have a shot, not at like winning it, you know. Yeah, Viper has looked like checkmate. I've given huge allowances that the Rock situation was just fucked, right? Huge allowances to checkmate. And that the Rock situation was just fucked, and that maybe he's also just not good at sim, right? Is the current patch for one that will be at Esports World Cup? I think so. I'm not 100%, but I think so. You think Knife up one? I don't know. I still felt pretty inconsistent, though. Like, how many maps did we watch today? Like, 12 maps, maybe? Maybe not. Maybe 9 maps? And how many good ones did he have? Like, that Suravasa was good. Maybe one of the Esperanzas? See, it still feels really patchy to me. On Knife, especially, and we only saw it on Sojourn as well. He was against Lip and Prop, and that is true. That is true. No, I didn't, Juby. I watched also The Bad Weekend. I watched The Bad Weekend, and yeah, I mean, one of these things is like a... Yeah, I thought Knife was fine, right? But again, like, this tier 4 isn't bad players, right? This isn't a tier of bad players. This is a tier of good players below tiers of better players. Obviously, this could shift a lot if the meta shifts too, right? Because think if we, I don't know who was here when we were talking about patches earlier, but when we talked about patches and we thought, like, maybe if Malga falls off a little bit, maybe heroes like Genji and Pharah follow him out the door, and we go back to more of the Ram brawl, right? And then is Tracer Cass just on the is Nat the meta? Because if Nat's the meta, I think there's a decent case to move Viper up, potentially. Because what you also have to consider, does anyone even... How sure are people that Viper will start over checkmate? What's, like, the current feeling? Kaneo over Ghost? Yeah, like I've like worked with Kaneo a little bit, so I'm maybe a little bit biased, but I'm actually a big believer in Kaneo. I do agree that Kaneo's maybe not had like necessarily a load of performances to justify it as much, but I've got faith, you know. There's elements of faith in there. I think he's actually one of the better flex supports in EMEA right now. Tracer, yes. Anything else, no. Yeah, I mean, obviously, if it's double flex, they both start, right? I think, like, things that are obvious in this Fnatic lineup is if it's hit scan, Knife will be Mr. Hit Scan, right? If it's double flex DPS, then it'll be both of them, right? It'll be a classic V plus C. But what if it's a more typical meta where it's hit scan, like it's a hit scan meta, right? So who is the flex DPS? Is it checkmate or is it Viper? This is where it gets a little bit tricky, right? So if Viper's not even the best flex DPS on his team, right? And I think it's only Tracer he's excelled at, right? And he has excelled. Yeah, like there's some heroes that are obvious, right? Like do you need to raid again to move up? Do you think that's an unreasonable tier, Naga? Honest question. I know you're probably going to be biased in this, right? You're going to be biased. Some of this is because this is trying to be like meta neutral to a degree as well. Meta dependent, and I think in EU almost true, but for other regions I don't know. Yeah, I mean that's always the hard one, right? Like, because like right now, if you were to tell me the patch that happened yesterday is fucking dead, right? It's fucking dead. So it's going to be quite Malga heavy. As far as DPS heroes go, we're going to see a lot of maybe what we saw at Dallas in terms of lots of Pharah, decent amount of Cass, Genji, Venture, all of this. Then suddenly, Naga's hero pool is way more valuable than, say, like Yubi's hero pool, for example, right? Same with Zera, someone who also benefits from those kind of heroes being relevant. And someone who suffers is maybe someone like Sauna. Sauna's just like, suddenly his hero pool is not as relevant. Same with Viper. Viper would actually drop off quite heavily, I think, in that type of meta. So some of it will hopefully, once we get an idea of what the meta will be, this will be a little bit easier to do, right? Because it's very hard to do it meta agnostic because you don't know how much to weight each hero, right? Like right now, Hanbin's in tier 2. But what if it turns out it's a fucking diva meta? But I don't want fucking someone or Jumbin anymore. Get me Hanbin in the roster, right? Cool and bold. Hope you can pull it off. If you ever realize it's going Naga, you have to just pull the trigger. You have to just pull the trigger and shave it off sooner rather than later. You know? Your head's a little disformed, so you're curious what it will look like. Yeah, I guess I probably got quite... Because you don't really think about it, right? Because obviously, even if people can't believe it, I did actually have hair for most of my life. But I guess I got a relatively default head shape. You know? But I guess you don't really notice until you shave your head. You saw my hair? Thanks, Clive. Yeah, probably one of the few people in chat who did see my hair. Actually would have known me exclusively with hair. Alright, see you, Naga. Have a good scrim. Pics or it didn't happen? I don't know if I have pics just to hand. Clive, do you have any pics? Wait, no, I've done this before, right? And I said, what if I told you there was a picture of me with hair? When the picture with me with hair, coaching Overwatch, and the player I'm coaching was Vestala. Do people remember that picture? Where is it? Fake photo? Oh wait, I need to open it as a browser. Can you see this? There we go! Wait, I can't draw with that pen. I can draw with this pen though. Vestala? Me! Coaching! His ass is not listening to me? He's listening, mate! He's locked in. Pretty sure that's not me. It's better shaved. Why is my PC name Superstar? It was an old alias I used to use. It was like my alt account back in TF2. You don't think that's me because he has hair and I don't? I don't know if there's like do I have any other ones? That's maybe the only old one I have. Commander Super... No, just Superstar. We'll just name Superstar. I used to do it in Star Wars Battlefront as well. Now some dorky ass shit. I mean, to be fair, I was a fucking child at the time. Why is Vestala there? He was ringing for us. Our off-tank wasn't available. Wait, was he not available? Oh wait, he wasn't available because I fired him. Sorry, that's my bad. Yeah, we'd gotten rid of our previous off tank. And we hadn't replaced him yet, so we got Vessler into ring for the tournament. It's Assembly, a Finnish LAN. No, this is LAN Trek actually. I have been to Assembly as well a couple of times as a coach and as a caster. But this is LAN Trek, which is like a smaller LAN in Finland essentially. But I have also been to Assembly. I don't know if there's any photos of me. I don't know if there's any photos of me, or ones that I have at least from. No, I mean, it's my passport photo, but I feel like not going to, not going to show everyone my passport. That'd be the play. You don't have any pics? Only some videos, but it only has my hand in it. Fuck. I've got my Twitter profile picture. This is going to be... This is... I want to say LA. This was at Rewind. Rewind TF2 LAN in LA. That would have been, I think, 2016 then. I think 2016. The no cam look is better. Rude as fuck. Goddamn. So, what was I saying? What was I saying before we got sidetracked? Yeah, I don't think I'm moving. I'm actually, don't move Knife up. Don't move Viper up. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's reasonable. So we did all this for nothing? Well, no, because we still wanted to fact check ourselves. You said you'll move Leave up as well? Don't try and gaslight me here. Don't try and gaslight me. Surely Knife is Kai level? I don't know, on what basis? Can we watch Zeta tomorrow? Yeah, we can watch Zeta tomorrow. Is it Zeta or Zeta? Is there like a canon? Is there a canon one? Performance against Falcons about the same? Yeah, maybe. I mean, one thing I was thinking with Hitscan is that, is this tier break rather, is it kind of imaginary? You know, like, I think the problem with Hitscan is I think since we, like, every team, even the teams, like, every team who doesn't have a 31-year-old Brazilian player playing Hitscan, because I think even, like, New and High Vision are actually two of the better players on their team, right, in terms of, like, raw aim, good mechanics, they'll still hit a load of fucking shots, right, you know? That everyone just kind of has a cracked hit scan that can be good on their day. And then the real difference maker between hit scans is how consistently it is their day, right? I don't know if it's like, if actually like some of the logic you would apply in CS, like Counter-Strike, is more useful here, right? Because obviously in Counter-Strike, everyone who's playing at professional level has cracked aim, all of this, right? And on their day, every pro player's had like a good match or a good fucking LAN or something where they popped off and they put up the big numbers and all of this. But it's all about how consistently they're able to do that. You know, and that's why someone like a Zywoo or something is ranked above other players, right? Because they just do it consistently. There was that guy at the World Cup, that Matt Shy on Widow. You're gonna have to refresh my memory. Yeah, Simple did it all the time, right? But that's why Simple got elevated above everyone else, right? And I feel like, does Lip and Proper do it all the time? Check Discord. What am I looking at? Fuck me. Am I in this photo? I'm in the background. Fucking recognize. I need it to be bigger though. Where am I? Oh, I am. Wait, can anyone else spot me? Who am I sitting with? I'm sitting with like Toby and Tapley. Camera dingus. No, I'm not behind the camera. I'm not behind the camera. All look the same. All white British nerds look the same to you, do they, Pad Sander? You've really exposed your true colours on this one. Yes, yes, and multiple confirmations of that. Surely I can't be that hard to spot. Even I was able to spot myself. You think you see Chris? Unto 2? I'll humour it. Where do you think you see him? Did I have long blonde hair? No. You were balding? Nope. Nope. Don't believe it. Were you? No, this was pre-bold. Is that Funny Astro? No. I know who you mean, right? You mean, do you mean this person? This person is not Funny Astro. You cannot have seen Funny Astro. That's not Funny Astro. This is a different person completely. Is it Dr. Phil? I think it might be Dr. Phil, yeah. It's really weird how, like, some of these people I definitely recognize, others I don't. No, Dr. Phil is bold. No, the real Dr. Phil. Not the TV star fraud one. The Danish demo man. That's the real Dr. Phil. One with the green hoodie? Yeah, correct. Correct. I feel like everyone's had long enough to guess. But yeah. Here. In the back. Write a fake Astro. Yeah, write a fake Astro. Lies, not me. Well. What's with Vegeta hairline? Don't know what you mean. This is why, do you know when Naga was here earlier asking about being bold and I said there's like a, there's a point, most people will wait until it's too late essentially, right? Because there's like a, it's like a big jumping off point. But if you're smart, which I don't think I was, you have to jump. You should jump before you are pushed, you know? That's the life lesson, I think. Jump before you are pushed. All right, what if I restructure it this way? That was I-58? That wasn't even that older one. Because I was thinking about the way to rank hit scans, right? And we talk about consistency of performance, because everyone on their day will look like the fucking hacker. Look like the server admin, all of this, right? So it's all about consistency and who can do it most consistently, right? And that's why Lip is probably the best hit scan. Well, I say probably. He is, right? He's the best hit scan in the world. But also, most of the time they load into the lobby, Proper, fucking, and Merit, they are the guys, you know? Whereas, I mean, to be fair, is Sparker kind of that guy as well? Maybe we need to rewatch some of the, like, Sparker at the Major. Yeah. What's the reasoning behind... So the tiers aren't ordered. So for Gushue and Hanbin are in the same one. For Fearless, I was just like... I think Fearless is way more likely to have dropped off, right? Because he did the whole sort of like taking a step back, not taking a step back, on a team, not on a team, all of this, you know? Merit is closer to Proper and Wilder. Yeah, that's true. Can we watch Hangzhou Spark games instead? Do you not think Merit is that guy? Because he kind of is, right? Even when Toronto did badly at Dallas, he really was their best player, I think, by quite a large margin. In pure hit scan, I think he is. Like, one thing that is true, like, the case to move Merit down here would be like a flexibility issue, right? He has no personality. Personality not factored in. Not factored in. Would you pick Merit for your team over Lip or Proper? I mean, no. But that doesn't mean... It's like, it's whether I think he's worse enough at hit scan to justify being a tier below, right? Yeah, I mean, to be fair, Toronto also literally did, right? Toronto talked to all three of these players, signed Merit. I mean, I don't know if you want to treat that as something that validates the thing or not, but yeah. But on pure hit scan, I don't know. On pure hit scan, I mean, this is what Cass would say. Because, I mean, to be fair, if anyone moves down, it's Merit, right? But I also... So, no, it's really hard with Merit. Because Merit spent the entire year, right, being quite clearly the best hit scan in North America. Alright, so he's definitely above all the North Americans. Great. Unfortunately, that doesn't prove all that much. And then when he went to Dallas, he looked like the best player on a Toronto team that did very poorly. You know? So, it's really hard to measure exactly what he's capable of. Because also, before that, he went and won the Overwatch League, right? Well, from what Cass said about it on Uncoachable, it was that they didn't... Of a lot of the players they spoke to, they felt like they were more interested in the bag than the team. And therefore, they thought Merit was keener to play. Keener to be involved in the project. I mean, if it's like this as well, I can actually really cop it too, you know? Does it seem fair for everyone? Yeah, yeah. I mean, I'd make the argument. What are you saying? Sorry, from what I understand. Oh, okay, yeah. It's also possible that as much as Toronto were kind of leaning away from some of these players, the players also didn't want to go either, right? And that's maybe why they asked for a massive bag, right? Like, oh, I'd rather not play on Toronto. I'd rather play on like this all Korean team. But if they offer me $1 billion fucking dollars, maybe I can be convinced otherwise, you know? So that would also be like a sensible negotiation tactic if you're a lip or a proper in that situation, right? Like, I'd rather not do it, but if I can make like a really healthy amount, it'll be worth it. Kevster one down? Nah, I don't think so. Nah, not really. I think Kevster is on like a... I think Kevster is still a top tier player, but compared to maybe some of the previous levels we've seen Kevster hit, I think it's not quite there, right? It's not quite as good as it once was. But yeah. This will upset people. You know what I'm maybe also considering? Because I think... no, it's okay. I was going to suggest for a second moving Viper down a tier, but I feel like I might have started some kind of a... some kind of revolt. I think Viper can, like... There's a couple of... The players that get really awkward to rank are the ones who are, like, specialist heroes. Or, like, have a very small hero pool, right? And then how you compare that to the ones with a more broad hero pool. Because also what's true on, like, hit scan, you don't need to be that fucking flexible, right? But on tank, it's really fucking helpful to be flexible, right? You know, Spectra, I think Spectra's so good. I think also, even when M80 weren't actively throwing, say in like certain games against Toronto Defiant, I thought Spectra and Tree, they both actually looked really good. For Tree, it's just like a consistency against high level competition thing. For Spectra, I think he is actually just genuinely really good. Move clear up for the Diva meta. Yeah, if this was a Diva tier list, obviously things are gonna shift around a lot, right? Quartz? What was the Quartz question? Will Shy move up if he's back in form of Esports World Cup? Yeah, I mean, one thing that's true is, like, and obviously I know people are joining at different times, but one thing we talked about yesterday when we started doing this is this was like how I feel about these players currently going into the Esports World Cup, right? So none of this really takes into account their previous form. The only players I've really taken into account their previous form, like, say, Overwatch League and all of this, are the players we've not seen very much of. So obviously all of LGD fall into this category. Likewise, even players like Izzyaki and Checkmate, I've used this quite heavily because of the Rock thing was a fucking disaster, right? So, like, those are the players where I've sort of lent a little bit more on history than current ones. You did not take Fearless previous form into account? Yeah, I'll explain it again, but my logic on this is I think once a player goes through a fucking retirement arc, like, I'm gonna retire, I'm not gonna retire, oh, maybe I will retire again. Like, once they go in that fucking arc, I think there's such a high percentage of people who, once they enter that, they're just fucked, right? And we see a huge drop-off in performance. Now, obviously, I could be wrong, right? I could be wrong. It doesn't happen to anyone. Burner is a great example of a player. When that doesn't apply, you can make a very similar argument. I think, who was the other example someone used earlier? Someone like Kellex, right? Actually comes back just as good as he probably was at any point, you know? Very consistent. But I think loads of players have some kind of massive fall off because there's some kind of... the reason it varies is because it'll be motivation. Motivation and drive will be the difference maker here. But once you start talking about fucking retirement then coming back, I don't know. I think it's like a big red flag. I'm pretty sure Fearless still wanted to compete, but he was forced into the military. Is that exactly what happened, though? Because he was on teams, then he was off teams. Right? I can't remember what the official law was. Who came back and sucked other than Kaluj? Well, Kaluj is just the most recent example. I feel like it happens all the time. I guess the way to do it would actually back it up. I think it happened. With Molfig. I think like after he retired after the 2021 season and then came back, never the same player again in contenders. And then I don't know. There's probably more if I start going through like roster lists and stuff, but Mass was still good, yeah. The thing is, was it definitely military retirement? Because why is it not true now? Like, I'm not saying you're wrong, but I'm also saying I feel like I need like clarity on this, right? He leaves in late September, so he would have been able to play in. So he wouldn't have been able to play. He got pushed back to later this year. Why did he get it pushed back though? If he didn't think he was going to be on a team. Like, surely if nobody wants to sign you because you're going to have to do it later in the year, you're better off just doing it and getting it over with, right? Or am I missing something with how the military system works? Oh, okay. He said he thought he had to go earlier in the year, but then got approved again for another pushback, so it went LFT. Okay. I guess it's also possible he's just like a classic client, right? A classic gamer trying to organize their real life, and he's made a bit of a mess of it. Hemp's not number one. Why Backbone over Yubi? Yeah, well, I think there's certain players where you sort of have to rank them on what heroes they're going to have to actually play, right? So Backbone's only going to be playing, my guess would be Mei and Sim at this tournament. So therefore, we should kind of rate him on that, right? And then I think at that one, he can actually have a pretty large impact. Obviously, you still get hit with the, like, there is the limitation of flexibility could still come up mid-map, right? Based on what the other team swaps to. So that is something I've tried to factor in a little bit, right? So generally, I have still prioritized flexibility. But I think when you look at Backbone's strengths, he's actually the best in role on the heroes he's good at. So I think that does deserve, like, relatively high credit as well, right? And that's why I think of, like, him and Viper being in similar categories makes a lot of sense, right? Because Viper on Tracer probably would be way higher up this list, right? But Viper in general, maybe not, right? On bad, because we're having to predict for a meta we don't know, right? Can I move the chat somewhere else? Not. Oh, right. I see what you mean. I can move everything. Wait, let me do this. If I do that, maybe a little bit more. Is that better? We've lost some of the table, but you can maybe move the list or see the list a little bit better. Isn't Yubi better at Sim and his Mei is good and way better at Tracer? And better call out. What I mean, obviously, like I have the advantage of working with Backbone for 2 years, but I think his Sim is better than Yubi's, his Mei is better than Yubi's. And if you want to talk calls, I mean, I have no doubt Yubi's a good shot caller, right? He's had tremendous success in his career, both in contenders and at the World Cup. But Backbone's comms are also really elite level on those heroes as well. Even if they do serve slightly different roles in respect to their team. So, I don't know. I think Backbone's level on those heroes is higher than Yubi's on both counts. And obviously Yubi does have a better Tracer. But the problem is, Yubi might have a better Tracer than Backbone. But he doesn't have... I don't know if he has a better tracer than a lot of these other tracers above him, you know? And Backbone's not going to be playing Tracer. So being better at Backbone and Tracer isn't relevant, right? We don't rank player versus player. You have to think independently of their ability to impact their team. And I think Backbone's ability to impact his team right now, for the sort of specialist role he plays, is higher than Yui's. Add a flex category. Viper did dismantle. Yeah, we watched it today, Dembo. We watched it today. And obviously he's super talented at Tracer, but this isn't a Tracer tier list, you know? Not a Tracer tier list. Why is Rack Attack? Yeah, Rack Attack's going to be going to be ringing for the tournament for Massa. A very similar situation to Infected joining the sort of X-Timeless roster. Can we put Bone back in the flex support list? No. Where would the Busio be? Busio would be in the Chorong tier, obviously. When we don't have a meta read, can you do a new tier list based on characters they probably have to play? Yeah. Yeah, I think so. Because also what's true, what should happen with these tier lists is the tier list is a snapshot, right? Right now, this is a snapshot of what I think these team or these players' value will be going into Esports World Cup, partly based on recent form, factoring in their historical precedent, especially for players who don't have a lot of recent games, and what role they're going to have to play for their team, right? Which is why certain specialists get bumped up a little bit more because they are only being judged on that, essentially. But what we're going to do by researching and looking back at some of the old games and trying to get a read on some of these teams is we might, one, change our opinion. But what will also be true is once we have a read on the meta, we can redo this list and go, oh, fuck, word on the street, is this a Junker Queen meta? Hambin to the moon, baby. Or whatever it might be. Oh, it's a Tracer meta. Viper goes up, Backbone goes down, you know? Like it's, they have to play Tracer everywhere or whatever. And then obviously what's also relevant to do is think about this post the event, right? There should be like a tier list for performance at the event. How don't you have a complete read of the meta? I've actually not watched any scrims. That's also probably part of it as well, right? But we should get a bit of an idea leading into the event. So that'll probably help guide it a little bit. But obviously bear in mind as well, even going into the event, the meta read can change very differently. Or very quickly, rather. So there's always like I mean, with all of these things, you have to make certain assumptions, right? There's always going to be a little bit of guesswork on the go. Well, Gala's up quite high because he has, like... It's similar reason why Backbone's sort of been jumped up. Because the fact that Gala has, like, an S-tier Alari, which nobody else on this list can offer, actually gives him a great way... a great way to win series, right? So I think that actually bumps up Gala's value here. Even if this was, again, if this was a Lucio tier list, Gala would move down. Stop acting like Viper is a Tracer one. We literally watched him do nothing on Genji today. I mean, I'm sure it could have just been bad games and all of this. But we watched him do nothing today. Pump rack up for an S-tier Life Weaver. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I didn't watch a lot of Viper in, what's it called, Season 6. So, kind of just working on that. I mean, the thing with Majid is I think Majid, in terms of actual ability, is higher up this list, right? I think Sir Majid is probably actually the best EMEA flex support, right? Like, if I was to make a EMEA super team, it probably is actually Sir Majid I'm signing. But that's irrelevant. because that's not the role he's going to be playing for Falcons, right? He's going to be playing a little bit, maybe on like a Hanbin map, but he's also mainly going to be playing as a supplementary support, right? And so far, when he's come in and played Alari and the like for Falcons, I don't think he's put up many good performances in that role. I think he's actually put in better performances for Falcons on Baptiste this year when he subbed in for Fielder at the major. Yeah, but didn't he only play? He didn't play Alari at Dallas, right? Or am I misremembering? You can do a fact check. Falcons. Yeah, I'm not seeing any Alari. Maybe in the earlier series, maybe? No, yeah, no Alari. So again, this is why, even though I think Majid is probably a better player than this, the impact he's going to have for his team, I think, isn't going to be that important for Falcons, you know? So that's why I've ranked him lower. Landon or Majid? I mean, I'd pick Landon. When I say EMEA flex support, I'm talking about as in like nationality and region they come from, rather than who's currently in it. Isn't he better than Kaneo though? What Sir Majid you mean? Yeah, I'd agree. But not in respect to how I think he's going to perform at Dallas. I think he's going to have super low impact and not be that good. Because again, this is about impact, not at Dallas, sorry, at the Esports World Cup. This is about impact at the Esports World Cup. And I think Kaneo, I think Kaneo is one of the best flex supports in EMEA right now. Yeah, I think so. I think he's better than Sky. I think he's better than Ghost. I think he's better than, I mean, like Crook and Yoham, yeah. A bit late. It is a bit late for Dallas. But yeah, but Majid isn't going to get that same opportunity to have the same impact, right? It's part of the reason Hanbin is ranked quite low, you know? Like, how can I really rank Hanbin and Max that highly when, how can I rank them that highly when they barely get into their own team, you know? And their role isn't even that useful. We see Max and Hanbin subbed in to play the same heroes that their other tank is playing. Is Sky going to play over Ghost? I would expect so, yeah. I would expect so. Again, some of this will be meta-dependent, right? Maybe if it's a particularly BAP-heavy meta, we see more of Ghost. Obviously, there might be a ban element to it as well, right? But I think there's a real chance we see, like, more Sky than anything else. Does Landon have an international airport named after himself? Not to my knowledge. But hopefully soon. Hopefully soon. Should Hanbin move down on that? Well, I still think Hanbin looks like, I think there's a weird argument that Hanbin might actually be better than Smurf on like fucking Malga and Orisa when he's played it for him back in stage 1. I think Smurf's still good, but I think I'm like a Smurf doubter, you know. As I'm fucking spamming X for doubt, honestly. But also, it's one thing for me to say that watching one of the maps, but clearly the coaches who watch him scrim every day disagree, right? And think that Smurf is better on those heroes or is more valuable to the team on those heroes. So you have to take that into account. Yeah. Some of this will depend on meta, right? Because like I said, if it becomes a Diva meta or some godforsaken way it becomes a Zarya meta or a Junker Queen meta, Hanbin shoots up this list all of a sudden, you know? Same with a lot of these things. If it becomes a Mei meta, then suddenly someone like Yubi and Naga also shoot up the list, right? Yeah, Zarya's Giga buffed right now. The problem Zarya will have is two of the heroes that have benefited a lot from these tank buffs as well is Winston and Ramatra. And Ramatra and Winston both do really well into Zarya. So as much as Zarya has had a very strong buff, the two of the tanks that play best into her have also been buffed quite significantly. Or benefited from the tank buffs as well as their own buffs. So I think Zarya is going to kind of find herself very much in like a niche to no pick. Ryan as well, yeah. You're right, Cubert. How do you rank Lubta Farah? Yeah, the Lubta one's hard, because I just think there's no way he can play. Like, it's like a... I feel like they never want to take Quartz out, because Quartz is such a big X factor for them. They can't take Yubi out because he's their shot caller. So how do you get Lubta into the roster? Because I think Lubta's good at Farah. He's good at his role. But... yeah. I don't think there's a way to get Lubta in. So I think his impact's going to be... even though I think he is very good at his role. You get him in on tank? Great. There we go. We've cracked it. We've cracked it. Perfect. For Lubta Winston. We're not seeing Lubta on Winston. So yeah, so I think Lubta, again, good on his role, but I think, again, if we want to do, like, say, the backbone comparison as, like, another player on another team who will be playing a similar sort of niche role, I think Backbone's way more likely to have bigger impact across Esports World Cup than Lubta will. He sank down in a May one, you think? I mean, I don't know if I've really seen Heesang play May, right? When and why did Flora? Well, we restructured a lot of the hit scan, right? So the main restructuring thought behind the hit scan was that ultimately all of the hit scans on this list, again, who aren't 31 years old and Brazilian, are all on their day, can be the hard carry for their team, can be the server admin, can put in these S-tier performances to help their team to victory. But what really separates good hit scans is the players who do it most frequently. The ones who have the consistency to be that guy, which I think Lip and Proper find themselves at the top as. And I think a lot of these players have shown pretty good consistency as well, like Spark, Quartz. Quartz's consistency has gotten worse, I think, lately. Same, I think, with Kai as well. But there's still a lot of precedent there for him. And I think Flora's in the same boat. We're going to watch some of Zeta Division tomorrow, so maybe Flora might get buffed or nerfed on that. Whereas I think a lot of these players, I think, are also younger players as well, right? So I think Shockwave's had some unbelievably good performances for Virtus Pro. But I think there's also been some series where Shockwave's just gone missing as well. And particularly when they play against Dive, it feels like Shockwave's ability to influence the game for his team disappears. And maybe some of that you can pin on, like, the backline or their play style or their ability to play into Dive in general. But Shockwave goes missing in those situations. Similarly, I think Zodial and Tree have come through super high talent, but they sometimes have very good series. I mean, well, in Zodial's case, I think he sometimes has very good series where he clearly outperforms, like, people who are higher up this list than him in terms of, like, Quartz or Kai. But I don't think we've seen enough of it. I think Zodial is, like, he is on that fucking path, right? I think there's a real argument. Zodial has a good Esports World Cup. He jumps up a tier, no problem. Tree, I think, is super high skill, super high talent. But he's also just kind of, he's kind of new, right? So just need to see more of it to be completely convinced on moving him up, you know? And I think Tree also suffers, I mean, this is the same for, like, what we get, because a lot of these players, we've not necessarily seen play against each other all that much as well, right? But he's on M80, yeah. And I think similarly with Knife, like we rewatched Knife's games today, and nothing I saw from Knife convinced me he was consistently on the same level as anyone else on this list, or anyone else above him on this list, I should say. You know. So again, I still think, like, these are not bad players. There's a real argument. These are the top 16 teams in the world. There's not really bad players in the mix, you know? But there are better players or players who are better more consistently. There might be a couple of bad players. You feel like Shockwave's flexibility? Yeah, I mean, yeah, potentially. No one wants to play? Yeah, that's the same thing. From what I... Maybe Lai can tell me if I'm spreading misinformation or not. But the word on the street I've heard is M80 aren't really going to scrim that much. And they're going to do a few scrims, but potentially not even with Kaluge. So it feels like M80 going to go into this one with fairly limited practice. Ligma go hard. You think Liar should fill in on Sigma? You don't know, you just show up and play. Yeah. Like everyone take that with a pinch of salt, because I am just saying something that I heard someone else tell someone else, you know? But I don't think it's that much of a secret that M80 won't be scrimming a lot, right? Colin's in Australia and Spectre's in Korea. Yeah. I mean, what's also happening to M80 is all the other teams are fucking off as well, right? So the only team you can actually scrim is X Timeless and Ents anyway. So you've got like you've got a really limited pool of scrim opponents. I think maybe a TSM still playing, I think. If you scrim M80, you get one round of cough and then it's chalked. Shit. Fuck. You can't really scrim Ents with Spectre in Korea. Yeah, I mean, you can't really scrim either of them with if Kaluge is in Australia either. there's actually a long list of problems in all of these options, I think, unfortunately, for M80. So I mean, it'll just be a turn up and see how they do, right? I mean, I think they still get out of groups, right? Like as much as I know some people are maybe on the bleed hype train, I'm not buying it, right? I think we got our first seed, we got our fourth seed, and then we've got two teams who have had their practice, limited practice, and it's just going to be a fucking Sigma mirror, right? Can Kaluge rock up and take on Vess as these two teams play 5 maps of Sigma mirror? No one's even considering banning Sigma. Just let them both keep playing it. Who can bleed Scrim? Yeah, well, the impression I get of the Korea Scrim bubble is it's actually still pretty elitist, right? Now, if you are like a bleed or something, even though you're in the same time zone and within ping range to have decent scrims against these teams, you're not getting the games, you know. If you get second in groups, you get a bye. No, so the way it'll work, Liar, is if you finish first in groups, you go into the quarterfinals. Then if you finish second in groups, you go into one of these spots, and then all the second teams, teams who finish second get to pick. Like there's a draft basically. You pick from all the third seed teams who you want to play. And then obviously, then it's just a standard singular limb from there, right? And then, yeah. So, yeah. How is that draft ordered? I presume it will be on group strength, right? Because I think the group strength is actually in the order it is. So, 1, 2, 3, 4. So, if M80 were to be Ents, and they got second seed and they got to pick, they'd actually be the third team to pick, I think. So I don't know how much choice they have, but it depends who they want as the matchup as well, right? There's probably some teams that are nicer for them. You want Greatest Showman? Well, Greatest Showman have to get out of the group first, right? They have to get out of the group first, right? You think they can really beat Twisted Minds? Come on. Yeah. But obviously, yeah, the last team goes out, right? So, like, Bleed, Loaded, Greatest Showman, very much expected to do a few games and dip. What are the chances Loaded make it out of groups? Yeah, really, really low. Really low. You're a Punk believer? Yeah, what? Yeah, I think Punk is Punk's in Thailand right now on holiday. I think Punk is actually I think Punk's might just be rocking up and seeing how it goes. Yeah, the TBD team, it is confirmed. It is just the Timeless roster, but Timeless is not going to be sponsoring them, so what they're going to be branded as is yet to be determined, but presumably it'll be announced relatively soon. But it's still the same team. The team's not lost their spot or anything. It's still the exact same roster. Because I guess what would probably happen, right? So if I could, should I do the? Because let's say we'll do this, then I'll maybe crack it off. So let's zoom in so we can get it a little bit bigger, right? There we go. All right. Because if it's Group A, right? So let's presume, how would it work, right? Because we'd normally do. Because I think what happened, a normal seeding would be like A, D, and then B, C, right? So then this would be like Crazy Raccoon here. And then, I mean, who wins Fnatic or SSG, right? Should we say SSG just because I'm biased as fuck? There were no scrims. Yeah, no scrims today. We just watched old Fnatic games. Just to like sense check our memory, see what we feel the read was with the power of hindsight. So the ultimate conclusion is, are Fnatic frauds or not? I think they're not this elite team like the other Korean teams like some people are touting. I think they're a dark horse team. I think the easiest comparison is think about them like you would think about LGD. Their peak on dive, super fucking high. Off dive, they're not that much to worry about, I think. They're really pretty mid. But on dive, they have that super high peak. It's just whether they can achieve that, But I think in reality, stop thinking about Fnatic as like a big, dominant, scary Korean behemoth. Think about Fnatic as a dark horse team with a super high peak on dive. It's fucking Face and Fletter. They signed Izayaki and Lee Jae Gong. They've got the Shanghai boys back together. And they're going to try and see if they can piggyback off Donghack's outrageous carry as far as they can in this tournament, That's the plan. This isn't confirmed. This is how I think it will work, right? This is how I think it will go. Loaded is the South American team, so like all Brazilians. So they're probably not getting out of groups. So then so this is A, this is D, this is B, this is C. So then presumably, would they just pair them up? So would this be like D and A? And this would be C and B? Or do you think this B and C and this D and A would be flipped, if you know what I mean? This is all guesswork, right? So it's just, for anyone who's just joining, this is pure hypothetical, right? Because then how would it flip then? So you mean it would be like, this would be C, this would be, wait, let me do it to the side, actually. This would be C, this would be B. Some of the seeding I know is true. Like, if you look at the groups A, B, C, D, they are seeded in snake order, in that order, as in A is the top seed. So like Crazy Raccoon, then Falcons. So that bit is true, but how the bracket works that I'm doing at the bottom right now this is pure theory. So then this would be, let me think. So this would be then D, and then this would be A, right, in theory. And then it would be like a pick thing. So then if we use that logic, sorry to Lyra if he's still here, but I'm gonna go Ents. And then B would be, this would be LGD. And then group D would be Fnatic. Let's see. That's an F if you can believe it. That looks a bit more like an F. And then A would, this would be Toronto Ultra, right? Potentially. That's how like the brackets might line up. It's some of it is like I don't know if they flip here or not, right? Like this bit here is really in question. But in terms of like the top seeding, I'm pretty sure it's this. It's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think it's 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. I was doing so well. 15. I think it's that. No, Crazy Recruiters did win. They won the Dallas Major. They're definitely going to be first. Obviously, they've taken some... I think this is it, right? I don't have this like... I'm not like 100%, but I'm like 95%. This is the seeding at the top. But so... the one at the top... I don't know why I'm pointing at my camera. You can't see. The one at the top here, I'm very confident this is like factual. The bracket at the bottom is like very hypothetical. I think the quarterfinals I'm probably right on in terms of how the groups will pair up. Like I think it will be AD and it will be BC. But I don't. The lower bracket one, the like round one is like a really hit and miss. I think. Obviously, like the tournament will start in a couple of weeks, and we can do like I'm sure we'll get actual specifics and stuff. But it's just interesting to see how it will potentially go, right? Oh, actually, wait. What if I told you I was a fucking client? Would you believe me? You'd believe me? Yeah. I just remember I have been told this info. I'm trying to do all this mental gymnastics. So, do you remember when I said for round 1, it's going to be a draft, right? So the second seeds gets to pick what third seeds they play. So what happens is those games happen, right? And then obviously we have 4 winners and 4 losers. 4 losers are eliminated. The 4 winners then get picked again. So it's 2 drafts. Yeah, sorry. I actually knew the answer to that. It's just like I got lost in the source. So it doesn't actually matter what side of a bracket they go on, right? Because they'll just get picked again. So yeah, so none of that bit actually matters, you know, because it will just be whoever we think finishes second will get to pick. I mean, I think it's exciting, right? I think like it gives advantage to the higher seed teams. It adds a level of rivalry. Like if you think about their trophy system, right? It's really what you call it? It's really it's really focused on like rivalry, right? Like crush your enemy's keys, put them in a fucking trophy, melt them down, you know? It's very rivalry focused, so I think doing a lot of drafts really lends itself to that kind of thing as well. No Hill said Malga is a C tier tank in this patch. I mean, I don't know like respect to tier. But I think Malga's worse now. Malga's down. I don't know to what degree, but I think Malga is down. I think one thing, I've not played it, I've not seen any scrims, right? But that's just for word on the street. I think one thing that's true is Malga's probably a bit better in ranked than it was, but now worse in is more easy to counterplay as a team because it's like a much smaller pool you have to work about. Yeah, so I think we will see less Malga, but how much less? I guess still to be determined, right? Doesn't feel so bad in ranks, you say? Okay. I think Genji Diva just fucks Malga now. And I think it's Sigma. Sigma matches. I mean, maybe, but actually, to be fair, the Diva might be really strong against it as well. So yeah, but I think like Sigma and Diva probably feel really fine into the Ramattra now. Or sorry, Diva and Sigma feel really fine into the Malga now. I don't know if Diva's still just like, I don't know. I feel like there's certain heroes like Diva, Zarya, Queen, even when they're in quite strong individually, they're not that effective in a lot of Overwatch metas. So we'll see. We'll see. Why not just play Winston? Yeah, exactly. I mean, because even when we see Diva get played, it's mostly just by people who don't have a Winston, right? You see like Vestler and stuff leaning into this, you know? But anyway, I think that's enough for today. I'm going to go sort some food and get ready for the England game. Because we're going to win the LAN. It's coming home. We're going to win a penalty shootout. But I feel like we... I feel like we made some decent progress. We learnt a few things. And then... yeah. The Euros LAN Crispy. That's what they call it. Obviously, most football games are actually played in a LAN environment, as is the nature of traditional sports, but it's still technically a LAN. So, what we'll do tomorrow, I think Zeta Division, probably on it, right? Because my memory of Zeta, I actually rate Zeta Division super highly, but they're also fucking idiots with all of their comp choices. So we kind of... it depends how much we think they will or won't be fucking idiots with their comp choices. But if they do well, then it should be a good thing, right? It should be a good roster. Surely Yaki at fault? Maybe. They got the Goon now. Yeah, the thing is, there's different versions of coaching, right? There's Overwatch coaching, which is, can I understand the game and can I communicate that to my team in a meaningful way that they can do the things I'm thinking and it's effective and it's useful and it works. And there's also like I don't know what you call it, but like macro decision making coaching. You know, like how do we draft our maps? Stuff like that. How do we prepare for this in terms of what comp should we prepare or focus on for whatever opponent? And I don't know how, I don't know, and especially with hero bans, there's a new level to that now, right? So I don't know how good Changoon will be at that side of things. You can say that probably all coaches, right? We've not seen them do this type of thing before, so we don't know how well they'll be. It's fair to say maybe coaches like Goomba and Chris, partly because I've spoken to them more, but you feel like they're the sort of coaches who would really hone in on this type of thing. And I don't know what the equivalent is for a lot of the Korean coaches, right? Like, who is the coaches who would excel in this area? Would they all excel in this area? Would none of them excel in this area, etc.? Because we've certainly seen maybe people like Moon. I think Moon and Crazy Raccoon are actually a team that have really lent into flexibility, into some of their niche comps, and into trying to find alternate ways to beat Falcons. And they've had a lot of success with it as well. So I guess I'd say Crazy Raccoon would be good at this sort of thing. Obviously, they've got the fucking players to do it too. But yeah. Anyway, we'll figure it all out tomorrow. We'll watch some of the Zeta Division games. I don't know how long that'll take. I know Juby's really keen to get Flora bumped up, but I'm less convinced. Less convinced. So maybe we'll sense check ourselves on Burner. We'll see if Flora gets moved up. And maybe, yeah, I'm actually quite high on Finn, so maybe we should fact check that as well. And we can see how much of their problems are like a player talent thing, or how much of theirs are just like poor macro decisions or poor comp decisions. Do you think Pharah will be played? I'll do a last couple of questions and then I'll get a raid going. Do I think Pharah will be played at all times this meta? No, not at all. I think Pharah is still going to be a decent pick, but I think we'll see way less Pharah than we have done in, what do you call it, in the FACEIT playoffs. You saw that VP got smashed to coach. Yeah, we talked about this earlier a bit, but for anyone who missed it, the verdict was very much Smash, because the obvious question might be, isn't Smash maybe better known as a dive coach? But actually, we've been reliably informed that he's actually a very good poke coach as well. Hunter pointed out, obviously, that he also actually won Mid-Season Madness in that type of meta as well. And that while on Gladiators, he was a pretty fundamental part of their success on those type of comps. So actually, I think in terms of does the coach match the team and the team's style and what they're good at, the answer is very much yes. So I think a good signing. We'll see. We'll see. Who are we raiding then? PG. What about, I feel like we've not raided Poco in a while, you know? Is it a Poco angle? Yeah, you've just got here as it ended. A Finn angle? Anton Coco? We're all just saying names now. I don't know who that is. Yes, Finn. Juby, you're super biased. I'm so Poco pilled. As you've seen, I have a bias towards to players I used to work with. You think Finn? But surely we should do Finn tomorrow after Zeta Division, right? We should do like a Zeta hour into how about any of my TF2 friends? Most of them don't stream anymore. What if you decide he's a fraud? I'll still raid him. Yeah, I think Cubert's right. I think we go Poco today, Finn tomorrow. You'll stream? If you're actually booting up, Clive, I'll literally raid you. Let me just install... Oh, it's going to take too long, Clive. I've got to make dinner before the England game. I'm not streaming that game. All right, we're Poco in it. Thank you very much, everyone. Appreciate everyone joining me for this. We'll do more of the same tomorrow. A bit of a Zeta focus, I think. Maybe watch some more POVs tomorrow, right? I'll do the research because we didn't watch any today. We should have watched some Viper POV, right? That would have been the key. That would have been the fucking key if I was good at my job. But what can you do, eh? What can you do? All right. See you all tomorrow. Whoa.